Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
The war broke out, and from the very beginning it directly reached its maximum scale. The Cybertronian civilization, which is fully armed and fighting hard, at the moment, facing the battle of the 10 realms that the whole universe is paying attention to, finally revealed some clues. Countless spaceships shuttle in space, blasting terrifying artillery fire from time to time, and there are a large number of shapeshifting diamonds that can be shapeshifted in vehicle form and combat form at any time, constantly active on the battlefield, full of weapons, close combat and long-range combat. Carry on your back and take action at any time. Moreover, on the surface of Cybertron, a large number of war weapons coordinated by Ultron were mobilized, and from time to time they launched long-range bombardments into the sky with amazing power. What's going on with these mechanical life and this planet? Queen S.H.I.E.L.D looked down on the battlefield indifferently, waving her whip from time to time, and her eyes were shocked. She saw with her own eyes that the famous shape-shifting King Kong seemed to have gone through thousands of trials. Every action was rehearsed countless times, so fast and ruthless. Well, she can understand it. After all, it is a mechanical life, and the thinking organ is inherently powerful. Incomparably, the computing power is surprisingly high, which is very reasonable. But this ability to change 25 bodies at will is very unreasonable. In the last second, he was still in the form of a humanoid with 2 hands and 2 legs. After a light was cast in his eyes, he could instantly shapeshift into a small spaceship, and still automatically copied the space weapons on the spacecraft. How can there be such a weird species in this world? It's too outrageous, and it's seriously inconsistent with the rules of the universe. After watching for a while, Queen S.H.I.E.L.D cursed, and watched her murderous and powerful flame army being pushed back by these steel bumps. If only the army is strong, it is understandable. But the numerous attacks blasted from the surface of Cybertron made Queen S.H.I.E.L.D even more angry. Snapped, Queen S.H.I.E.L.D slammed a whip on her adjutant and roared. "This is the information you collected. Why are there planets like living, able to cooperate with so many ant-like robots and there is almost none mistakes? This is so weird." Queen S.H.I.E.L.D can't understand the power of Ultron at all. And there is still Ultron that has the terrifying supercomputer, such as the magic ball to provide the control authority. What is the combination of an intelligent life and a supercomputer? Queen S.H.I.E.L.D, who is accustomed to the war, has a headache and a combination of masking. Roar. On the front line of the battlefield, a fire demon roared and rushed toward him with a grim look. First, he took a knife and sputtered his debut with a flame of supernatural power. Then he shot and grabbed the shape-shifting King Kong that had chopped it off, and then roared in the next moment. Pressing the opponent's shoulder with one hand, the other flame palm suddenly enlarged, grabbing the opponent's head completely, and then tore it fiercely. The violent sparks flickered abruptly and extinguished instantly, and the shape-shifting King Kong died in the hands of the fire demon. But in the next moment, before the fire demon roared to show off, several powerful attacks came over, staggering one of the fire demon. In the next instant, several figures approached without any communication. Showing the subtle cooperation that seemed to be tempered, several sharp blades stabbed in the past at the same time. And with the powerful energy output, the fire demon was forcibly divided into corpses, watching the other party's burning corpse extinguished in the vacuum of the universe. These guys have more or less divine power on their bodies, and they have strong vitality. To some extent, all the people are soldiers. The Clamp who led the team had a serious face, and his bloodthirsty fanaticism. With the battle with the fire demons, although there was an intensifying trend, he showed more calmness and solemnity. As a gladiatorial champion, calmness and patience are important elements for winning, and they are more important than hard power at special times. The Clamp is constantly collecting information, and Ultron is collecting real-time data on the entire battlefield, constantly deducing the characteristics and strengths of various fire creatures, updating the database at all times, and transmitting it to every shape-shifting King Kong. In the database, I have to say that this is too convenient. With powerful computing power and thinking efficiency, the shape-shifting King Kong can extract the desired information from the database in an instant, and then launch tactical targeting based on the enemy in front of them. But the more this is, the more powerful the Fire Demon clan makes the Clamp look squarely. Divine power is really troublesome. I heard that in the Global Academy of Sciences, ambulances have carried a bunch of shape-shifting diamonds with awakening of scientists' genes. They have made Sekeju's Divine Power series an important research topic, and I don't know when, results. At this time, a roar with craziness and joy continued to spread in the shock of the divine power. The clamp turned his head to look, and his face suddenly went dark. A muscular man with an inexplicable blood-colored pattern on his body was carrying two axes on the space battlefield. Even if he was facing the fire demon, he killed him with a ferocious and fanatical face. The two axes were crazy, cut around and cut. Even if his whole body is hurt, he also looks enthusiastic. War God Kratos... It is said that this guy is an important research result of the World Tree's divine power. But what is the matter with this messy divine power? Seeing this guy, the clamp felt a little headache. He did not fight with this war lunatic. Although he could win every time, it was getting harder and harder to win, and the opponent's speed was too fast. Kratos was opened by the entire Global Academy of Sciences, relying on the corpses of dozens of protos such as Asgard, Olympus, and Maya to conduct crazy human experiments on Kratos. Experiments are extremely enthusiastic. It is said that I don't know how many times I have been near death, but the speed of becoming stronger is extremely ridiculous. How long has it been since a humble mortal from Olympus has become a ruthless character who can confront him with his grip? Moreover, the opponent's madness and fear of death are more exaggerated and extreme than him. This is a neurosis, and because of this, some guys have been crowned the title of God of War. Among the 12 gods of Olympus, there is indeed a god of war, of the gods. This mess has no tactics to find any chaotic supernatural power. It's almost. The skull of the clamp is a bit painful. How many Protos divine power systems are this mixed? The ratio of the various divine powers of each shot is different. It is a mess. But this guy is able to adapt and can use this characteristic to turn the enemy into a dizzy. Just when Clamp was in a bad mood and angrily led his gladiator team and once again tore a powerful fire demon. A whip suddenly struck and instantly drew two of his subordinates into broken parts flying around, and flames rose, and these parts were burned out in an instant. Even the Clamp himself was madly mobilizing all energy reserves after resisting. Half of his body was shattered by this whip. The terrifying flame power is raging, burning the remaining body parts of the clamp. Enough! A bunch of rubbish, even a new species can't win, I shot it myself. Martin, get out and make atonement for my father, Cert. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D couldn't bear it and finally dispatched herself. This battle was really ugly. The fire demon army she was so proud of was turned into such a ghost by these robots. If you can't push it in, let's not say there is still a faint trend of regressing. In her heart there was even faint anxiety. It is true that the combat power shown by these robots is too strong. There is no special power such as divine power or magic in her body. It's like this. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D looked cold, her eyes burst with endless anger. She tore through the battlefield like a shooting star, sweeping the countless fire demon and shapeshifting King Kong on both sides to one side. The flames were extremely violent and unbridled in this vast battlefield. Raged on, she rushed straight to Cybertron, hiss, a sharp sword slashed down. Go away. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D had a cruel face. She caught the giant sword with only one hand, but was shocked by the powerful divine power from the giant sword and raised her eyebrows. At the same time, she directly threw the whip in her hand. Optimus Prime retreated quickly, swiping the huge sword and slashed horizontally again, sputtering a large amount of sparks. This weapon carries the breath of Asgard. It seems that you have acquired Asgard's artifact heritage. Humph, it's interesting. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D flicked the flame whip, her face full of irritability. She drew it one after another and fought with Optimus Prime. Soon, many terrible scars appeared on Optimus Prime's body and the broken parts floated out. I'm looking for Martin, it's not like you. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D looked irritable. Optimus Prime didn't say a word and was about to continue cutting over, but at this moment, his expression moved and he quickly backed away. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D snorted and rushed straight to Cybertron. Martin was her goal, to kill Martin and liberate her father, Cert. Martin, get out, your queen is here. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D howled lowly, resounding throughout Cybertron. In an instant, countless surface cannons turned, blasting fire to Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. And in an instant, the horrible energy beams gathered, but after the terrorist explosion dissipated, Queen S.H.I.E.L.D stood impatiently in space, covered in flames. Burning, unharmed, overlooking the steel planet below. Where is the puppy barking, so can't wait to be my dog? Martin's expression was calm, and he appeared in outer space in an instant, standing a kilometer away facing Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. You finally came out, letter 3005. A hint of excitement flashed across Queen S.H.I.E.L.D's face, and it was more cruel. Although I don't know how you enslaved my father, don't want to use the same despicable means to enslave my father. Me and you no longer have infinite gems, and you are now an ordinary level godfather at best. At the moment when the words fell, the flame whip had already been swung over, and the terrifying flame divine power gathered in this whip. carrying the terrifying coercion of crushing the fixed star system. Martin's face was extremely flat from beginning to end. At the moment he directly put on the Supreme God armor and smashed it out with a whip. Boom! The boiling flame's supernatural power at the moment, as if encountering a terrifying air pressure, it began to explode, spreading flames, lighting up sparkling fireworks in the vacuum of the universe. Your father is on Earth, not in Cybertron. Martin said lightly, I know he is on Earth, but my stupid father can only be free if he kills you. Originally, he should be the king of Muspelheim. Definitely, I think I am more suitable than him, but this is not your reason for imprisoning him. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D looked fierce and kept shaking the whip, but she was surprised to find that no matter how much she used, she couldn't shake Martin at all. The other party's peculiar suit of armor gave her a kind of trouble. Good feeling. This is the armor you are proud of? I'm afraid it's stronger than the destroyer armor. How long can you hide in this turtle shell? Queen S.H.I.E.L.D sneered, waved the whip. All the powers gathered, and finally condensed a huge and extremely terrifying flame, which directly caused the vibration of the three realms in the upper court. This was a powerful blow from Queen-level Godfather. At this moment, it suddenly blasted towards Martin. Looking at the scene where Martin was completely burned by this terrifying flame, Queen S.H.I.E.L.D showed a frenzy of excitement on her face. Roar, the divine power was burned out, but the figure in the middle came out unscathed. Not only that, but there was no sign of damage on that armor. The terrifying flame seemed to be just as insignificant as a breeze. It's still too immature, far worse than the original Odin. Do you think that I can get to this point thanks to infinite gems? You think that without infinite gems, I won't even be able to deal with your kind of stuff? Martin acted calmly and patted the non-existent dust on his body and looked at Queen S.H.I.E.L.D's cold eyes with a vague indifference. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes widened. Why is this? How can a human being in a small area have this kind of artifact? Martin said lightly, you are just a barking puppy, how can you stand in front of me and bark? The fighting spirit is commendable. Now the fire of your life is mine, stay with me and be company with your father. I have a good idea, your father will be a dog for me. Come and be a puppy for me, the army under your command should also become my army. That's how it was decided. When I dominate the world tree, I made you the king of Muspelheim. It's worth playing with fire and his personality is as violent as flames. Do not. It's just a bit silly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Guild to beg the readers, raise your hand and subscribe to it. Martin grasped the fire of life, and with a movement in his heart, a large number of chains immediately stretched out from his body, instantly piercing the fire, winding it round and round. Martin smashed a great punch with a punch and opened his arms. A sense of despair that has lost freedom and turned into a servant of others breeds in Queen S.H.I.E.L.D's heart. She has an angry and desperate look on her face. Martin's voice was cold and finally lost his patience. At the moment he stepped out and moved suddenly. There was a loud bang, and the terrifying power burst directly through the magical barrier of Queen S.H.I.E.L.D like a terrifying Mephisto with a punch. He directly punched Queen S.H.I.E.L.D's chest torture. No, you are just a mean villain, how could you have this kind of power? Queen S.H.I.E.L.D became more and more angry, her own flame at the moment brought a trace of madness. It's not my canonization, it's all heretics, all damn it. I've heard Malky say you made a despicable deal with Odin, got my father's the eternal fire and directly enslaved my father. You damn it. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D was enraged. Enraged, she kept swinging the flame whip, but every time she was easily defeated by Martin. Her powerful supernatural power didn't stand out in front of Martin. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D was furious. Good job, I was the king of Muspelheim, but I still use you to seal it. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D was a little mad and attacked Martin frantically. But these, in front of Martin, seemed more and more like wild dogs trying to prove that they were barking. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D was planted, obsessed with the bewitching of Malky's, and deliberately attacked Martin directly with a large army, and she became Martin herself. I really don't know, the relationship between you and S.H.I.E.L.D is so good. He was the only one who died of thousands of heirs in order to train his offspring. You are actually willing to find me desperately for him. Martin pinched the desperate Queen S.H.I.E.L.D's neck and lifted it directly, as if holding the neck of a puppy's fate, and shook her deliberately. Some fire demons with bad heads saw this scene and suddenly roared and rushed over frantically to rescue their queen. But there were already many shape-shifting King Kong besieged from all directions with ferocious faces. Some crazy guys broke through the defensive line of the shape-shifting King Kong and went straight to Martin, throwing a fierce flame. Boom! The red chaos force suddenly turned into a long river rushing forward and directly annihilated the many fire monsters that had rushed over on the spot. A red light burst into Wanda's eyes, and chaos force swirled around her, exuding an aura of terror. From start to finish, Martin didn't even blink his eyes but looked at Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. quietly. I guess you didn't come to save your father, you came to enslave your father. You for your father from the eternal fire. Queen S.H.I.E.L.'s struggling movement suddenly stopped, opened her eyes, and some dim flames burned forcibly, staring angrily at Martin. As everyone knows, S.H.I.E.L.D. is extremely cruel in terms of cultivating offspring. He has enlarged the way of cultivating goo to the extreme. With thousands of outstanding offspring, only Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. will die. It is hard for Martin to imagine that the last child left will have respect and loyalty to her father. UB ****D, the eternal fire is my goal. Sooner or later, it must belong to me. It was you who colluded with Odin and took away what should belong to me. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. looked resentful and opened her mouth to spout a fire that fell on Martin, on his battle helmet. What made Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. desperate was that the helmet was still undamaged. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't even leave a trace on this terrifying armor. This is ridiculous. At this time, Martin had completely swallowed the fire of Queen S.H.I.E.L.D.'s life. From this moment on, Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. was enslaved by him just like S.H.I.E.L.D. Order your subordinates to stop. From now on, the entire Muspelheim will obey my orders. Martin spoke lightly and released Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. CFBD Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. looked fierce, and when she raised her hand, a flaming whip appeared to be slammed on Martin, but the next moment she screamed. The fire of life was brutally ravaged and torn by Martin, and the shadow of death spread to her. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. suppressed the hatred in her heart and let out a sharp cry. In an instant, all the fire demon Dumeng stopped suddenly, looking confused. All tribesmen, all returned to Muspelheim. Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. said, "Can't retreat, you go to attack Wattlheim and kill all the Dark Elves. This is my gift to the Dark Elves, covering the battlefield of the 9 realms with their corpses." Martin faintly left a sentence with an indifferent attitude. In an instant, the sky bridge opened, and the huge amounts of whirlpool swallowed the bewildered fire demons and passed them directly to the world of Dark Elves, Wattlheim. Only the corpses of many fire monsters remained in place. This was the material specially left behind to conduct human experiments for the Global Academy of Sciences. You go too. If you don't kill all the Dark Elves there, I will kill you immediately. Use the blood of you and your people to pave the way for my noble status. Martin sneered and threw Queen S.H.I.E.L.D. directly into the space bridge. Sometimes he really didn't bother to waste time, let alone such an ambitious, vicious flame man. Wanda flew over and stood quietly beside him, at the moment couldn't help but whispered, "These fire monsters are irritable, and excessive suppression may cause very troublesome consequences. I don't care about this. Since these guys take the initiative to provoke me, they must be prepared to be annihilated by me." Martin spread his hands, an indifferent expression on his face. Are these fire monsters very valuable? The research value is not low. At this time, on the distant Cybertron star, suddenly roars and horrible explosions erupted as if a horrible energy reservoir was detonated. Seen from space, ripples appeared on the surface of Cybertron. Well, has Starscream also started to act? There are many secrets hidden in the dragon. Even if the skin is cramped, he must dig out the secrets in his body. Martin glanced back, his face casual. Beyond the World Tree, Nidhogg and Malkys were quietly observing the battlefields around the World Tree. When they noticed that Queen S.H.I.E.L.D.'s army disappeared, but suddenly appeared in Wattlheim, Malkys' face changed completely. "Damn this be ****ch, dare to attack my world." Malkys was frightened and angry and almost heard the wailing of many dark elves. His figure was about to move, but the next moment, Nidhogg's huge body stopped him. "What do you want to do?" Malkys' face sank. Nidhogg sneered, "Don't forget you're in my agreement. In order to conquer the World Tree, what does it mean to destroy a world? Anyway, it will not be annihilated. It will take tens of thousands of years before it will reproduce like locusts." Malkys' face was cold, with killing intent in his eyes. The red light in Nidhogg's eyes was full of malice. Suddenly, it moved and uttered a roar. "Very well, my servant has acted. I, the great dragon Nidhogg, who devours the world, will use this Cybertron, who is incompatible with the world, will lay the foundation for greatness. In the World Tree that is all playing with supernatural power, a Cybertron playing high-tech pops out. This sense of disharmony is like a thorn to the dragon who has been eating the roots of the World Tree for too long." The magic dragon moved immediately, leaving Malkys behind, and Roar flew to the 3 realms of the upper court in a whistling and went straight to Cybertron. Malkys' face changed and finally gritted his teeth, suppressed his anger, and followed the dragon. Martin's threat is too great and too weird, it's better to be the first to get rid of it. There were 2-level godfathers who took action enough to kill this guy quickly. Malkys' face was cold. Soon, Nidhogg took the lead in reaching Cybertron's outer space, looking at the planet that seemed to be instantly turned into a battlefield and the terrifying explosions that erupted on the surface, making Nidhogg happy. My great journey of devouring the world tree begins with devouring this planet. The dragon flapped its wings, and the huge black figure rushed towards Cybertron. A huge black shadow covers Cybertron's star. The dragon Nidhogg looked down arrogantly, showing satisfaction. My loyal servant, very good. I am very satisfied with the results you have made. You will become my dependent. Niederhogg looked more and more satisfied. Look at this chaotic planet. Look at the artillery fire and explosions everywhere. It is almost the end of the world, which makes Niederhogg, who likes destruction and disaster, feel ants. A small spaceship came to Niederhogg's side, and instantly shapeshifting became a Starscream. Starscream bends down deeply at the dragon and respectfully said, "Honorable World Destroyer Dragon, Great Lord Niederhogg, it is the honor of my Starscream to be able to serve you in my life. To be able to escape from the narrow, the view overlooks a larger landscape, thanks to your guidance." Nidhogg laughed loudly. The terrifying sonic shock of the entire Cybertron star trembled violently, and large cracks appeared on the surface. Starscream, take it, this is my strength, you will be my eternal servant tilde person. Niederhogg threw a black mark with extremely negative divine power fluctuations on it, which directly drifted towards the red spider. Malkys, who hurried over, also saw Starscream at this time. Only at the first glance, he was immediately taken aback, with a deep suspicion on his face, because he smelled the same kind of breath. Starscream also raised his head respectfully, and instantly looked at Malkys. The two old Yinbai who had carved conspiracies and tricks into their bones were startled at the same time. The strange feeling of seeing the other one suddenly broke out in their hearts. "There is a problem with this robot," Malkys said suddenly. "No, there is no problem." Niederhogg looked at Starscream, who had devoured his negative divine power, and immediately showed a satisfied look, and turned back Malkys' words. "Where can I find such a loyal and capable servant? This is a talent who can trigger a rebellion on the entire planet, and Niederhogg is very satisfied. My dear lord, if I can, I will return to Cybertron, let my army destroy more enemies and clear the way for you." Starscream respectfully left this sentence, turned into a spaceship and left here in an instant. "Huh, no brains." Starscream returned to Cybertron with a sneer. The Ultron Auxiliary Program said indifferently, "Starscream, you have obtained Nidhogg's special power, your mission has been completed, and I will stop the crazy bombing of no man's land." Starscream nodded disapprovingly. In an instant, the chaos on Cybertron stopped abruptly, and everything fell silent. Niederhogg, who was about to enjoy the planet, was stunned and watched this scene with a confused expression. "Obviously, you were deceived, and that guy didn't take refuge in you at all." There was a sneer on Malkys' face. Niederhogg rage roared and his eyes were red. He was about to detonate the negative supernatural power of Starscream, and he became his servant, signed a contract with him, and he would use his life to abide by it. Roar, a terrifying roar came out. Then there was no response. Niederhogg suddenly lost the imprint of its supernatural power on Starscream, as if its imprint had been swallowed and digested by something in one breath. "Who can wipe out my Niederhogg's mark and contract in an instant?" Niederhogg flicked his tail irritably, and in a crash he defeated some stars in the distance, and Malkys was also affected, and the whole person avoiding with an ugly expression. Niederhogg screamed again and was about to rush towards Cybertron. It was about to open its blood basin and blast this planet into cosmic dust. Roar, a similar dragon roar suddenly appeared from Cybertron. Immediately afterwards, several ferocious steel dragons rushed directly into the vacuum of the universe and uttered a threatening roar at Niederhogg. "What are these guys?" "Metal dragons. This kind of scrap iron toy dare to bark in front of the great Nidhogg." Niederhogg's face was furious, and the fooled anger rose up. At the moment he roared directly and rushed to the opposite metal dragons that emerged from nowhere. The five-headed terrifying metal dragon, at the moment, facing the surprisingly powerful Nidhogg, his face showed fear. "This guy is very strong, the strongest dragon I have ever seen," a metal dragon said solemnly. "Shut up, Sharp Claws, the giant ferocious troops are fearless. Even if the opponent is a universe god, they can't prevent us from defeating the opponent." The fierce tiger directly yelled, "Well, we can't beat each other one-on-one. At any rate, it's a veteran-level godfather. Find flowers. According to my calculations, even if it fits together, it's not enough. Got to try." Five-headed giants looked at Niederhogg, who was rushing in a flash, and immediately began to merge. Soon, a huge humanoid steel giant showed a sharp blade on the body, showing some dragon-like characteristics. Changyunxiao. Huge ferocious troops under the Decepticon Legion. Energy 31 millions. Zlon character. Manic wisdom 40%. Body healthy. Changyung-seo made a few low roars and suddenly rushed to Niederhug again. The battle between the two huge figures was fierce, and every moment there was a terrifying aftermath. You stared at my planet for a long time, what are you thinking? A faint voice suddenly came. Famous saying, destroy first, then ask questions. Milky stood in the distance, watching the battle coldly, his brows frowned, and he couldn't see through the endless variety of Cybertron stars. Height 27 meters. A guy like you with the appearance of a dragon is still a robot in essence. How dare to appear in front of the great Nidhogg and look for death? Very strange, it smelled a trace of the same kind in front of the giant made up of 5 metal dragons, which was too weird. Nidhogg roared angrily, and in the gaze that looked towards the sky, killing intent and astonishment were intertwined. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. As ancient beasts of the Cybertron civilization, the newly born giants merged into the sky. At the moment, they pounced on Niederhogg and the two huge creatures collided together, directly causing huge amounts of waves. Melkys suddenly turned his head, his stature burst back, and looked at the person who suddenly appeared not far from him with a look of jealousy. Martin. Melkys looked suspicious. Encourage sin to attack my world, Malkys. You are so courageous, just use your life to pay for it. Martin sneered, his body disappeared in place, and he rushed to Melkys in a sudden, raised his hand and punched. And in an instant, the nearby time-space was compressed suddenly. Melkys' face was gloomy, his figure quickly retreated, and he didn't want to fight Martin head-on. At least, he didn't want to fight him in person until the situation in the 9 realms became clear and the heavens returned to the world tree. On a battlefield of this scale, even the level Godfather can easily die. Hiss. Martin smashed the armor on Melkys' body with one blow and continuously shortened the distance between the two sides in successive constantly attacks. Martin looked fierce with murderous intent flashing in his eyes and made up his mind to kill Melkys. It's here. This old Yinbai is too troublesome, and the battle of the 10 realms is the curtain opened by this guy. On the other side, Changyung-seo has been gradually suppressed by Niederhogg. Although Changyung-seo is strong, it is good to be able to stabilize the situation by fighting a top-level godfather like Nidhogg as soon as it was born. Martin doesn't need to go to the skies to win, he just needs to delay time. Bifrost came and Optimus Prime also wielded his great sword and slapped Niederhogg severely. 2 shapeshifting King Kong teamed up to besiege Niederhogg. I underestimated you. I didn't expect that the power you just built could actually have 3-level godfathers. Melkys' face was uncertain, and he was beaten back by Martin's strong attack. He tried to retreat several times, but he was interrupted by Martin and dragged him forcibly. Melkys threw out a dark magic and slammed it on Martin, but he saw a large amount of magic burst out. The momentum was shocking, but he could not cause any kind of damage to Martin. Boom, Martin gave a backhand punch, Melkys' face was black and his whole body was beaten out. His powerful magic seemed extremely passive in front of this violent offensive. Melkys, this world is very big. You who only stared at the world tree all your life will end this life. Martin's voice was cold. Mahler Base sneered, don't think that you have defeated Sithorn with infinite gems. It's true that you are the savior of this universe, but again, you are just a human after all. Martin faintly said, I am a human being, but I have won the destiny of this universe with one hand. Are you angry? You who have lived for 1,000,000 years can only condescend to be under me as a human. What is it like? When you were killed by my own hands, what about the moment of death? Melkys' face was gloomy and he chanted a spell. After throwing a large piece of magic to confuse the approaching time and space, he was about to leave here directly. He didn't want to fight Martin. This kind of battle was meaningless to him. But Martin, his murderous intentions have already risen to the extreme, especially when he has the upper hand. He directly took out a holy object. Time stands still with the gun. The violent sound erupted, making Malkys feel that the strange fluctuations were thrilling. In an instant, a large amount of strange energy cut off the isolation between the nearby time-space and the outside world, and instantly enveloped Malkys. When I had the time gem, I almost never used this gun, because it was not very useful, but now, you think I don't have infinite gems, I am not me. Kill you more than enough. Martin sneered, looking at the man who was madly tearing everything around solidified with his own terrifying magic power, and the magic in his body gathered. Although everything seemed to be slowed down several times, but with level godfathers in terms of strength, it is commendable to be able to do this step. Melkys, you trash, let the great Nidhogg come to rescue you. There was a roar and Niederhogg flew his tail into the sky, and at the same time opened his mouth and spouted sacred fire straight to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime's expression changed, and he directly raised his huge sword to block him, and was blasted out by the harsh flames several light years away with a crash. Niederhogg took advantage of this gap, turned violently and rushed to Melky's. His face was full of impatience and he glanced at Martin with fear. Powerful strength, weird weapon. A guy like Martin Niederhogg who has survived for too long was unheard of. You can't save him, you have to die. Martin sneered in a low voice and raised the time-still gun again, imprisoning Melky's, who was about to shred the still area again. At the same time, Martin originally shot one after another, with the powerful mobility and energy output of the Supreme God armor. All the vents came to Melky's, who had a distorted face. Niederhogg Roar screamed and opened his mouth to spray flames at Martin. Martin directly kicked the huge amounts of the dragon. Optimus Prime and Changyung-seo circled up again, leaving traces on the body of the dragon one after another. There was already a panic on Melky's face, and his black eyes were gradually covered with bloodshot eyes, which frantically triggered a magical riot, but unfortunately this was of no use in front of Martin. Snapped. Melky's let out a sharp roar, his face full of ferocious and unwillingness. That calmness had long since vanished. He couldn't believe that the little Cybertron could actually produce 3-level godfathers, let alone believe it. Facing Martin, he couldn't even escape. A figure forcibly rushed through the terrifying explosion, appeared in front of Melky's, directly raised his hand and grabbed the opponent's face. The static area is released. The twisted and hateful head of Melky's suddenly exploded at this moment and was directly squeezed by Martin. On Cybertron, the magic ball has already opened its protective shield covering the world, and it has not been torn apart by the aftermath of the terrifying level God-Father's battle. Martin's blockbuster attack in one breath at the moment also fell on Melky's and the magic explosions. No, why is this happening? Roar, as a noble and elegant dark elf, Melky's became extremely embarrassed at the moment. In an instant, Melky's was wrapped in countless terrifying explosions, his surging magic power. At the moment was also exploded, many scars appeared on the surface of his body. This terrifying aftermath spread out, some planets were blown up directly. If he is not the level God-Father but the level single universe, the effect of this gun on him will be greatly weakened. Because the universe God is the top of the universe, and the local time lock is not fatal to them. Walk all the way, King of the Dark Elves, after you die, I will send all the Dark Elves to your burial. Melky's was dead. Even at this point, he still couldn't believe that such a powerful self, the existence of level God-Father, didn't even have the ability to escape, and he died directly here. The culprit who triggered the battle of the 10 realms in one hand was violently killed by Martin. HMPH, dead a troublesome reptile, this world will be cleaner. Martin slowly retracted his palm and made a shock. The blood stained on his hand was instantly shaken away. Immediately, Martin collected Melky's body directly. The Academy of Sciences is studying the magical power of the World Tree, and the effect is impressive. The God of War Kratos is their most proud work, and now it is time to need more and more powerful original materials. A corpse of the Dark Elf of level God-Father must satisfy those scientists. Next, this is the Magic Dragon. This guy has lived for so long and gnawed on the roots of the tree for so long. He should know a lot about the World Tree. Don't say anything else, it's mixed. The body of negative divine power has huge amounts of value. Martin moved his gaze, and with an anatomical chilling feeling, it landed on Niederhogg. His interest in this dragon is very, very great. Take a step back and take it back and imprison it as an ornament to show off Cybertron's martial arts. You damn things, get out of here. The great Niederhogg has more important things to do. Nidhogg roared again and again, his huge body rammed like a giant mountain, and every time he forcibly attacked, he would knock the clouds and Optimus Prime into the air, throwing large pieces of broken parts into space. Both Optimus Prime and Changyung-seo had scars all over their bodies, and their bodies were seriously damaged. You two step back and I will deal with this beast, Martin said lightly. Changyung-seo glared at Niederhogg fiercely and said with an earn, damn black dragon, next time I will call you father. This guy's negative divine power is very special, with strong corrosiveness, and faintly connected with the rule of the World Tree, be careful. Optimus Prime whispered, and immediately raised the great sword. Bifrost descended and sent him and Changyun back to Cybertron with a roar. Martin stood in front of Niederhogg with a plain face, his eyes rolled indifferently as if he was looking at a rare treasure. To be honest, he is really interested in this magic dragon. It is predicted that this guy will bring Ragnarök to the entire World Tree. One day in the future, this magic dragon will eat away the roots of the World Tree. The World Tree will collapse suddenly, and the 9 realms will collapse one after another. It's really an interesting prediction. Dragon of the devouring world Niederhog, you are qualified to be my mount. Martin tilted his head and looked at it for a moment, then said lightly. Niederhorn immediately spewed out a flame that incinerated the planet. The humble Midgard, you will endure the anger of Lord Niederhorn. Even the god Odin would not dare to speak to me like this before his death. So Odin is dead, but I'm alive. Martin slowly raised his head. Niederhog roared, his power was amazing. All the negative divine power surged, it moved its body, the wave rolled, as if it was going crazy just like this, it roared. And it flees madly into the distance. Stop fighting, this guy named Martin is really weird, and those robots are also very weird. Although Niederhog was arrogant, he was not a fool. Starscream didn't know how to break its negative mark and tore up the contract with it. Then the two guys Optimus Prime and Changyung Xiao actually possess the power of the level Godfather. Although they are still very immature, give it some time, Niederhog is 10,000% sure that these two robots to blast into scum. But this is too weird, a new force, a brand new species that has just been created not many years ago, actually has such great potential. Damn Martin, don't think that you saved the universe and snatched the fate from Thanos. What can you do with the great Niederhog? The great Niederhog will never be a slave. The dragon roared loudly, as if about to violently fight Martin desperately while running faster. Interesting. Martin raised the time-still gun, directly activated the driving system of the Supreme God armor, and quickly caught up with Nidhogg, who was running wildly. Martin casually squeezed the trigger under the shocked gaze of the opponent. Roar. A group of areas was cut off by the time-still gun, and the internal time was directly stopped. But faintly there is a powerful antagonistic force rising from Niederhog. This magic dragon is struggling desperately. That terrifying negative divine power, with strong corrosiveness and pollution, is killing time sharply. The power of a stationary gun. You can't run, I can use this gun to imprison you here to the destruction of the universe. As long as you regularly replenish firearms energy and give you a shot at intervals, you will not be able to break free. When your divine power is exhausted, time is when you die, just like now. Martin took a shot at the dragon. At the moment, the still area that was about to collapse stabilized again and trapped the dragon. Niederhog almost vomited blood. Gradually, on its skin tough enough to resist the supernova explosion, Martin was torn out many scars, and blood soaked with filthy divine power flowed out, corroding everything. Oh. Almost running out of energy. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Martin kept taking shots, sometimes using a static gun to trap the opponent, and at the same time he blasted out his various attacks, throwing them into the static area and hitting the dragon one after another. Martin took the time to stop the gun at random. In an instant, the fire source in his body gushed out endless energy, and the gun was recharged in an instant, and the surface of the gun lit up with a bright light again. Martin tilted his head and looked at the dragon, and then slowly refilled a few shots one after another, and then pained the killer. Every shot was extremely cruel, and he kept creating more hideous scars on Niederhog's body. Pick off your skin, tear down your bones, and cut your flesh and blood. It must be very valuable for research. Enough of it, in the end, it is Cybertron's sacred object. The second top creation second only to the top 10 artifacts, and each artifact directly refers to the rule originally. You are dead without this gun, what can you do against me? You are dead, despicable Midgard. What did you just say? Geely readers, please subscribe more, I'm kowtow to everyone here. The results are now fluctuating and declining in the ups and downs. If the readers think it is okay, please use your fingers to subscribe a few more times, please support. Martin fired another shot, only to find that the force was weak. But cursing and cursing, its voice became smaller and smaller, and finally came to a halt with a dull face and a roaring mind. Nidhogg struggled in slow motion, opening his mouth and roaring, his blood-red eyes full of humiliation and killing intent. Niederhogg's spirits were vigorous, and all his supernatural powers came out, and he scolded Martin. This super-conventional technological weapon simply breaks its three views. It uses the power of pure technology to achieve this level. The time rule and energy rule are deduced to this level. Even some gods rely on the power of the universe. Finally, Niederhogger watched Martin slap another slap on the gun, and after charging the weird time gun, he couldn't stand it. Enough. Stop it, the great Niederhogg doesn't want to fight anymore. Damn Midgard, you managed to attract the attention of Niederhogg with this despicable method. Dog thief, I told you to stop. Niederhogger cursed. He was shocked by Martin's weird operation that he could charge infinitely at his fingertips, and the sense of seeing that the three views were subverted. It completely couldn't figure out why such a small human being had such a thing in his body. A vast and endless energy reserve, this is simply unreasonable. But Martin didn't mean to stop at all. The coldness on his face became more intense, and he shot from time to time, locking Nidhogg here, using his own strength to continuously create wounds on the dragon. In the end, the devil dragon's scolding voice gradually became quieter, replaced by a peaceful voice that was suppressed with all his might. It served. The noble head was lowered by this shameless tactic, and my heart was even more bitter. I didn't expect that the dignified world-swallowing dragon would end in embarrassment in this way after getting out of trouble. Hiss. With another scream, Martin left a horrible scar on its body, almost cut off the huge amounts of the dragon's body before he stopped. From now on, you will be my mount and everything will obey my orders. Once you have other thoughts, I will take your skin off. Martin waved his hand to break up the still area, stepped out, and stood directly on the head of the dragon. With bursts of humiliation gnawing at the heart of the dragon, Nidhogg roared wildly in his heart, hatred, and the red eyes flashed with hatred and bloodthirsty red light. But his mouth said, I know, as long as you stop using that weapon, I will obey your orders. Martin glanced down at the guy, sneered at the corner of his mouth. Dissatisfied, it didn't matter if he didn't agree, he didn't expect this dragon to obey him sincerely. Anyway, he just found a transitional plaything, it was nothing at all. A major crisis ended here. Malchus, Niederhogg, and Queen S.H.I.E.L.D, the three powerful-level godfathers successively took control of Cybertron, but they were all defeated one by Martin. The three of them ended up miserably. One died on the spot and the other was killed by Martin. Imprisoned, one enslaved by Martin. The battle of the 10 realms that should have been chaotic for a long time, not long after the beginning, a few tricky guys bumped into Martin's steel plate and they were wiped out. It's really interesting. Then let's see when the war-torn worlds will end, letter 3005. Martin stood on top of the devil dragon's head, overlooking the entire world tree. In the dark, this huge amounts of tree-like phantom was present in front of him. This is a giant sacred tree that seems to traverse the entire universe. Back to Cybertron, I have something to ask you, Martin said lightly. Niederhogg looked unwilling. He could only suppress all the sinister thoughts in his heart and flew in the direction of Cybertron with a muffled sound. Earth. The war has fallen into white-hot, and the war witch will forcibly block Camertage, fighting with many magicians of the earth in full swing, and that terrifying magic wave spreads all over the world. Puff. Stephen flicked out a portal and cut a war witch into 2 pieces. He raised his hand and used a defensive magic to block several dark magics. The young supreme magician had an extremely ugly face. Looking around, the difficulty of these war witches was beyond imagination, and they deserved to be the #1 force under Malchus. But the rest of the world is also not peaceful. A large number of dark elves rushed to the earth and invaded all parts of the world. At the moment, major organizations also faced the enemy. The war was raging, and the whole earth was plunged into huge amounts of turbulence. The Spear Bureau, Kunlun, Atlantis, S.H.I.E.L.D, Avengers, Mutant, have all invested in this unprecedented scale of war, resisting powerful enemies from Otherworld. Suddenly, many dark elves moved for a while and they began to recede like a tide, even with a kind of embarrassment and rush, as if something major happened behind them. What happened? This guy retired before the armor I just developed. Tony looked surprised. Camertage, Stephen caught a war witch with solemn expression and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, why did you retreat?" "Someone has attacked our world. The despicable fire demons betrayed us. These filthy things are dead. They will be cruelly exterminated by Lord Malchus." This witch had a bitter expression on her face. Obviously, compared to the Earthlings who were originally enemies, those who were supposed to be allies but directly stabbed their dark elves in their backs are more worthy of hatred. Stephen put the witch in jail, lost in thought. Wang Shen said, "These guys are not credible. We should build a stronger magic circle as soon as possible." Stephen nodded slightly, frowning. "Double, what are you thinking about?" Mordo asked. "I'm thinking about what role Cybertron, who replaced Asgard, is playing in this war that swept the world tree, and what Martin will do in the face of this chaos." Stephen looked at the sky and took a deep breath, but in the end he didn't say anything, and immediately began to command the magician to condense the corpses of his companions, constantly repairing the broken magic circle. Walter Ulheim. The world of dark elves, at the moment the main force has already been exhausted, and the rest are old, weak, sick, and disabled. But when Queen S.H.I.E.L.D suddenly came in with a terrifying army of fire demons, all the dark elves were shocked. "S.H.I.E.L.D, are you crazy? You are betraying our covenant," a dark elf scolded. In the next second he was beaten to death by Queen S.H.I.E.L.D with a whip. "Covenant? Isn't the covenant to be torn apart? Who knows what Malchus is?" Queen S.H.I.E.L.D had a hideous look, and the anger of being enslaved by Martin continued to rise. At the moment all good lays vent to these dark elves. In an instant, the entire Wattlheim turned into a sea of flames, and countless dark elves were swept by the terrifying Fire Demon Legion, screaming on the spot and turned into a ball of flames. This was a cruel massacre, and from the very beginning it was a massacre of extermination, leaving no alive or captives. These fire demons were bathed in blood and wailing. Why didn't Malchus come back? And an old dark elf looked at the world turned into a sea of flames, closed his eyes in pain, and finally activated a certain machine, sending out a signal containing a lot of information. This was something that Malchus had secretly arranged. After noticing that Malchus hadn't returned, the old elf had already guessed in his heart and activated the device without hesitation. The signal sent out was quickly passed to a certain place. But for level Godfather, it's too deadly. Gikyu subscribe, I beg you readers to support this book. I will rule the entire world tree and unearth the mystery of the world tree. No one can hinder me, what's more you are a human being. It's all because of that weird firearm which can lock the time in a certain area. Heaven. The Earth, an ancient country in the East. The special forces of the Spear Bureau also fell into a bitter battle. Even if there are a large number of Superman types, they are facing wars that are erupting all over the country. In particular, the opponent is still a very powerful Dark Elf in terms of strength and technology, and a powerful Spear Bureau. Also fell into a passive situation for a while. Until a superhero named Monkey King, carrying a castrated version of the wishful golden cudgel, fiercely against the Dark Elves' magic and technological cannons, fighting the risk of serious injuries, rushed out in one fell swoop, piercing the Dark Elves' defense lines, abruptly defeated a fleet of Dark Elves and won a vital partial victory. Yugai is getting more and more vigorous as the Monkey King, not to mention the strength but also reckless. Saber slowly put away the two sharp blades in his hand and praised it. More superheroes came over, surrounded by Monkey King, the war hero. Monkey King just smiled, he looked normal. But only he knew in his heart that he could become so strong in a short period of time and that Sun Wukong had helped him too much. Just so it's enough to beat a dark elf with so much strength. If I do it myself, just these trash elves can kill them with one hand. Sitting with huge amounts of hands on his shoulders, the monkey groaned as he watched Monkey King come in. I'm not you. Monkey King scratched his head hurt. The character of this monkey is too irritable. By the way, when will you be willing to leave the earth? I have been living in my house and sooner or later I will be discovered by the organization. Monkey King said with a headache. The monkey looked at Monkey King with a surprised look, with surprise and weirdness in his eyes. What's wrong? Sun Wukong was a little uneasy. Do you think that the Spear Bureau will not find my existence until now? The monkey snorted coldly. Your shit director, yes, that guy named Zhang Xian is also an old treacherous and cunning man, relying on the methods of the Spear Bureau. He had noticed me a long time ago, but he hasn't said it, deliberately ignoring me. Sun Wukong's face changed. You have been with me from the beginning, how can outsiders find out? His voice suddenly stopped, the monkey sneered. Think of it, the rapid growth of strength, the ever-growing heavenly power, and usually spend less time on training ground and spend more time at home. As long as that Zhang Xian's brain, if you are a little more flexible, you will know that you have a problem. But the smartest thing about him is to pretend that he doesn't know, which gives both parties more leeway. Monkey King fell into silence. After a while he said bitterly, You are right, I have been lying to myself. The monkey snorted coldly with an arrogant look on his face. Although he is just a duplication of Velis hair now, he is also the god of war in the heaven after all, and his character will not change. Bang bang bang, there was a knock on the door. The monkey directly turned his head first and struck him with a gaze. With a soft sound the door opened spontaneously. With a gentle smile like a good old man, Zhang Xian smiled and poked his head in. Is it convenient for me to come in for a cup of tea? Inconvenient, get out. The monkey sneered, yeah. Zhang Xian came in cheeky as if he had been promised, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. As the head of the Sacred Spear Bureau, you don't have to have other skills, and you must have a thick skin, thicker than the Earth's crust. Director Zhang, Sun Wukong's face was unnatural and he was at a loss. It's okay, sit, let me guess, this one is the Monkey King in the fairy tale. Monkey King can be trained as a pivotal superhero by your excellency. I have never had time to thank him. Zhang Xian smiled, just as when he returned to his home, he picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. Monkey King snorted coldly, too lazy to pay attention to this guy. It is true that this type of old yin ratio is not what he is good at dealing with, especially when looking at this smiling guy. He clearly gave him a kind of CFBD facing the Antarctic fairy. Both the sense of sight, they are all of the same type, and they are all cow Dan things that stabbed a knife in the back. So I'm on the subject. I heard that the major Protoss are not doing well and they were sniped by Martin. Zhang Xian tasted the tea, the smile on his face slowly faded and said lightly. The monkey looked down at this guy and said, "Your news is really backward. To be precise, apart from heaven, the other Protoss were killed by the lunatic with unknown purpose." Why did he do this? You ask me, who do I ask? We also want to know what he is going crazy, insisting on pursuing the extinction of the Protoss. The monkey grunted angrily. Dog thief Martin ruined my home. If it weren't for this dog thief, heaven would never have to hide. Zhang Xian's eyes were narrowed and the light of wisdom flashed. In an instant, one after another guesses flashed through his mind thoughtfully. So does he want to conduct an unknown experiment? Zhang Xian frowned and thought some of the causal links he hadn't figured out yet and vital information links were cut off. But it doesn't matter, just think about it later. I want to know why the Dark Elves come to invade the Earth and what role your heavens play in this melee. Zhang Xian raised his head and looked at the big monkey, and there was a kind of indifference in those eyes. There were breaking doors in all directions, and a large number of superheroes belonging to the Spear Bureau slew in and surrounded the monkeys. Monkey King looked at the director for a while, then looked at the monkey again. His brain hurt even worse. The monkey's eyes widened suddenly, looked up in a certain direction and got up suddenly, hitting the ceiling with one head, making a roar of huge amounts of. Guild beg you readers to subscribe more. He definitely has the confidence that even if he is killed, he will immediately carry out the cloning plan and the backup consciousness transfer plan, and he will be resurrected directly. After a while. The world tree should have 10 worlds, but a major event broke out that year. The god King Odin, who was still at its peak, launched a war of gods under the anger, defeating the 10th world and exiled the world tree. Now, they are back. And around the house, thousands of Supermans had already surrounded this place. If there was an accident, they would kill the monkey on the spot. The atmosphere was a bit stiff for a while. The 10th realm is back, the monkey said in a deep voice. I don't know, the war broke out suddenly anyway. It has nothing to do with our heavenly court. I just came to the earth to inquire about the situation. It has nothing to do with me. The monkey was also annoyed and said angrily. Ghosts like gods must give in front of people. This is Zhang Xian's consciousness. What? Zhang Xian frowned. Stop. Heaven is back. Boom, Zhang Xian waved his hand with a calm face from beginning to end. At the moment, he looked at the monkey and said lightly, what did you find? Heaven, the 10th realm of the world tree, was expelled by Odin, the god king at his peak, and finally returned at this moment. At the moment when the world was revealed, the sacred light shone everywhere. Ethereal chants resounded through the world, and countless bodies were surging with radiant angel flying around heaven. It seems that the world in the Bible has turned into reality. When heaven appeared, many people were stunned, and some people directly raised roar God, bowed down again and again, and offered pious faith. This is heaven. That's it, that guy Malkys has already colluded heaven. Queen Sind lifted up the last dark elf from Wattelheim and said with a sneer, what else did Malkith order? What did you do? He will kill all the fire demons. You despicable ghosts. The old elf cursed. With a squeak, Queen Sind pinched the guy's neck, then threw it aside, sneered and looked down at the surroundings. The entire Walterolheim has been killed by her army. The corpses of countless dark elves are everywhere, and the whole world has turned into hell. At the moment, the army of dark elves that attacked other worlds has been late, watching this scene eagerly. Another great war broke out. The return of heaven gave these dark elves the last support, Cybertron. It turns out that Malkys has contacted heaven, an idiot. The creatures of heaven are the most shameless and cruel. This guy is crazy. Nidhogg lay down in front of Martin with a heat wave from his nostrils, disdainful. Take a look. Martin looked into the distance, watching in a holy and noble posture. The whole world had broken into the paradise of the World Tree domain with a look of indifference. Heaven. The world of paradise in the Marvel event, the Battle of the 10 Realms, did come back and appeared on the stage. It was a world that stood in the Malkys camp. However, Malkys is now dead, and Niederhogg and Queen Sind are enslaved by him. It is a paradise, and there is no wave of trouble. A burst of beautiful singing came, with a kind of enchantment and spiritual hints that went straight to the soul, resounding in many areas of the world tree. Martin was expressionless, just a movement in his heart. In an instant, all of Cybertron's power burst out, and the magic ball moved, forcibly cutting off these damn singing. Bewitching my people, looking for death. I am very interested in these birdmen, but I don't know if they can sing these wonderful hymns when I put them on the experimental platform. A bit of cold light flashed in Martin's eyes, and the murderous intent was permeated. These ghosts that are neither human nor bird should be killed. So do you want to slaughter this world? Nidhogg urged maliciously. Go to war, you are the vanguard, the grand Joker drama of the Battle of the 10 Realms, it's time to come to an end. Martin stomped hard, and Niederhogg had to suppress the humiliation in his heart. roared up to the sky, flapped his wings, and flew up. In an instant, countless shapeshifting diamonds were assembled. War goal: Heaven. Collect war data in real time and capture the indigenous creatures of Heaven Angel. Orders were passed on and soon, a large number of troops gathered. Optimus Prime lifted the great sword high, and Bifrost descended suddenly, sending a large number of troops to Heaven in a bang. In the paradise that has just entered the world tree, countless angels are still praising this sacred world loudly. They are excited, and looking forward to this return. The Queen of Heaven sits on the throne, smiling and looking down at this scene. She almost saw the scene where Heaven ruled the world tree, just like what Odin did many years ago. World tree, what a wonderful world. Such a world should belong to my Heaven. But the next moment, before they could confuse more lives with their singing, countless armies suddenly descended here. The colorful glow dissipated, and a tall steel figure stood, and the leader stepped on the terrifying dragon, slowly raising his head, staring indifferently ahead. The singing stopped abruptly. "Are you the guy who replaced Odin?" The Queen of Heaven looked ugly. Many angels were also confused for a moment. Martin raised his hand and said lightly, "Kill them all, these birdmen are rare experimental materials." In an instant, the ready-made shapeshifting King Kong suddenly showed a terrifying side, and began to make a horrible blow. And at the same time, the full firepower output was launched. In an instant, countless warriors had already killed a large number of angels. A brand new world-class war broke out, and this time, Martin took the initiative to invade other worlds with his army. "Find flowers." The Queen of Heaven roared, immediately picked up the scepter and directly killed Martin, and the pressure of the level Godfather burst out. Martin hit it with a punch, and there was a loud noise, and the Queen of Paradise was directly smashed back by Martin with a punch. After that, Martin quickly backed away and slapped Nidhogg with a slap. Nidhogg was extremely dissatisfied, but he had no choice but to scream and rush towards the Queen of Heaven. Geely, readers, please subscribe more. Factory. Birdman is Birdman. What do you have to call Angel? Your creatures are actually biological weapons manufactured in batches using bird genes and human genes. You, the dragon, should be on my side, subverting the existing order. Why did you be ******* take refuge in Martin? Under the silent gaze of the many existences of the world tree, the powerfully returning Heaven has completely fallen at this moment, surrounded by endless souls. Martin looked at the screaming big angel and smashed it into flesh with a punch, only then slightly shook his head. You wicked person under the world tree needs to be judged by the holy light. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Nidhogg bit it up, and after smashing the head of the Queen of Heaven with a creak, the result of this war is doomed. Go to hell. The Queen of Paradise has a splitting eye, yelling at Martin, but still can't save the defeat. The Queen of Heaven was frightened, and the holy light shot out, and she fought with this dragon. The whole heaven is caught in huge amounts of war. They have just returned and have not yet enjoyed the supreme glory of the 9 realms of King's Landing. At this moment, they have been hit by a head-on, countless angels are wailing, and the whole heaven is crying. Martin looked at the entire battlefield indifferently and shot some powerful angels from time to time. Every time he shot, he could blast a large fragment of limbs and severed arms. Martin turned his head calmly, and the next second his figure appeared behind the big angel, raised his hand and grabbed it, and with a light force he tore off the wings in front of him alive. A big angel rushed over angrily, yelling loudly. There was a screaming scream. The demon dragon that exploded with all its strength showed terrifying combat power. The roots of the tree that had been gnawed for so many years were not gnawed in vain. Even if the serious injuries on the body had not been healed, it suppressed the Queen of Heaven from the beginning. The bustling sacred heaven is screaming screams. Countless noble angels were brutally defeated by many shape-shifting King Kong, and they attacked several times. They directly drew out a broad sword and an épée, and divided countless angels into corpses on the spot. Unlucky Heaven, it can only be said that he bumped his head on the steel plate and was stared at by Martin. The entire paradise world is falling, from high to the top, crashing continuously, falling toward the bottom of the world tree, turning into a terrifying meteor and collapsed in a sudden. Everything seemed particularly gorgeous. This scene was seen by countless beings in the entire 9 realms. One world was destroyed. Martin stepped on Nidhogg and looked down at this scene indifferently, raising his hand to return the countless shapeshifting King Kong and angel corpses to Cybertron. You ruined another world. What's your next goal, Warnerheim or Nivida? The devil dragon suddenly let out a low laugh with a hint of depressed pleasure in the voice. Boom. Martin kicked the dragon's head fiercely and said indifferently, Heaven has crashed. Surely you got a lot of benefits, right? Benefit? What benefit? No, it doesn't exist. There is no such thing. Ma Long denied immediately. Martin had no expression on his face, just glanced at the cunning and cruel dragon and drove the opponent back to Cybertron. It is also time to find a way to study this magic dragon, at least to figure out the supernatural power rule of the world tree. Well, it would be interesting if you could collect these 3-generation gods and bring out a guy closest to the 2nd-generation gods. Martin looked calm. If it weren't for those 2nd-generation gods, he wouldn't have spent such a great effort. The battle with Sithorn made him feel the horror of the 2nd-generation gods, and more importantly, between him and Sithorn. The war in Daxia is not over at all. Sooner or later, a desperate fight will be made in the future. The more you understand the 2nd-generation gods, the more sure you will eventually completely obliterate Sithorn. Although the multi-level universe is difficult to kill, you can still find a way to completely kill it with a little thought. Martin left with his army, but what was left to the 9 realms was endless fear and tremor. At this time, the news of Malkis's death in the battle quickly spread, and as many beings knew, this was another terrifying earthquake. That Midgard man, even without infinite gems, is still so terrifying. Level Godfather is not his opponent at all. Unless the cosmic gods act on Martin. Impossible, Martin has a high probability of getting the destiny of this era. Those cosmic gods will not fight against the will of the entire universe. With jealous gazes, they looked at Martin's terrifying figure in fear. And even if they were separated for a long time, they could feel the terrifying pressure on Martin. This is the honorable position established by the corpses of many gods. The entire 9 realms war, at the moment, suddenly frustrated. In front of the more terrifying Martin, their various actions seem to have lost their meaning in an instant. Even the lead Malkis was killed by Martin, even the prophesied Ragnarok Niederhog was enslaved by Martin. The Battle of the 10 Realms was completely ruined by Martin, the macho man from the sky. In the same way, the battle situation was more tragic to some extent. The heaven crashed and fell straight to the bottom of the world tree. There was no possibility of rising again. Angel in it was also slaughtered. The dark elves were also on the verge of being annihilated. The fire demons took advantage of the emptiness and slaughtered them. The leader Malkis also died. The fire demons were completely enslaved by that Martin. The entire 9 realms are under Martin's shadow. At this moment, Martin's prestige has surpassed the god Odin, becoming the uncrowned king under the entire world tree. The final question is, what's the secret of the supernatural power rule of the world tree? With a bang, Martin threw Nidhogg to the ground, sneered again and again, murderous intent surged, and even raised his hand to tear out a wound on Nidhogg's body and took out a lot of blood. *** hole, do you want to die? The great Nidhogg should not be subjected to such humiliation. Niederhog rage roared, struggling frantically, but only roaring and struggling. At the moment, the Global Academy of Sciences has already started to collect the corpses of the major protos, frantically unfolding genetic engineering, trying to decipher the life codes of these protos, especially to find the secret that they can possess the power of the world tree. There is no doubt that the indigenous life forms born in the world tree are protected by the original rule of the world tree. What the scientists of the Academy of Sciences have to do is to find out this principle and make use of it. Roar, the space bridge started, and a slender figure exuding a strong smell of blood came out from it. Queen Sind is here. I have kept my promise and killed all the dark elves in Waddleheim. Queen Sind exuded a murderous aura that no one would enter. She went straight to Martin and said with an ugly face, "Very well, as a reward for you, I allow you to continue to be the king of the Fire Demon clan and rule Muspelheim." Martin said lightly, with a look of admiration on his face. But this made Queen Sind even more angry, and she snarled, "I was originally the king of the Fire Demon clan, and I originally ruled Muspelheim. You don't need a nasty fellow to canonize me. What do you think you are? Is the king of the 9 worlds? You are not even a Protos, you don't even have the power of the world tree in your body. Then I will kill you and let Cert rule Muspelheim. Presumably your father would be happy to see this scene," Martin said seriously. Queen Sind's face was even more ugly, with a deep suffocation. "Come with me and show you a good thing. This is also the experiment that satisfies me the most so far." Martin suddenly got up, stretched his waist greatly, and stepped directly on Niederhog, who was dozing on the side. After a kick, he said calmly, "Go to the Karen arena. The great Nidhogg will never be a slave." The devil dragon roared inspiringly and then flew up violently. Queen Sind's eyes jumped, and she bit her scalp to keep up. Soon, huge amounts of Karen Arena appeared in front of us, and the voices were full of people, even if the dark clouds of the war have not completely dissipated. But some militant guys have already gathered here, taking advantage of the spare time of the war, enjoy fighting fiercely. Martin was in the air looking down, raised his hand and said, "That man named Kratos from Olympus is the most satisfying work for me at the moment. In him you will see to a miracle." In the center of the magnificent arena, the clamps are showing great power, and the body has just been repaired with transformation gold and vibranium, bursting out with more powerful force. He forcefully threw the opposite shapeshifting King Kong into flight and immediately raised his arms, bathing in the crazy joy of countless people, Roar, with a look of intoxication and enjoyment on his face. There is no doubt that he is the biggest star on this planet. The king of traffic, as long as he appears, he must be the center, touted and worshipped by countless residents. Roar! The Tongs roared and defeated the powerful enemy in front of them once again. At this time, a short figure stepped into the arena. His body was tattooed with blood, his skin was gray, and his face was ferocious and fanatical. War god Kratos, this troublesome fellow again. The clamp had a headache, and he quickly scanned the guy in front of him. What made him frightened was that he found that the breath of this guy was even more terrifying, and the energy fluctuations in that body were also beyond the previous. Is it stronger again? How long is this? This speed of improvement is too exaggerated. Clamp, I'll defeat you and become the strongest gladiator. Kratos roared and powerful divine power fluctuations gushed out of his body, and this divine power was extremely mixed. The divine powers of different systems collided and rubbed each other, and there was a strong roar at all times. When Kratos is rendered, he is always braving the colorful sacred light. The two figures started to run and crashed into each other amidst the roar of countless people. What's the matter with this guy? Asgard supernatural power, Olympus supernatural power, Mayan supernatural power. He carries so much supernatural power, but he is not dead. Queen Sin's eyes widened. She looked at Kratos in shock, feeling the strange divine power fluctuations on the opponent, and her face was astonished. This guy is the work I am most proud of at the moment. Many Protos divine powers are blessed to him. Every moment his strength is growing. Martin said lightly, and at the same time glanced casually at Queen Sin. If you don't surrender in time, I will kill you and transplant all your powers to Kratos. Queen Sin's face was solemn, and she was silent for a while. Kratos, this guy, if one day can't bear the surge of supernatural power, it will explode with a bang. The way you treat your subordinates is really crazy. This is his own choice, and he is more aware of the risks of doing this, but he still does it. In order to gain strong strength, he always races his life against time. Martin's expression is extremely flat. He really doesn't care. Even if Kratos finally fails to support the explosion, Martin can only express regret at most, but he won't say anything because this is Kratos. His own choice. In the arena, the battle became more and more fierce. At the moment, with the grip of the third-level peak, the at the moment was gradually suppressed, and the feeling of being pressured by Kratos' powerful divine force was heavy. Roar! Kratos let out a beast-like roar, smashed with an axe and smashed a large piece of broken parts from the powerful body of the clamp. His power surged again. Amidst the roar of explosions, Kratos hit it hard. With a loud bang, the clamp was hit by one head and was deeply embedded in the wall made of adamantium alloy and vibranium, losing its combat effectiveness. The whole arena suddenly fell silent. In the next moment, countless screams sounded, resounding through the sky, suddenly dispelling the murderous atmosphere of the entire planet a little bit. Kratos was sweating profusely, carrying an axe, looking around with a serious face, slamming his chest and roaring loudly. I, the god of war Kratos, the new king of gladiators. The new king of gladiators is born. Kratos replaced the Tongs and became the king of the new Charon arena in full view. His spirit is extremely exciting. It is Martin who can possess such a rapid increase in power in a short period of time. He was even more fortunate that at the moment when Mount Olympus collapsed and the gods were slaughtered, he knelt decisively and chose to take refuge in Martin, and finally he has today. Kratos screamed frantically, grateful for his choice, grateful to the countless residents of Roar who loved him, grateful to the man he was loyal to, the Supreme King Martin. From Kratos, the chaotic supernatural power that soared into the sky was simply the craziest of the disorder of the clan, setting off many terrifying storms and raging waves. I see this is your purpose. Do you plan to unify the divine power of the world tree? Queen Sin snorted coldly. Not only that, but I will integrate all the divine powers together and uproot the rule of the entire world tree, Martin said lightly. Niederhog at his feet screamed at this moment. So, what you did is similar to me, which is equivalent to bringing Ragnarok to the world tree. Shut up, just be your mount. Martin kicked down hard, said indifferently, and immediately steered the restless dragon away. Queen Sin stayed in place, looking down at Kratos. Her face was uncertain. In the next second, Optimus Prime, who was standing in the distance, got the news and directly activated Bifrost and forcibly sent Queen Sin away. Rocket Raccoon Comforted, a place of nothingness where the Elder of the Universe Collector is located. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What is this all about? Help the Kree kill the Skrull. Look at this task again. Help the Skrull kill the Kree. Is the person posting the task crazy? Let the mercenary follow the regular army goes to war. Confinement said indifferently. I think we can try anyway. These two empires are not good things. Killing anyone is not killing. Maybe you can make two more money. Confinement looked at Quill and sneered. I think it's not because of Gamora. The two of them don't have much contact. I'm afraid it's because. Everything fell silent. The whole world tree, sporadic wars continued. But in the big picture, all existences began to fall silent, waiting tremblingly for the actions of the new king, Martin. Everyone in the Guardians of Galaxy at the moment are looking for a mission to make money on this planet constructed with the huge head of the Celestial Group. This terrifying storm that broke out in the World Tree at the moment also gradually spreading to the entire universe. This war involving many worlds is also well known to some powerful beings in the universe. One more order. Rocket Raccoon turned to look at Quill. What do you think? Because the mind gem is broken, the power to modify Quill's mind and will has dissipated. The Rocket Raccoon kept scratching the screen in a bad mood, cursing, and finally took the instrument off and slammed it to the ground. What's wrong with you lately? Are you still missing the crazy woman Gamora? Don't think about it, buddy. She is the executioner's daughter than Thanos and also an executioner. Vaguely, there were bursts of curses. Quill was silent for a while and said in a low voice, As you go, I'm not in the mood to think about this. Damn it, isn't there a task that is easy and simple and can make a lot of money? This makes it difficult for them as mercenaries. Quill glanced at the confinement, did not speak. His mood was very bad. Everything is like a dream. Since Mind Gem was broken, as time passed, his reason and self were returning, and the unreasonable fanatical worship of Martin gradually disappeared at this time. When his self-will was completely restored, everything was like a dream. Now that you are aware of it, what are you going to do? Quill stared at the confinement, his expression complicated. He formed the Guardians of Galaxy with this big guy with bad temperament, and it can be regarded as after a period of extremely heartless days. Although embarrassed, it is indeed enjoyable. But now, confined with his hands on his shoulders, he looked arrogant. What can I do? What can I do? After I noticed your recovery, I cut you with a knife. Quill, it's not that I look down on you, but you think that you are too important. If I or that one wants to kill you, you will never live now. The other members of the Guardians of Galaxy were dumbfounded when they listened to this dull conversation. I'm Groot. Yes, this is also my problem. I don't understand what kind of neurotic things you guys are saying at all. Rocket Raccoon scolded. Drax wiped his dagger, pretending to be deep. Maybe this is love. They said I don't understand before, but I think I understand. Idiot, what are you talking about? A person, a robot, ha 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 ha. Rocket Raccoon smiled. Drax furiously said, Damn little rabbit, do you want to compete with me? Come on, am I still afraid of you? Drax roared, and the terrifying coercion of Level Subgod Father erupted, causing the entire spacecraft to tremble suddenly, followed by another tumultuous leap. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Quill sat on the seat with a sullen face, clutching his hair in pain. I think I'm like a fool. Confinement comforted. Don't think you are a fool, Quill. This kind of thing can be seen by an individual. Letter 3005. Quill's face turned black. His mouth was cursing. And at the same time, he drew out a powerful weapon and elemental gun that could destroy a city, trying to fight confinement desperately. At this moment, there was a voice from the spacecraft. Gentlemen, I caught a very interesting news that a new king was born on the World Tree. Confinement arrogantly said, I've known this for a long time. The information from Cybertron will be directly transmitted to my mind. Dawn, your information collection system is really backward. Damn, you are not allowed to say that to her, Quill scolded. Dawn was originally a self-aware fixed star, but after a major crisis, the fixed star collapsed, and the consciousness was directly uploaded to the spaceship, and finally got acquainted with Quill, and Dawn had another identity, Quill's lovers. Quill can use the consciousness upload device to have a tryst with the Dawn. This is very powerful. My father is planet and my lover is fixed star, which is worthy of being a star. A group of people constantly shuttled in the universe. With the power of Dawn, even if they faced a black hole, they could escape in the first place. According to the plan, they originally planned to go to the galaxy to take a hard look at the Kree and Skrulls who have fought for years. With the powerful ability of Dawn, they can make two money as long as they are disguised. But soon, a huge amount of energy field suddenly appeared, and it instantly locked them. What happened? Everyone felt the tremor of the spacecraft, and their faces were surprised. For such a long time of adventure or all kinds of death, it depends on the power of dawn to help them escape. But this situation is unexpectedly happening now, which is very abnormal. There is a strong enemy ahead. Guang's soft voice was also a little more solemn. Confinement slowly got up and said coldly, I have detected energy fluctuations beyond level sub-godfather. Everyone, we are in big troubles. It is suspected that the existence of a level sub-godfather suddenly attacked the Guardians of Galaxy, and everyone was shocked and a little bit at a loss. Quill, my child, you should be mine by nature. A creepy sound penetrated Dawn's defense system directly and passed straight into the interior. Confinement suddenly raised his head and his face paused. Ego. This guy is really not dead. Last time Optimus Prime chopped up one of your duplications, you dare to come out this time. It is actually the ancient god of the universe, Ego, horrible planet life. Everyone in the Guardians of Galaxy looked ugly and looked at each other. In the end, Quill looked at Drax. Drax, you are a famous destroyer. Isn't it difficult to defeat this old guy? Rocket Raccoon asked in a low voice. Drax's face was gloomy and he whispered, I'm just level sub-godfather. Even if Igo suffers some injuries, I still surpass level sub-godfather. Sorry, I am not an opponent. Drax looked helpless. Since he was created by Thanos' grandfather, Cronus, the god of time, his strength has not increased significantly, and he has never been able to break the upper limit of level sub-godfather and enter that transcendent level. Dawn, find a way to escape, don't pester this lunatic. Quill yelled, it's useless Quill, you can't escape, you are my heir and you have my blood on you. Quill tangled for a moment, suddenly opened his eyes and said solemnly, Dawn, we escape, I don't believe anyone now. The essence of my adventure to Cybertron was to save you. Only you can become a new me and a new god, but you doubt me so. Would you rather believe Martin than your biological father? Boom, only in confinement I kept sneer at the moment even chuckled out. Don't worry, that B*** D ego won't live long, but he has always been on Cybertron's hunting list. There will be someone come and claim him. The spacecraft's energy drive device is damaged. I'm sorry Quill, we may be dying here. Dust came out of Guang's frustrated voice. Please subscribe, please readers, for more support and help the results of this book. Confinement. Quill turned to look at Confinement. A figure carrying a great sword stepped out of Bifrost. The huge amounts of energy waves hit and beat the spaceship fiercely. Obviously, Yigo had no patience anymore. A rainbow that suddenly came from a distant place suddenly appeared after a roar. Igo kept bewitching. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Confinement sneered and said, Want to listen to my advice? Very good, it proves that your brain is not broken. Igo is not credible at all. He is to take your soul and blood to enrich himself. He wants to become a universe god. As far as I know, as long as he can swallow you, his distance from level single universe good Zhao's will be greatly shortened. Roar! Huge amounts of the planet lay ahead and a series of terrifying divine lights emerged. On the surface of the planet, a face was greedily gazing at the tiny spaceship. In the end, what should I do? Everyone's face suddenly sank. Quill's face was tangled, a little confused. The tall and straight body stood in the starry sky of the universe, and when the giant sword was taken off, the power directly connected to Bifrost dissipated slowly at the moment. Ego, I only killed you one duplication last time. This time I will kill your body. Optimus Prime waved his huge sword in one hand and spoke indifferently. He moved his gaze and landed on the dawning spacecraft. In an instant, he saw the confinement that was looking at him and nodded slightly, shut up and twitched at the corner of his mouth as a response. Dawn, taking advantage of this opportunity, we run away. Confinement said immediately. Rocket Raccoon ran directly on the confined shoulder, grabbing the confined head and exclaiming excitedly, How do you know Optimus Prime will come? Because I called Optimus Prime, he controls Bifrost and can travel to any corner of the universe at any time. Confinement looked arrogant, knocked on his arm, and Ultron's phantom immediately disappeared. Ultron, an auxiliary intelligence system, definitely has one in him, but his character is extremely suspicious. He doesn't trust this ghost, so he never used it until he encountered Igo. The confinement passed Ultron and roared directly called Optimus Prime. Dawn, has the energy drive system been repaired? This is a good opportunity. We must not let it go. We will leave here immediately. Quill took a deep breath and finally took a deep look at Optimus Prime. Last time it was this guy who killed Igo. Unfortunately, Quill, the drive system is seriously damaged and it will take more time to repair, Guang said. At this time, the moment Igo saw Optimus Prime, after a moment of silence, he finally went mad with terrible anger. Waves of horror swept across the surface of the planet. Damn. It's you despicable robot again. Last time, it was you who destroyed the planet duplication that I worked so hard to make. Igor rage yelled and quickly shot out a terrifying wave of energy. To bring the Shuguang spaceship over, he made up his mind as long as he grabs Quill he can give up everything, he only wants Quill. You are my unfinished Class B incident, let alone duplication, your body will be killed by me. Optimus Prime lifted the great sword and shot a Bifrost. When Ego's power was about to touch the Dawn spacecraft, there was a loud noise, and the Dawn spacecraft had been teleported back to Cybertron by Optimus Prime. Igo CFBD rage. Countless cyclones exploded and rose, turning into terrifying vortexes, mixed with the endless power of the gods at the moment all blasted towards Optimus Prime. Twice, damn it, you broke my good deeds twice. Why do you insist on being an enemy of this ancient god of mine? Don't think Martin is invincible, he just got the destiny temporarily, waiting for millions years later, he will finally abandon this universe, and a new destiny will rise and kill him. Igo snarled frantically, really mad. Why do these bastards always oppose him? He just wanted to take his bloodline Quill back and then swallow it. Is this too much? Is it too much? Did you touch the interests of other gods? But why these Cybertronian bastards are always against him, Optimus Prime said indifferently. I can only blame you for being unlucky, and it happened to be in our hands. Moreover, Cybertron has issued a wanted order against you. You are on the list but a B-level existence. Kill you, very valuable, I don't want you to live either. Your life is a threat to Cybertron. Level B is a level God-Father event. Generally, there is a strong enemy of level God-Father, or an interstellar war has broken out across many fixed star systems. These are all classified as level B. Further up, it is the A-level event. There are powerful universe gods of level single universe, or the scale of the war involves a very far-reaching and important future, which can affect the situation of a universe. For example, the Battle of the Ten Realms is classified as Class A incident. As for the top S-level events, so far, only Martin, the Lord of Cybertron, took 6 infinite gems against Sithorn, which can be called an S-level, multi-level universe terror battle. Ego fell into a state of madness, shot one after another, and the entire planet body slammed directly into Martin. Every time he moved, it caused terrifying ripples in time and space. As it spread slowly, it continued to stack like ocean waves, and he rushed towards the engine. Tianju. Optimus Prime's complexion sank, suddenly raised the huge sword, and then severely cut it down. This World Tree's #1 artifact immediately burst out with extremely powerful power. With a loud noise, there was a huge divine power surge. A burst of terrifying power that smashed the fixed star burst out, and in a sudden, the endless divine power that Ego had hit was smashed into pieces. At the same time, Bifrost came crashing down, and Optimus Prime had already come behind Ego and immediately slashed it with a sword. Hiss! A scar appeared on the surface of the planet. Optimus Prime's eyes condensed, somewhat surprised. Your strength, I understand, the one I killed at the beginning is not just your duplication. Each of you is both the body and the duplication. The Ego in front of him was not much stronger than he imagined. Or is he stronger? Ego let out a painful roar, resounding through countless galaxies. At the moment, his hatred and fear of Optimus Prime seemed to have risen to the extreme. This guy holding a top-level artifact was able to shook his deity head-on, which greatly stimulated him. What made Ego more uneasy was that he clearly noticed that there was a faint connection on Optimus Prime's artifact, leading directly to the direction of the World Tree. Die Ego, you are a threat to my planet, so we must clear you out as soon as possible. Optimus Prime shook his head and shot again. The giant sword slashed out again and again. In a bang, he tore apart Yigo's divine power barrier. He stood directly in the cosmic starry sky and hit Yigo's surface with sharp divine power. A terrible earthquake. Igo let out a painful roar. At the moment he fought Optimus Prime and at the same time retired in his heart. B*******D, this B******D robot, why can he be side by side with the noble me? Martin is also a B******D. He is an alien in this universe, a heinous virus. Those cosmic gods should be defeated in Sithorn directly together to kill Martin. You shouldn't let such a dangerous guy alive. They will regret it. Igor was bitter in his heart. Even if he roared and shot, level Godfather's combat power burst out. At the moment, in front of Optimus Prime, who had faintly received the blessing of the World Tree rule, he was still not an opponent, and the scars on his body expanded again. The core of his life stored in the core of the earth was about to be exposed, and the shadow of death enveloped him. The gods of this universe, those who seem to be so noble and noble, in fact, are more stupid than a god. They will definitely regret it. As a cosmic god but letting a terrifying monster like Martin grow up, not only Martin is terrifying but his subordinates are also extremely weird. There must be some secret. Igo let out his final roar. The huge face covering the surface of the planet at the moment has become distorted, enduring huge amounts of pain and mental torture, and he uttered a hatred towards the higher beings in the universe. Roar, you will regret it. What are you yelling? Optimus Prime looked flat and wielded a huge sword. This time he simply rushed into Yigo's body, maintaining a charging posture even if Yigo tried his best. The power of the gods rushing from all directions was devastated, but it still kept advancing. Hiss! Yigo's huge body began to crack and terrifying cracks multiplied, eventually spreading across the world. When Yigo's core was completely blasted through by Optimus Prime, the screams spread throughout the universe. Boom! With a loud noise, the power of countless gods completely spread, destroying a large number of nearby stars, turning them into countless exploding firelights. The body of Optimus Prime was seriously damaged, but at the moment, he was already holding the giant sword and looking down at it indifferently until everything fell silent, and after confirming that Igo was completely dead, he was relieved. Ego, the ancient god, when he died so humble. Optimus Prime's voice was low, looking at the large scattered rocks and fell silent. Even if it is a god who has lived for thousands of years, life is so fragile. This universe is really crazy and cruel. He probably understood why Martin became so crazy and strong. Not a god, but ants after all. Optimus Prime stood there staring for a while, shook his head, turned, and left. After a long time, there are many illusory figures emerging, and each figure exudes a powerful aura and the power of rule, as if this universe originally came. These figures looked at the wreckage all over the space and remained silent for a long time. Can even the robot he made can kill level Godfather? Although it's just a case, it's already a terrible signal. The speed at which he becomes stronger is too amazing, and we just don't know how he can change. Strong, an illusory figure whispered. It is said that, symbolizing the infinity of infinite space, it has been monitored for a long time, confirming that Martin did not notice any fluctuations in the different universe when he made the shape-shifting diamonds. That is to say, these shape-shifting diamonds will not come from a different universe. Martin really created it himself. Infinity, one of the 5 gods, is the highest spatial entity in the universe. If Martin really mastered a shape-shifting Vajra universe, and every time he summons a mature shape-shifting Vajra with complete emotion and character, he would never be able to hide the infinity. But unfortunately, it now appears that Martin is really his own shape-shifting King Kong, and there is no shape-shifting King Kong universe. Bad news. Don't worry too much. Although level Godfather is powerful, the distance from level single universe is 100 times greater than the distance from a mortal to level Godfather. Even if he is Martin, it is impossible to break that barrier in a short time. Become a universe god alongside me. He will be the destiny of this universe for millions of years. Anyone who opposes him will not end well. The entire universe will help him. This destiny will spread to his men to some extent. On the bodies. In the next few million years, how will we watch him be rampant? A mere human origin, but stepping on the corpse of a god and climbing up. Well then, find a way to cut off the destiny. At least shorten the time of the destiny, from a few million years to hundreds of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Death, I want to hear your plan, Eternal finally spoke. Death's entire figure was shrouded in a shadow at the moment, slowly raising his head, revealing the skull under the hood. If I tell you in advance, it won't be called a plan. How can it be so easy to strip Martin from the destiny? Martin is more cunning than many of us. Death chuckled in a low voice, and the creepy laughter made some phantom sway slightly and moved a little away. No god wants to get close to death, and no one wants to embrace death, because if you do this, it means you are dead. Roar, find flowers. Numerous figures disappeared one after another, turning into incomprehensible rules, spreading out and disappearing in place. Martin said. I want to give it a try. Optimus Prime thought for a long time and slowly spoke. He can skillfully use the great sword of divine power, which has already explained a lot of problems. As one of Cybertron's senior officials, he generally knows that some secret research, the study of the entire world tree system, is the key scientific research project of the Global Academy of Sciences. It seems that there has been a lot of progress now. Optimus Prime, are you interested in becoming the god of the world tree? As if nothing happened, seeking subscription for subscription. Dear readers, please subscribe with a few more clicks. Factory, Martin lay down on the chair and asked lightly. This is his long-held idea, to decipher the mystery of the divine power, decipher the genetic code of the major protos, if possible, transplant their divine power gene into the CNA gene of the shape-shifting King Kong. and then let some new students shapeshifting King Kong. The same can use all kinds of supernatural powers. The god of the world tree, Optimus Prime showed a trace of solemnity. Optimus Prime returned to Cybertron, allowing Ultron to complete the B-level task of hunting Ego, and immediately received Martin's call. Kratos, who has successfully transplanted dozens of divine bloodlines of the Protos, is the most successful human experiment product. But after all, he is just a mixture, and you are different. You who have a giant sword naturally have a deep touch. If you are qualified to touch the World Tree rule, if possible, you will be a brand new and powerful god born from the World Tree. This is a risky attempt, but no matter what the evaluation is, there is a certain possibility. Once it succeeds, the power of the World Tree will have no secrets in front of Martin. Not only that, the entire veil of the entire 3 generations of gods will be covered, ripped apart. You won't let me down, the whole universe will see that a you who makes them feel incredible is rising, with the help of the power of destiny. However, this process requires caution. Once the gene bank is contaminated with inferior and uncontrollable genes, the consequences will be extremely dire. Martin trying to make a god. At the moment, Martin looked at Optimus Prime and there was a little more imperceptible depth in his eyes. Soon, many senior executives knew that Optimus Prime had to take the risk to take charge of the supernatural power rule of the World Tree. I have to say that this is the most suitable method for Optimus Prime to become stronger. But Megatron's mood was extremely bad. Seeing his old opponent is getting stronger at an alarming rate, Megatron's heart is very unwilling. He looked into the distance with a gloomy face. At the moment, he simply walked on this huge amounts of steel planet with a cold face. Isn't this Megatron? Everyone in Guardians of Galaxy at the moment also walked out of the dawning spacecraft, confined to see Megatron's first glance, and simply hugged his shoulders with his hands and snorted. Go away, confine you, I have no time to care about you. Megatron looked indifferent and passed by everyone from the Guardians of Galaxy. What's wrong with this guy? Rocket Raccoon looked confused. I don't remember we offended him. Sometimes a heart that is unwilling to be mediocre is more terrifying than originally for the holidays. Drax looked deep. Rocket Raccoon yelled, hey, do you know it again? Yes, I always knew. The gang of sand sculptures looked like they were about to quarrel again. Confinement frowned and stared at Megatron's back. He faintly felt that this guy seemed to have made some crucial decision. Megatron went directly to the Global Academy of Sciences. Sasser, I have an important task for you. Megatron said coldly. Shockwave immediately stopped his work and said coldly, definitely, I am happy to help you. I know the shards of infinite gems are in your hands now. Give me these shards of gems. Megatron's eyes burned with flame-like ambition. Infinite gems, this is the best thing for him right now. Many scientists from the entire Academy of Sciences stopped their actions at the moment and looked at Megatron with amazement. Although infinite gems are broken, the remaining power in them still refers directly to the rules of the universe. If you force them to use, the risk is very high. There is nothing more dangerous than a broken and disordered rule. It was Jack, the scientist among the Autobots. Then find a way to change them from disorder to order. Megatron's eyes flashed with dazzling red light and a finger slammed Jack's chest hard. There is a way, Sasser said indifferently. If you want to put together the power of infinite gems again, you need a living body that can hold them. If you are not afraid of death, I will directly use your body as a warming infinite gems. Hotbed, repair the shards of gems little by little. Many fragments were implanted into Megatron's body, and the Megatron body was used as a medium to connect the power of the fragments. This is a very risky move, but it is a real and effective move. Jackie's face was blue and angrily said, Crazy Sambo, you are crazy, you will kill him. Shockwave exudes an icy breath, and you will never be able to talk about emotions with a shape-shifting King Kong who thinks in the mind of a machine. He will only think about the most beneficial and logical plan. Very well, Sasser, just do that, as expected to be my most powerful assistant. Megatron said with a terrible laugh and praised him. Jack looked ugly and finally gritted his teeth, contacted the ambulance and Dr. Banner, and began to transplant all the fragments of infinite gems for Megatron. This unprecedented experiment is dominated by me. Shockwave directly pulled out an experimental platform, which was simply tailored for Megatron, as if he had already estimated it in his countless calculations and simulations. Megatron will try this. 4 top scientists, all serious, began to transplant infinite gems fragments for Megatron. This is the craziest experiment I have ever done in my life. Dr. Banner muttered in a low voice, carefully picked up a piece of mind gem, and then solemnly looked at the shock wave on the side. Without any hesitation, Sasser directly controlled the machine and cut a gap in the surface of Megatron's body. Infinite gems shards were implanted, and as soon as they touched Megatron, there was a huge roar, and the yellow psychic power suddenly swept away, sending some weak guys flying. Mine gem fragments with your strong will enough to suppress it is the least risky option. The ambulance frowned. I feel a powerful force. Go on, keep planting more fragments. Megatron lay on the test bench, hissing in a low voice. Soon, bursts of crazy, painful roars came out frequently from the Global Academy of Sciences. And at the same time, accompanied by extremely terrifying energy waves, everything was suppressed. The energy detection device used for monitoring, the data soars all the way. Every time there is a wave of horrible light surges, the data on the detection device explodes, and Megatron's strength is superimposed at an astonishing speed. Level 4 peak, level sub-godfather peak. The energy index of horror was rising in a frightening way, and it quickly attracted the attention of many residents. That guy Megatron is crazy. The five-headed giant patrolled vigilantly in the distance of the Academy of Sciences, feeling the power of Megatron's crazy skyrocketing, staring at each other and sighing. Ooh, grades have fallen, please support me. 6 kinds of slightly dim rays of light flashed abruptly, exuding a dazzling luster, and mysterious coercion was produced, as if facing a mini-universe directly. Sasser, report the results. Shockwave's tall figure slowly stood up, and after scanning for a while he said in a deep voice, "Success, we did it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. You are now at the top of the level Godfather. In fact, if the 6 infinite gems were not broken too badly and the rules and power in them were lost by 99%, you would never stop at the level Godfather." Shockwave said indifferently, very good, I feel a powerful force. This terrifying energy fluctuates extremely frequently, almost destroying the entire laboratory. Such Megatron, is it a success? Boom. What a lunatic, he actually took this step. Megatron gave a bloodthirsty smile. I will not stop at level Godfather now. I have already felt the barrier in front of me. If I break it, I can step into the level single universe. This is just time for me, problem. Megatron let out a terrifying laughter, which is really wonderful. This is the taste of power. Wow. On Megatron's dark silver body, he slowly got up. Everywhere on his body, fragments of different file sizes flickered, like beautiful decorations evenly spread on his body, but he personally carried out this experiment. The 4 great scientists know that every ray of light symbolizes power. Dr. Banner got out of a pile of experimental equipment with a sullen head and looked anxiously at the experimental platform. Did you succeed? This terrible sense of depression covered the entire Cybertronian star and was noticed by many powerful beings in the world tree. In the end, the last orange soul power burst out, and then suddenly shrank back and everything settled. Megatron looked at his right-hand man domineeringly. Martin was grinding coffee with his own hands, and suddenly his movements paused slightly, revealing a trace of dumbness. The guy Megatron is really crazy, but it's a success. Originally, he thought that if Megatron couldn't survive it, he would use the fire source to support it, even if he used endless vitality and spiritual power to survive. At least Megatron would be able to save his life. Megatron actually made it by himself. Is it level Godfather? And it's the level Godfather limit, 1 step away from the level single universe. It's pretty good, and Optimus Prime's advantage is equal to being equalized in an instant. Martin made the ground coffee, impeccable in every movement, smelling the faint aroma, smiling at the corner of his mouth. There is nothing wrong with this kind of competition. Now Cybertron has another powerful presence of level Godfather. A heavy footstep sounded, and Megatron had already arrived in front of Martin. Martin looked up, glanced at the condition of Megatron's body casually, and said with appreciation, "Yes, the large number of fragments of infinite gems are actually completely carried by U-25. On the surface of the dark silver body, there are 6 more powerful and brilliant colors. At the moment is exuding powerful power with the passage of time. Whenever Megatron uses the infinite gems fragments, the fragments transplanted on his body will immediately light up, using Megatron's body as a medium to connect in series with each other. However, the overall light is extremely dim, which should be due to the severe fragmentation of infinite gems, which is far worse than when it was complete. Only Megatron has the ultimate strength of level Godfather. How are you feeling now? Are there any discomforts?" Martin took the coffee and circled Megatron. "It feels great. The power of infinite gems has become a part of my body." "This power is fascinating." Megatron squeezed his fist, His eyes flashed red, a huge wave of fluctuations grew from his body, and his practice spread. The limit of level Godfather is only one step away from the noble single universe God. Martin squinted at Megatron. On the smiling face there was a ray of thought in the depths of his eyes. He thought more far-reaching. After killing Thanos and defeating Sithorn, he seized the destiny of this universe by strong means and added destiny to him. For a long time in the future, he will be very smooth look now come, not only himself, but even Megatron, at the moment is under the destiny of the destiny. Transplanting infinite gems is such a dangerous thing. It succeeded in one shot, it was incredible. Transplanting the broken infinite gems, is this also part of the whole destiny? Martin thoughtfully. He roughly understands why those cosmic gods are so concerned about the people to whom the destiny is returned, and the entire universe must give way to the people to whom the destiny is returned. Although he didn't really have a cold with such ghosts as destiny. Where is Optimus Prime? Megatron clenched his fists and whispered. That guy went to the root of the world tree and is trying to master the supernatural power rule of the world tree. Maybe when he comes back, he will surpass you again. Hey, impossible, I will only be faster and stronger than him. Megatron showed a ferocious smile, eager to try. He couldn't wait to compete with this old opponent. Soon, Megatron left, and with every step he took, there were extremely powerful fluctuations in his body, and a faint sense of suffocation amidst the radiant glory. Martin drank the coffee in his hand, his eyes deep, and he thought quietly. Whether the world tree or infinite gems it is only an external force after all, and it is only an external force limited to a single universe. If you can't find a way to break the boundaries of the single universe and find a way to truly connect the entire multi-universe, this will become stronger. The way, after all, has a big disadvantage. The simplest thing is that if this universe is destroyed one day, the world tree divine power will be directly abolished, and infinite gems will become rubbish. Optimus Prime and Megatron will be knocked down directly. However, it is better to take one step at a time. It is better to have strength than no strength. No matter who the enemy is, no matter what happens in the future, as long as Martin is there, no one can block my progress. Even if it is a god. Martin put the cup down, walked slowly to the wall and waved at will. In an instant, the wall opened suddenly, revealing a hidden pavilion behind it. The blue long sword, like a crystal, was hanging quietly. Martin grabbed the hilt of the sword and slowly picked it up. Even without swinging it, the horrible cold light flashing across the blade of the sword faintly cuts off time and space. The sharpness of cutting everything is cut along with the most basic cosmic rules. Opened, Star Sword. Martin squinted his eyes and looked at this magical sword, the artifact with the highest attack power of the previous Cybertron civilization. Since he defeated Sithorn, he got this magical weapon by virtue of the multi-level universe prestige lottery. Never used it. Even in the Battle of the 10 Realms, he didn't use it. Just such rubbish as Malkys and Nidhogg, he didn't deserve to use the Star Sword. At the very least, I have to hack and kill a level single universe guy to slash the weapon that is destined to make the gods tremble. One person walked into the dim basement and said solemnly, some crazy plans were launched, and the major forces began to invest regardless of cost, just to obtain a more powerful war force. I have the Supreme God armor for defense, the Star Sword for attacking, and I have the Source of Fire to reserve, and many boundaries do not exist for me. Level single universe. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even Antarctica has been divided up. There is only one step away from breaking the barrier like that day and becoming a noble single universe god. No, it's half a step away. Earth. That is to say, Martin was sitting in town this time, and he made a strong move to kill the strong enemy, and also save the Earth from the disaster of extinction, but was raided by a wave of dark elves. Mr. Reginald, Your Excellency the President asked me to ask you where the X-Plan is. Now, with a large number of artifacts, he can resolutely fight level single universe and defeat it. More importantly, Martin himself has been sublimated in the endless moment of the fire source and has stood in the level Godfather, on the limit. This is much better than the situation in the comics. The enemy of level Godfather is not worthy, and the invasion of powerful armies from other worlds of the World Tree has also thoroughly stimulated the major forces on the Earth. This is a different war from the past. They are almost finished. In the comics, the entire Earth fell and the Dark Elves, Fire Demon, and other worlds won a complete victory. They defeated the superhero of all countries on the Earth, directly divided the Earth, and sent troops to occupy different continents. For example, the Far East was occupied by Queen Sind. The Fire Demon captured and occupied. Soon, he will be able to truly rely on his life essence to become the god of the universe. As we all know, the US military has only two main directions for biological experiments. One is the Super Soldier program headed by General Ross, researching Hulk serum and other things to gain strength, and the second is the X-Weapon program headed by Stryker. When Hulk was taken away by Martin, General Rose's plan was frustrated. Stryker was killed by Martin and the X-Weapon project was frustrated. This is very embarrassing. The projects that invested huge sums of money in the United States will eventually be abandoned by one person. However, they dare not retaliate, and there is no ability to retaliate. History has proved that every confrontation between them and this man will end in a disastrous situation, especially when this man has grown to a level godfather who can kill him head-on. After ending the battle of the 10 realms with one hand, this sense of suffocation was unprecedented. It's desperate. How can people fight against God? Did Rose sent you? Reginald stopped the research in his hands and turned around. The handsome but gloomy look fell on the incoming person, and he sneered. Sir, they are all serving for the country, and it doesn't matter who the subordinates are sent. The soldier said with a stern face. Reginald stared at him for a while, then laughed softly. You are right, but when you go back and tell Rose that he is a loser, don't think about extending his paw to me. He and Stryker, both losers, can only wail in my shadow in this life. Well, you need to tell him yourself, sir. I only care about the progress of the experiment. The soldier jumped his eyes and said. Reginald snorted coldly and turned on a light which suddenly illuminated the dark place. This terrifying scene appeared, and the shocked soldier couldn't help retreating with a look of horror on his face. This is my most powerful experiment. Why are you afraid? Shouldn't you feel honored? Reginald let out a cold laugh. In front of the two of them, there were a list of half-human height transparent jars. Each jar was filled with deformed species, multiple eyes, palms on the heads, etc., which were extremely horrible and chaotic. The most eye-catching thing is precisely the blood-red giantess, with the edges and corners of steel and the elasticity of flesh and blood with a weird integration. What made this soldier feel terrified was the appearance of the giantess. Clearly made him feel familiar. Betty Rose, the long-missing daughter of General Rose. Reginald, you are crazy. Letter 3005. The soldier drew his gun decisively and shot directly at Reginald, but the next moment, a robot that was more than 2 meters tall and seemed to be an ornament suddenly moved, rushing to Reginald at lightning speed and blocked it. All the bullets, let alone 10 times the speed of sound, it looks like. Quicksilver. On my turf still want to kill me? Who gives you the confidence? Is Rose that idiot? Reginald sneered and looked at the soldier who was directly caught by Sentinel. You are treason. Openly use a general's relatives to conduct human experiments. You are crazy. The soldier roared, and then there was a crisp noise around his neck, and he was strangled to death by Sentinel. Bored. Mortals are so fragile. No wonder those gods disdain human beings. Never take it seriously, never despise, always ignore. Reginald remembered some information about the man he had seen in the military. From the killing abomination on Broadway, to the destruction of the Atlantic Fleet, to the slaughter of Wakanda, and even going out of the Earth into the universe. Those satellite images that flashed by at a fast speed finally freeze only Martin's expressionless face, as if everything he did was an incredibly random act. Soon, I will also become a god. Reginald ordered Sentinel to step back and looked at the female giant in front of him feverishly. He guessed right, the B*****D Rose really coveted Hulk's power and has been debugging his own genes trying to move closer to Hulk. Therefore, as the head of the new Super Soldier project and the X-Weapons project, Reginald decisively sent Sentinel to tie Rose's daughter Betty, and after several tests he was injected with Hulk serum. Betty became a red giant, the same terrifying power, the same anger, no different from Hulk. In order to train you, I also injected you with a lot of X-gene, teleportation, super self-healing, beta adamantium alloy hot site. Betty, you are my favorite work and the top work of 2 biological experiments. What? Reginald had a crazy smile on his face, and he almost saw the whole world under his feet. Congratulations on your success, Reginald. According to our agreement, I will take a copy of your information. It's you. Are you back? Reginald's face changed. Roar, Mrs. Viper's face turned cold. Hydra has never been safe, even if it was cleaned up by the insidious dog thief Fury, it still won't stop. Reginald grinned, and many Sentry began to use different X ability, flame, ice, rays, and they were about to bombard Madame Viper on the spot. I return to Earth to take revenge and build a great world belonging to Hydra. Reginald, Hydra's power to lean for you is my order. We should not become enemies. Reginald was silent for a long time before letting out a long sigh. If this is the case, I will join. I am very interested in your plan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. These Sentinel super speeds are still because I gave you the Quicksilver genes, Reginald, you can have your current status. From a little scientist to a distinguished figure in the United States, our Hydra has made great efforts and now directly kick us away with one kick. Isn't it appropriate? Die, you poisonous snake. Gooey beg you to give some subscriptions, a little help to stabilize the results. Please, sir readers. Mrs. Viper walked gracefully from the shadows, and a faintly poisonous glow flashed on her green lips. As soon as the voice fell, a large number of the latest models of Sentinel immediately crowded in front of Reginald, and the female celebrity giant in that huge jar was also faintly awakened at the moment. A cold wind flashed and large swaths of gray fragments gathered, and a figure slowly condensed into shape. When the hood was taken off, the red skull was exposed. Enough, Reginald, this farce ends here, good promise. The red skull returned to Earth from space. At the moment, slowly took off his hood and spoke lightly. Reginald looked at Madame Viper coldly and said in silence, "Double the cooperation between me and Hydra, so far there is nothing you can give me." Oh, the old red skull has returned to Earth. It's another wonderful event. I don't know how many people will die on Earths. Martin received the news from the sound wave and suddenly sighed. The revenge of Red Skull in the comics, Red Skull is killed, but I don't know how many superheroes and how many cities have been slaughtered. Martin is happy to watch the Red Skull horror boss doing things on the Earth in a way of watching the excitement. He is just watching the show anyway. As long as the Red Skull is not stupid, he will not actively provoke Martin's forces. He escaped from the Soul Gem and knows how terrifying Martin's strength is. Earth, Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, as always, is peaceful. In other words, since Stryker, the vanguard to deal with Mutant, was killed by Martin, Xavier School has not had any disaster-level incidents for a long time, and the students in the school can have a good growth environment. Until a cloud-like figure floating quietly came here. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, ridiculous. Red Skull looked up indifferently, sneered, and sneaked into it like Ghost. Well, Professor X was reading a book, but suddenly he frowned and the power of his mind quickly spread. He scanned the entire Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters but found no clues. Illusion, Professor X is a little serious. He has developed his spiritual ability to the limit of level 4. It stands to reason that there will be no such low-level feeling errors unless there is something that can hide him from sneaking into the school. Who would it be? Professor X frowned and asked Roar to call Chin and Kurt. Roar, suddenly black fragments appeared in the study, forming a strange figure in the next moment. Unexpectedly, when I was fighting in this world, there would be such a strong you alive. I knew that I would have you under my command back then. Red Skull slowly raised his head and looked at Professor X greedily. The other's spiritual ability really made him greedy. If he had such ability instead of injecting some shit super soldier serum, he would have unified the world long ago. Professor X suddenly closed the book and looked at the guy in front of him in amazement. The horrible memories of his childhood came to his mind. This is the face of the devil that frequently appeared during the Second World War and caused hundreds of millions of deaths to be the chief culprit. You should have been killed by Steve a long time ago. Why are you still alive? Professor X was frightened and immediately mobilized the powerful psychic power and suddenly extended to the Red Skull. The Red Skull smiled contemptuously and raised his hand at random, as if an invisible barrier was created. Professor X was shocked to find that his mental ability could not enter the brain of the guy in front of him. Red Skull died more than 70 years ago. It is impossible to live to this day. Who are you, the clone developed by Hydra? Professor X looked serious and faintly felt that there was a big trouble, and at the same time he asked Roar to call his disciples, especially Wolverine Logan, who planned to call Roar to be immortal. It's useless. When I came here, everything about you was mine. The Red Skull smiled cruelly, and with the residual power obtained from Soul Gem, it was enough to shield Professor X's mental ability. At the moment, he walked towards Professor X step by step, and finally stood in front of the old guy, a little sorrowful. During World War II, he had reached middle age, but Professor X was just a child. But now he is still the same, but Professor X has become an old man with broken legs. Become my strongest weapon to rule the world, Charles. Your brain is stronger than the world's nuclear weapons arsenal. The Red Skull grinned cruelly, pressed his hands on the top of Professor X's head, and then slowly applied force in the angrily gaze of Professor X. You won't succeed, you will fail like 70 years ago, and there will never be a chance to turn over again, Professor X growled in his last voice. The red CFBD skeleton grinned slightly hard, click it. Professor X's skull was torn off by the Red Skull. He cautiously, as if touching the most precious treasure in the world, dug out the active brain in his head with his bare hands. The power of the soul surged, giving the Red Skull a lot of power that it had never had before. He looked madly at this beautiful brain and laughed wildly. Boom, the wall was smashed open, and a figure that was as swift as a wolf had roared and rushed forward. Adamantium claws slammed down at the Red Skull, but Red Skull seemed to have perceived it a long time ago and fluttered back and then avoided. "You are late, the most powerful weapon on the planet, now it belongs to me." Red Skull laughed wildly. "Professor." Jean, Aurora, and Kurt also arrived one after another. Looking at Professor X, who was paralyzed in a wheelchair with his head opened, his eyes were cracked. "Damn you." Many mutants were full of grief and anger, and one after another killed the Red Skull. But Red Skull just glanced at them contemptuously, holding this precious brain and flying away through the broken window. "Who the hell is that guy?" The professor's brain has been poached away. As long as the brain can be retrieved, the professor will not die. For the professor, the body is just a shell that carries the spirit and soul. Everyone looked at the Red Skull's fast-going figure. Storm Oro flew out directly, flashing thunder in the sky, and wanted to kill Red Skull recklessly. Rumble, the weather suddenly changed strangely, and part of the thunder was unexpectedly out of control and began to blast towards Aurora. Aurora's face changed. "I saw a peculiar robot. At the moment also flew up, actually possessing the same ability that controls the weather as Aurora." Sentinel, Logan jumped up suddenly, straddling a distance of tens of meters in an instant, and was about to poke his paw into the robot's chest, tearing it to pieces. Whoosh, in an instant, Sentinel had already ran 100 meters away at an alarming speed. Kurt shot a radium ray and blasted the robot. The next moment, the robot's eyes also glowed red, and then a radium ray was also shot out in a sudden. "Careful." Chin threw Sri Kurt down, which saved Sri Kurt's life. What kind of robot is this, and why is it so terrible? A mere robot with so many kinds of super abilities. In the distance, something even more distracting has happened. Several Sentinels have arrived at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters and have begun to attack this important mutant stronghold frantically. In an instant, wars raged, and a disaster that spread to the whole world began in this quiet campus. The Red Skull came back and launched revenge on the Earth, venting the great humiliation for more than 70 years. The whole Earth was shocked, especially those who had experienced World War II, and once again recalled the fear of being dominated by this terrifying leader. Asterisk hole, he was killed by Tesseract. Why did he come back? Red Skull, this lunatic, but it doesn't matter. The times are different. The Earth today is essentially different from the Earth 70 years ago. Fury sat on the helicarrier, and when he heard the news, he was very calm. Red Skull is back for revenge. Oh, really amazing news. Fury said that he didn't panic at all. He had Captain Marvel there and punched the Red Skull to death more than enough. Times have changed. In this era when level sub-godfather and level godfather appear one after another, the strength of Red Skull is really nothing. The only thing that needs to be cared about is, he poached Charles' brain. What does he want to do? Fury is extremely serious. And there is that kind of weird robot, clearly the sentinel of the military, actually fell into the hands of Red Skull. Damn Reginald, this B*******D is from Hydra. Rumble. Horrible explosions suddenly erupted in big cities around the world, and Red Skull himself appeared in New York City. At the moment, he has taken off his black robe directly. What is frightening is that his Red Skull has been lifted. Inside is a brain that keeps roar sucking. The world will belong to Hydra. As soon as the Red Skull's heart moved, a huge spiritual ability exploded in an instant. In an instant, this sentence rang in countless people's minds, and everyone's faces showed a panic from the heart. This is a declaration of war, either obey or die. Moreover, many superhero and super criminals were controlled by Red Skull at this moment and joined his camp. Only a handful of guys who are defensive of mental ability can survive. Want to rule the world? Didn't you ask me if Kim? At the moment, the New York underground boss Jin Bin, with a terrifying face and a muscular body, suddenly stood up from the sofa as if it were a meat mountain. Avengers and X-Men's remaining mutant, at the moment, also quickly came to New York without much words and directly went to war with Red Skull. Mind-shielding device is indeed a good thing, but it's a pity that it's too late. The power I have is already too powerful. The Red Skull laughed wildly at the heroes who surrounded him. Roar. With a roar, the female red giant suddenly descended, and at the same time a large number of Sentinel flew up, surrounded by the Red Skull. Everything seemed to be doomsday. Go and die, everyone who disobeys me will die. The Red Skull grinned and waved his hand. The war broke out. Hey, get out, you are controlled by the Red Skull. Tony was shot by Hawkeye with an arrow, and he yelled at him. An energy cannon knocked Hawkeye into the air. Soon, more controlled heroes and villains rushed over, constantly interfering with Tony and others. Thunder burst into Aurora's eyes. In a bang, countless thunders descended, storms breeded, and a large number of people in front of him were lifted off. Soon, a radium ray had hit her and she hit her shoulders on the spot. Breakdown. Damn. What the hell are these robots? Even the various models of Ultron are not as scary as these ghosts. Aurora endured the severe pain and cursed. A sentinel rushed over, one arm turned into a metal knife, and he was about to chop off Aurora's head. Boom, the next moment the robot was blasted out by a force. This is Sentinel, my child. It is a killing machine that humans have developed for decades to exterminate us. Obviously, they have succeeded. Magneto came across the sea, swinging his arms, and countless magnetic fields were controlled by him. He powerfully cleared the entire battlefield out of a large area and faced the Red Skull. Eric, I really didn't expect that a kid that Zio idiot liked at the beginning. Did not expect to grow to this point. How about it? Are you interested in joining me? I have never discriminated against mutant. Wait until I rule the earth. No, there will be another distinction between races. Only the distinction between high and low contributions. The Red Skull let out a deep laugh and immediately stretched out an olive branch toward Magneto. No one will believe you who caused the Second World War. My tragedy also started from the Second World War. Die, Red Skull. I prefer to build a mutant country by myself. Find flowers. Magneto sneered again and again. Red Skull shook his head and sighed. It's sad, Eric, there is no way I can only ask you to die. Boom, 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 Magneto's face sank, and his magnetism control ability burst out suddenly, and he was about to destroy these sentinels. What made his brow furrowed was that these sentinels were actually made of degaussing materials, which could greatly shield his magnetism control. A large number of heroes and villains have joined this battlefield. Numerous Supermans have used the entire New York City as the battlefield. In this city, shortly after the destruction of Chitauri, unscrupulous and fierce battles have been launched again. Roars, roars. JARVIS dispatch my latest research results. Tony simply dispatched his trump card, and 2 special adamantium alloy battle armors arrived on the battlefield, all controlled by JARVIS adamantium alloy. Humph, Magneto glanced at it and snorted coldly. This was originally used to deal with you. I don't believe you can squeeze the hardest metal in the universe. It's a pity that you can only use the Red Skull to practice your hand. Since the middle of the night on the day of the Hulk War hatred, he was wearing anti-Magneto armor, but was hanged by Magneto and almost killed on the spot. After learning from it, he finally decided to take the other extreme route. Your magnetic control ability can blow up war armor, then I simply use the terrifying adamantium alloy to create a battle armor that you can't beat. It seems that it has been quite effective now, and Magneto, who has always despised him, has rarely called Roar's 2 suits as rubbish. A brand new war broke out, the battle became more intense, and high-rise buildings were destroyed. The 2 adamantium alloy battle armors also displayed extremely powerful combat power. Rampaging, unstoppable, and even Sentinel used flame and ice ability to damage the armor. Tony, you don't know anything about fear. Red Skull looked at the 2 battle armors rushing toward him with murderous aura, and suddenly smiled, and his heart moved. In an instant, the core programs of these 2 battle armors were rewritten by Red Skull. Tony was frightened, and in an instant, his 2 armors no longer belonged to him and became Red Skull's weapons. Go away, you undercovers. Magneto was furious, and a magnetic explosion blasted Tony aside. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked crazy, especially seeing the old friend's brain falling into the Red Skull's head, which severely stimulated his nerves. Charles, you and I have been fighting for a lifetime, but you ended up in this way. Magneto spoke in a low voice, looking at the 2 adamantium alloy battle armors that were attacking quickly, took a deep breath and let out a low roar. The magnetic control ability of that body broke out in an unprecedented state of horror, and it landed directly on the 2 battle armors. With a roar like a beast, Magneto's muscles tightened, exploding its variant ability to the extreme, and in a bang, it squeezed the 2 adamantium alloy battle armors. 2 violent fireworks were produced. Great, Eric. The Red Skull paused and looked at Magneto in amazement. The ability to explode the adamantium alloy armor is enough to prove how powerful Magneto is. JARVIS, after defeating Red Skull, I still think the anti-Magneto armor is more promising. We develop a new armor. Tony was also a little confused, not knowing whether it was joy or helplessness. The battle became more and more fierce. Hydra, led by the Red Skull, created terrible disasters all over the world, constantly involving the forces of all major forces, but in the United States it pushed the Avengers and mutants step by step to an end. The Red Skull is too powerful. After spending 70 years in Soul Gem, his wisdom has risen to a new level. The eyes of many heroes are full of indifference. As time went on, more Sentinel appeared all over the Earth, and in accordance with the well-inputted procedures, they began to hunt down all kinds of Superman not limited to mutant, even genetic mutants and practitioners. You can't kill it by mistake. Be grateful, this is a cleansing and washing of inferior races, leaving only the absolute elite to enjoy this beautiful world. This is exactly what I am doing. The voice of the Red Skull spread all over the world through spiritual power. The entire Earth was caught in huge amounts of turbulence, so much so that even the base of the Earth was affected. Sonic listened to Red Skull's words indifferently and then silently recorded these words, which was his habit. Excavating troops, how long will it take to dig into the center of the Earth? The sound wave sent a message to Hercules. Well, the amount of work is much larger than I estimated, and it will take several months, Hercules quickly replied. The sound wave fell silent. Digging to the center of the Earth, this is the highest goal of the troops. They stayed behind on the Earth. Although even the sound waves don't know why Martin did this, but it is not important, just follow the order. The whole Earth is getting more and more chaotic. I only hope that this will not interfere with their course of action. Cybertron, a scene of crazy construction, the slight twists and turns on the Earth. It is impossible to pass on to this terrifying planet. Here are the most powerful leaders. There are several level godfathers who are sitting, coercing the entire world tree, and the gods must give in. At this time, there are strong fluctuations that are transmitted to the entire world tree. At the moment, the dragon Nidhogg, who was basking in the sun, raised his head suddenly, his eyes a little serious. This power actually directly shook the world tree. Did that guy really do it? There was a deep jealousy in Niederhogg's eyes. Damn, he who is of noble origin has not been recognized by the world tree. Why can this robot be able to do it? Why is this fair? A blue figure carrying a huge sword across the night sky like a dazzling meteor, accompanied by the sudden arrival of Bifrost, suddenly descended on Cybertron. Powerful divine power surged around the body, and the bright brilliance that burst out, at the moment also burst out, with a powerful wave that rushed into the sky, faintly responding to roar with the entire world tree. At this moment, Qing Tianzhu seemed to be the center of the entire world, as if he should be the destiny of this world. This is the recognition from the world tree. Damn, how did you do it? Just rely on you, why can you do it? I gnawed the roots of the world tree for millions of years, and didn't let this damn big tree pay more attention to me. Why can you do it? Nidhogg got up suddenly, his huge amounts of wings flapped, causing a terrible storm. It flew into the sky and rushed straight to Optimus Prime with a strong unwillingness in its voice. The power of the world tree belongs to him. Optimus Prime lifted his head slightly, just drew out the great sword and flicked it slightly. In an instant, the power that was no less powerful than Nidhogg, at the moment was overwhelmed by a loud noise, killing Nidhogg to death. He pressed his head. The anger in Niederhogg's heart grew stronger. Martin smiled faintly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Maybe it can really break the barriers like that day and become the single cosmic god in this universe, which is the level that Niederhogger dreams of. Suddenly, Martin raised his head slightly and looked in a certain direction. Martin looked at Optimus Prime in surprise and raised his eyebrows as he felt the protection of the world tree spreading from his subordinates. Level single universe soon, he will become one of the most noble beings in a universe. As long as he wants to, he can have the power to modify the cosmic law of a universe. I'm back. But are you still stuck in level Godfather? I thought you would directly become a level single universe. Martin nodded slightly, not paying attention. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. That level is more difficult than I thought, and it will take some time. Optimus Prime said in a deep voice, but I'm pretty sure that it won't take long for me to break the barrier and become a level single universe. Be quiet, Devil Dragon, to me. Your level is no longer as far away as it used to be. Optimus Prime calmly carried the giant sword on his back and said lightly, it's a bit close, but I can do it anytime I want. How long has it been since this robot has been able to match it? And it seems that the other party is receiving blessings from the world tree all the time, and it is rapidly becoming stronger all the time. Your Excellency Creator, it's you. If I feel right, you are almost standing on the level single universe. Optimus Prime's eyes condensed and said in a deep voice. Optimus Prime stepped across the dragon and went to meet Martin first. Death finally began to act. When she noticed that one of Martin's subordinates had actually begun to take control of the entire world tree rule, she finally stopped being patient. Oh, it's really interesting. I have the opportunity to step into the level single universe, but I don't care. Can I even give generously to my subordinates? Death laughed in a low voice. And at the same time, the sense of crisis in his heart became stronger. Because only people with absolute self-confidence can exaggerate to this level, and even the opportunity to become a noble cosmic god is given to others. This means that Martin has a stronger whole card, a more supreme self-confidence and vision. Death felt that he couldn't wait any longer. Martin's growth rate is too terrifying, so terrifying that she, who is so knowledgeable, has seen countless monsters in countless universes with her own eyes, and she has a vague sense of anxiety. In the multi-universe, the most indispensable thing is the rapid rise of the gods, but the origins of those gods are clear, and their powerful methods can also be seen in obvious clues. You alone make me unable to see through from beginning to end. Strange power, unknown system, 25 unheard of but extremely powerful artifact. Death looked at the direction of the world tree. In her field of vision, an illusory tree was standing on one side of the universe, swaying its branches, holding up one world after another. Decided, Eternal appeared beside Death. Death said indifferently, "It's decided I will cut off this guy's destiny. For millions of years, for other lives, the growth is extremely limited, but it will be easy to get lost in the success of what he wants, but Martin does not. Similarly, he has his own will, has his own system and goals. Destiny is basically a tool for him, but it is optional. For millions of years, I don't dare to bet, it would be better to take advantage of him not to grow up. Interrupt him decisively. Eternal, the whole person is hidden in the endless shadows, at the moment slowly said, I hope you will succeed, because if you fail, you will definitely be retaliated by that guy, and simple things will become very troublesome. Death's eyes flickered. Don't worry, I won't fail, I am the death of this universe. Can Martin still kill Death? Eternal stared at her for a while, his eyes were somewhat meaningful, and he slowly withdrew. Only Death himself is left, standing alone in the starry sky of the universe, staring at the endless stars for a long time. Finally, Death moved, and she slowly raised her hand, stretched out the boneless fingers and tapped towards the front. In a flash, countless ghosts appeared, and she was throwing at her obsessively. The invisible barrier blocked it. These are the souls of dead lives in this universe, and the ultimate destination of all decedent is her death. If we say that there must be an existence in this universe that can interrupt the destiny, it must be you, Thanos. I deliberately paid attention to it and let it go. Thanos. At this moment, a terrible smile appeared on the face of the Death skeleton. Thanos in this universe is a special one, because he has not been manipulated by her. Look at Thanos in other universes, one by one, they were all made crazy and neurotic by her playing. One by one can lick each other, desperately pleased her. There is only Thanos in this universe, she is just observing coldly. It is rare to be generous, giving him more free development space, and the result is really a surprise to her. Thanos, you are the most like a normal person, of all Thanos I have seen. Death's smile is weird. The other Thanos definitely are dogs. Death dragged countless souls from the Death Law's destination. In the end, he directly touched Thanos, who had been sleeping for a long time. With a finger movement, Thanos' soul penetrated the Death Law directly and was directly pulled out by her. Another peculiar rule burst out. Thanos' illusory soul gradually solidified, and finally, resurrected, slowly opened his eyes. There was a long silence. It seems that I failed, I was completely defeated. Thanos' gaze fell on Death with the same indifference as before. It's just that a loser like me can actually alarm the gods of death. Death made a weird giggle, but the answer to her was still Thanos' cold and wary face. If this were replaced by other Thanos, he would have rushed over and licked her like a dog. Thanos, you are the son of destiny in this universe. You used to be, you are now, and so will the future. Even if you die, destiny will be on your side. Death covered his mouth and chuckled. With the resurrection of Thanos, the top god of the universe has keenly noticed that the destiny is clearly trembling, and there is a strange centripetal force faintly. It seems that Thanos should be the center of the destiny. Sure enough, should it be said that he is indeed the son chosen and cultivated by the pan-consciousness of this universe. Even if Martin's destiny was taken away by Martin's brutal means, he would instinctively favor the Thanos that he selected and cultivated. I lost to Martin, there is nothing to say, I am not his opponent. No matter what you want to achieve with me, you will be disappointed. Thanos sighed and sat on a rock wearily, staring blankly. Die. Thanos, before you give up, you, as the destiny of the universe, will have a more glorious future. Death smiled in a low voice, slowly, a peculiar weapon pulled out from an unknown corner of the universe. This is a long sword that exudes powerful power, this sword. Thanos' eyes condensed and his face moved. He clearly felt the breath of infinite gems from this long sword. Thanos walked towards this long sword step by step, his eyes fixed on him. He felt an impatient roar call on the sword. Death said, The sound of death contained magical powers, bewildering Thanos constantly. 400. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Thanos took a deep look at death. He didn't know what was going on between this existence and Martin, and he didn't want to know what the other party wanted to achieve with him. I will do it not for you, but for my ideals, for the future of this universe, I will do it. I beg your readers for more support. He only knows that his ideas need to be implemented. Find Martin, kill Martin, and chop off his head with this invincible sword of infinity. Thanos' face was shaking, and on that moving face there was once again a raging fire burning, a deadly ideal, and it was boiling again at this moment. Infinite long sword. Go Thanos, take it, go to realize your ideals, kill the biggest obstacle in front of you, cut off the opponent's head, and trample it under your feet. Infinite gems, infinity gauntlet, and this infinite longsword, the infinite three-piece set, can truly maximize the infinite power. But unfortunately, everyone only stares at the infinite gems and can exert the power of the infinite gems. Infinity gauntlets. Huge amounts of grasping the hilt of the sword with the palm of his hand, lifting it slightly, and in an instant, many nearby fixed star systems burst open on the spot. Death threw the infinite long sword in front of Thanos. It was just the simplest move. A terrifying wave erupted from the long sword and quickly spread to the entire universe. Now, Thanos, you are the real destiny. You, who used Infinity Gauntlet and Infinite Gems to achieve the goal of destroying half of the universe's population, are now favored by the Infinite Sword, which will give you amazing power. Just like Death said, Infinite Sword, the strongest sword in Marvel's history, surpassing the Sword in the Stone, the Sword of the Dead, and the Sword of Twilight. In the comics, Doctor Doom intends to use this sword to conquer the universe, but is defeated by the opened Iron Man. A fragment dropped from the Infinite Sword can feed the hungry Galactus and transform it into the form of Life Messenger. The final outcome of this sword is to be destroyed along with Infinity Gauntlet and Infinite Gems. It is the least and most mysterious weapon in the Infinite three-piece suit. Infinite Gems are mounted on the Infinity Gauntlet, and then wearing the Infinity Gauntlet to hold the Infinite Sword. This is a combination that maximizes the power of infinity. But now this weapon has fallen into Thanos' hands. In order to improve Thanos' combat power so as to kill him as soon as possible, Martin took the fate of his life, and death was also the blood. He took the Infinite Sword directly and handed it to Thanos with reluctance. Thanos wears an Infinity Gauntlet, holding an Infinite Sword in his hand, and leaves. Death looked at Thanos' back. The smile on the skull's face at the moment was even more hideous and distorted. Thanos, it's rare for me to not twist your heart. It is already a great gift to you. Now I have given you the treasure of the Infinite Sword. If you still can't kill Martin or even your destiny, I haven't been able to take it back. Believe me, what's waiting for you at that time will be more terrible than death. In order to kill Martin, death was really a great effort, with a kind of sincerity with all his heart. Who makes Martin too weird and has destiny to add him, let the real destiny go to death and false destiny. Nothing is more beautiful than this. Cybertron. Martin is grinding a new coffee patiently. This is a variant coffee he cultivated using the latest technology. Now it has finally matured. He personally grinds it and intends to taste it carefully. This fluctuation. Suddenly, Martin stopped the movement in his hand and slowly raised his head. His gaze surpassed Cybertron's star and looked into the depths of the universe. In the instant just now, there was an extremely strange fluctuation. Although it was not terribly devastating, if you feel it carefully, it clearly has an internal quality that Martin cares about. This wave of volatility is somewhat similar to Infinite Gems. What the hell is? Is there a brand new Infinite Gems born? Letter 3005. Martin became serious immediately, not even paying attention to the process of making his favorite coffee. No one knows better than him what it means if a new Infinite Gems is born. 6 ordinary Infinite Gems are worthless, and they are waste when they are taken to other universes, not to mention that these 6 gems are now broken, and even 1,000th of their power can't be exerted. However, if it is a new Infinite Gems, it must be. Exhausting the entire multi-universe, there is only one special Infinite Gems. No matter what it is, since it can be related to Infinite Gems, I have to decide. I will kill whoever blocks it. Martin got up, picked up a towel casually, and wiped his hands carefully. At this time, 2 tall figures entered the room. Creator, my Infinite Gems are restless. Megatron's face was serious. The many fragments all over his body at the moment were shining, and the unique vibration frequency at the moment also kept emitting, extending into the depths of the universe. Megatron snorted coldly and forcibly suppressed the restlessness of Infinite Gems. Optimus Prime was also very serious and said solemnly, Could it be that the rules of this universe have changed, which triggered the reaction of infinite gems? Martin faintly said, "The infinite power that can trigger the infinite gems reaction, the exhaustion of multi-universe, there are only a few. This kind of thing is no longer the kind of thing that you two-level godfathers can intervene. You just need to stay quietly in the block. Botan is just fine, protect this planet for me. Remember, no matter what happens, don't leave Cybertron so as not to be exploited by the enemy." Wow! After Martin put on his jacket in a crash, the Supreme God armor was instantly worn. As he slowly raised his head, the powerful computing system of the God armor was activated, and all the blessings were applied to Martin. Megatron and Optimus Prime's eyes condensed. What kind of things can make Martin, who is so strong and calm, wear the Supreme God armor in advance as a precaution? At this time, the harsh alarm sounded. In Cybertron's outer space, one spacecraft appeared one after another, and the most eye-catching thing was the one that looked like a continental version of the giant spacecraft. Holy Place Number 2, the flagship of the Dark Quadrant. "The Dark Quadrant is coming," Ultron issued a warning. "Dark Quadrant, Thanos are dead, only a few level sub-godfather scum is living, how dare they come." A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Megatron's face, and there was even an offended anger. Even if Thanos comes, he who has already reached the limit of level godfather can still be killed with one hand. No, be careful, something is not quite right. Optimus Prime had already pulled out the great sword. Martin stepped out even more, and in the next second he was already in the universe, standing directly in front of Holy Place 2. This guy seems to have become stronger. It's no wonder that even the top cosmic god like Death fears him so much. Thanos sat on the throne, wearing heavy armor, the long sword that exudes a frightening atmosphere at the moment was stuck on the floor in front of him. Ebony Maw said sincerely, "Double my master. Although you hold the hope of this universe and many cosmic gods, your faithful servant urges you not to take risks. Needless to say, I am bound to fight this battle with him to fight for the fate of this universe. The world and the gods are on my side. This time I will lose without any reason." Thanos looked indifferent, got up, and grabbed this long sword in one hand. Its powerful energy fluctuations made the level sub-godfather's Obsidian 5 generals inevitably step back, looking at each other, and greedy eyes fell on this one. On a peculiar weapon, General Corvus Glaive even coveted, "My master, what weapon is this?" Thanos glanced at General Corvus Glaive indifferently and stared at him. After he died, he took charge of the Dark Quadrant bloody, but after he returned, he gave up his position without hesitation. He snorted coldly, "This is the most powerful in the world. The weapon is enough to sever the armor on Martin's body." While talking, Thanos had already walked out of Holy Place 2 and confronted Martin in the space. "It's really you, Thanos, is it? I guess it's the Death Watch that can't help it. Decided to resurrect you to be her instrumentalist." The moment he saw Thanos, Martin smiled. His smile was very playful. Even the gods sometimes have to do mortal things, picking up the things thrown in the trash can and continuing to use them. "I don't care about her conspiracy, I just need to know that my ideal is not dead yet, and this universe needs me to save. Martin, this time you will die in my hands. When you die, I will be in the depths of the universe. Pick a peaceful planet and build a tomb for you by yourself." Thanos waved his hand, and the army behind him directly rushed towards Cybertron. He himself grasped the hilt with one hand and wiped the blade of the long sword with the other. He looked at Martin's gaze, already with a kind of coldness. "Murderous. This time he will never lose. It is impossible to lose. He has the most powerful sword in the world. The leaders of the two sides are facing each other, but the armies of the two sides have begun to exchange fire." At the moment, the Dark Quadrant, the whole army was dispatched and crashed into Cybertron. The countless warships swarming there and the many black obelisks dropped from the warships at the moment crashed into Cybertron, Tan Xing. "They will be submerged in the wave of my vanguard." General Corvus Glaive looked at the planet below with a gloomy expression in a very bad mood. "Still angry about Thanos," Proxima Midnight chuckled in a low voice. General Corvus Glaive snorted, clutching his weapon tightly and said coldly, "He should have died. He was killed by Martin while Warmir and even the soul gem was taken away. He has already seized control of the Dark Quadrant and has become the Lord of Darkness in a generation." Result: the B*******D Thanos was resurrected by the Universe God, and then he ran back. General Corvus Glaive and Thanos both had their desperate thoughts, and they were really about to move. But when they saw the infinite sword in Thanos' hand, they were shocked. "This time the Master won't lose." Ebony Maw looked at the countless troops outside, with a strange luster flowing in his eyes, and said in a low voice. Obsidian 5th generals fell silent. They had personally experienced the terrifying infinite sword. They knew too well how strong the current Mirage 400 was. That was the Overlord who really added the destiny and had a terrifying artifact. At the moment, countless black obelisks fell, and they were about to hit the surface of Cybertron. Numerous pioneers inside the obelisk at the moment had already begun to scream one after another and couldn't wait to carry out a new killing. Can be the next moment. A protective shield covering the whole world suddenly appeared, surging with powerful energy fluctuations, blocking countless obelisks in a sudden, and there was a loud noise, and those obelisks exploded in the atmosphere. This is... The protective cover that covers the world is really generous. Obsidian Fifth looked cold. I originally thought that at most a fleet would be sent to bombard and block, but I didn't expect to have such a luxurious energy shield. In the next moment, countless fleets and formations of shapeshifting King Kong in the form of squads began to swarm out, crossing the shield in the roar's whistle and fighting the Dark Quadrant army in space. Let's take action too. The life forms of these robots are very suitable for combat. In space, each of them can become a combat unit, but our soldiers cannot. Supergiant spoke indifferently, grabbed a long white waist-length hair, and stepped CFBD step by step. Standing directly in the space, looking at the fierce confrontation that had already erupted ahead, suddenly sneered. Indeed, these creatures named shapeshifting King Kong are so superior in life form that they can survive and fight in any harsh environment. The Obsidian Five sneered and flew out of the spaceship, looking at Cybertron indifferently. How long has this passed before the five of us joined forces again? Ebony Maw chuckled softly. As long as there is no problem with the Master, Cybertron can never be our opponent. General Corvus Glaive sneered again and again. During this period, although they are deliberately avoiding Cybertron, their impression of this planet still remains in the past. 5-level sub-godfathers are enough to destroy this special planet. I'll do it first. Supergiant showed a faint smile, his pupils whitened, and in an instant the huge spiritual power burst out, and it was about to sweep the audience. Her mental ability is extremely terrifying on a large-scale battlefield, enough to clear the field in an instant. But the next moment, the dim yellow light flashed suddenly. Hey, how can someone block my mind ability? And this power. Supergiant's face changed, and when he looked up he saw a big man with a dark silver body. At the moment he was killing him with a sneer on his face. What made her feel even more shocked was that there were clearly shards of gems on the big man's body. Sparkling. No, this is infinite gems. This guy actually managed the broken infinite gems. Supergiant's face changed in an instant. His already white face at the moment was even paler. Die. Megatron grinned and his eyes fell on Supergiant. Suddenly the yellow light dimmed and the absolute power of purple emerged. Even at a long distance, Megatron blasted out with a punch, and Level Godfather's powerful combat power broke out. Come out, punch, just a punch. Supergiant felt the terrifying pressure. The purple light that came in flashed with an unstoppable sense of oppression. Before she had time to scream for help, she only heard a loud noise and purple light spreading. Supergiant was hit by Megatron. Supergiant. Hateful. Why did this guy suddenly become so strong? The faces of the other 4 generals changed wildly, with a look of panic. How could it happen that Megatron is not even a level sub-godfather? But now he has mastered the infinite gems fragments and killed Supergiant with one punch. General Corvus Glaive's eyes flickered, and his face was decisive. Everyone, I suddenly remembered something. Roar, a Bifrost descended suddenly. Before the light dissipated, a giant sword had already crashed down, and General Corvus Glaive was slashed on the spot in an instant. Optimus Prime scanned coldly, looking at the sickle weapon floating in space, and without hesitation he cut it down again with a sword. Amidst the shattering of the sickle, a scream was made vaguely. The body of General Corvus Glaive is this sickle. Roar. Before the remaining 3 generals could react, a terrifying roar that shook the 9 realms was already emitted, and a terrifying dragon at the moment Roar rushed out and rushed straight to the battlefield. A horrible flame with negative divine power submerged Black Dwarf and burned to ashes in an instant. Damn, are these guys monsters? Ebony Maw's face was blue and he chanted a spell. In an instant, the others had disappeared. The only remaining Proxima Midnight at the moment was also torn to pieces by 5 madly rushing monsters, and in the end it was just a scream. Huh, it's boring. Megatron was disappointed. The Dark Quadrant army that is pouring out of nests is this level. That's it. It's not enough to kill it all, and it's not fun at all. The terrifying combat power displayed by Cybertron's army is now only a small part of the display, and it instantly wiped out the upper levels of the Dark Quadrant. On the battlefield, the opponent Lian Chan retreated even more. The strength displayed was enough to shock countless civilizations. The explosion of fireworks in the universe heralded the end of the dark quadrant that has run across the universe for thousands of years. With the remains of the old overlord, the rise of a new overlord has been established. Your power is being destroyed, Thanos. Martin glanced at the battle and said lightly. Thanos was expressionless and slowly raised the infinite sword in his hand with an indifferent expression. I don't care, the dark quadrant is just my tool to save the world. Now I have the most powerful weapon, enough to power the infinite power. An infinite sword zoomed into the extreme. Martin, you are lost. Martin stared at Thanos for a while, then suddenly smiled. You said the infinite sword is the strongest weapon. Martin's gaze moved and finally fell on the strange long sword in Thanos' hand. If it was just a guess, but when he saw Thanos resurrected, he immediately understood. Infinite Longsword, Marvel's first sword, one of the complete infinite three-piece set. Originally, this thing was too rare. Martin didn't think about getting this thing from the beginning, but he didn't expect it. Now it's actually resurrected. Thanos' hands. Did death give Thanos a hand in hand? The infinite sword, a rare weapon in the world, can be used with infinity gauntlet and infinite gems to maximize infinite power. Thanos, you are really amazing, you can get this weapon. Martin smiled suddenly with a weirdness in his smile. Thanos stared. Martin's reaction was beyond his expectation, and he suddenly said in a deep voice, why are you so clear about the origin of this weapon? There is no reason, I know better, Thanos, you have been used by death and you are one of her dogs. Martin laughed softly. Thanos looked cold and silent for a while and said, I am not a dog of any man or god, even if she is a god, I will always only follow the ideals in my heart. So from now on, your ideal will be shattered, and I will cut it off with my own hands. I can kill you once, I can kill countless times, even if the universe god is standing behind you is useless because even the universe god give in front of me. Martin slowly raised his hand and sneered. You said the infinite sword is the strongest weapon. Do you think that with the infinite long sword, you are sure to defeat me without infinite gems? The infinite sword is indeed powerful, but Thanos, it is not as invincible as you think. A terrible fluctuation suddenly erupted from Cybertron. The strange blue ripples spread, triggering huge amounts of ripples in the space for countless hours, as if the entire universe had to give in front of this unknown source of power. Thanos frowned, and a trace of anxiety suddenly rose in his heart. It stands to reason that his will has been built to an extremely powerful level, but Martin is really weird, and there are always endless methods every time. Boom. A stream of light flew up abruptly amid a dreadful bang and flew straight to Martin. At this moment, the entire universe trembled, as if it could not bear the simple movement of this unknown object, as if it had been severely cut. Not good. Thanos' face sank, feeling the horrible tearing sensation on his face. His heart was throbbing, and he did not dare to hesitate. With a low cry, he rushed towards Martin with the infinite sword and cut it down with a fierce sword. No matter what the hell it is, Martin can never get it smoothly. You are in fear, Thanos. Fear is dead in my hands again. Martin's voice turned into a faint whisper, hiss. On the cut infinite longsword, there was a powerful burst of infinite power, and in conjunction with Thanos' golden infinity gauntlet, it did produce a geometrically multiplied power surge. However, in the face of this sudden cut, Martin's face was flat. At the moment, he backed away abruptly, and he was about to be slashed by the edge of the infinite sword. A blue streamer pierced through it in an instant. The endless overlapping time and space at the moment was pierced by the blue streamer, but for a moment a bizarre and wide sword made of blue crystal was cast, has appeared in Martin's hands. When Martin raised his long sword with a flat face, only to hear a loud noise that resounded throughout the universe. In an instant, two terrifying long swords had collided, and two completely different powerful energy positions and their own characteristics broke out in a terrifying collision. This horror wave erupted from just one sword. Madness spread out in all directions, setting off an energy storm that affected countless galaxies. Behind him, on Cybertron, the magic ball had already begun to shelter Cybertron for the first time. It was more than enough to protect a planet with the power of the 10 great artifacts, and immediately stopped this terrible storm. What is this? Thanos looked at the blue crystal sword with a shocked face, brewing endless sharp blue light. At the moment, his purple face was reflected hideously. His face was even more unbelievable, and his palms suddenly clenched, grabbing the infinity long sword with infinity gauntlet. And with a low growl, he exploded with even greater infinite power, trying to give this unknown long sword in one fell swoop. Cut it off, find flowers. But actually, that's it, there is really nothing to be awe-inspiring. Martin stands tall in the universe and the beautiful azure luster surrounds him. This sword is a sword that can slaughter gods, it's called the Star Sword. Thanos let out a low growl, holding the infinite sword in both hands and slashed fiercely, but the next moment, his whole person was slashed out and the infinite sword let out a painful cry. Martin slashed with a sword again, the sharp enough to cut everything, even the adjacent space was torn apart. Huge amounts of nothingness emerged, and the blow that pierced the time and space immediately slashed towards Thanos. Geek, subscribe, I beg you for your support. Factory. Martin grabbed the long sword and walked towards Thanos step by step. His movements were not rushed or slow, and he was more relaxed and casual, as if even the Thanos holding an infinite long sword was still not worth his all-out effort. A mouthful of red blood spurted out and was quickly frozen by the low temperature of the universe. What is this sword? Why do you have this level of weapon? Thanos' voice was low, revealing a deep unwillingness. How is this possible? Thanos' face changed. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. For me, nothing is impossible. Thanos, I told you early in the morning you were deceived by the insidious guy who died. Don't think she is a god. It's only because she's alive long enough. She's lucky enough to take advantage of the loopholes to become a god. Death is essentially an idiot. You don't even understand this. Martin said lightly. The next second, he kicked out and kicked Thanos hard in the stomach. This was enough to break the planet with one blow, and he kicked Thanos out in this empty space. Suddenly fly out in space for a long time. To be honest, sometimes when Martin looks at the gods, he really does not hide his disdain and contempt for these gods like idiots. These guys were born early, and they had occupied all the gods early because they were honored by countless later beings as gods. What makes Thanos' heartache more than his physical injury is the weird weapon in Martin's hand. But no matter how much power he exerts, it is of no use, as if what he was cutting down was originally as indestructible as this universe. The star sword shone with a terrifying blue luster, dipping countless planets into bright colors. Die Thanos, even if you have the infinite sword, it is impossible to get back what should belong to you. Martin sneered and slowly shook the star sword. This terrifying long sword only flickered in space, cutting the space and time nearby. It seemed that no matter what was facing the star sword, it had to face it. Destiny to be shredded. Thanos' face was completely gloomy at the moment, and with a low roar the whole person rushed over like a meteor and set off huge amounts of roar, the infinite sword that was raised high. At the moment, there was a burst of infinite power. Come out, the point of the sword pointed directly at Martin's head. He will not retire, nor will he retire. When death resurrected him and gave him the treasure of the infinite sword, Thanos knew deeply that he had no retreat. Retreat, not to mention that he would not let him go, even the gods of the universe won't let him go. When the two long swords brewing terrifying power collided again, bursting out terrifying ripples and their all-encompassing sharpness spread one after another and began to chop everything near, so a cold light burst out here. After traveling through the endless universe for a long time, he defeated countless fixed stars and planets along the way and then slowly dissipated. It symbolizes the confrontation between the two world's strongest swords. At this moment, with Martin and Thanos full shots, they finally came to a peak of twists and turns, and the terrible impact it caused began to spread to the entire universe. Rumble, hiss. The crackling sound and the broken sound are produced one after another. The two figures use the entire universe as the battlefield. Each sword slashes the past, and every seemingly random movement of the figure, there are countless galaxies that are crossed by the two of them. In front of these two existences, the entire universe seemed like its own pool of water, with countless sword lights shining and two completely different power systems. At the moment, the most fierce and brutal confrontation began to maximize. Many eyes were attracted, and more angry roars resounded. Damn, our Carry Empire has been destroyed by dozens of planets again. These bastards, can't they stop? Gods, we Carry people can also have powerful gods that can kill these guys. Prepare for war, the glory of the Skrull Empire cannot be tarnished. Don't let those primitive and ignorant Carry monkeys take advantage of the loopholes. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Empire will not participate, shrink the line of defense, transfer the population. The three major interstellar empires in the universe, in the face of this terrifying lethality, smashing the planet like cutting off a drop of water, can only force down their inner anger, and they dare not retaliate at all. As an ancient and powerful interstellar civilization, they know too much how deep the water in this universe is. It is true that there are a group of cold-blooded and cruel gods aloft. Wow, it was another terrifying confrontation. After this violent blow, Thanos was bombarded with one blow and his body was scarred. Even with the Infinity Sword and Infinity Gauntlet, he still could not completely protect him. What the hell is the weapon in Martin's hand? The Star Sword. I have exhausted the entire multi-universe, and I have never heard of this weird artifact. Compared to this, I am more concerned about where this sword comes from, infinite, can it be positioned? Symbolizing the infinity of infinite space, at the moment shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, it's still the same as in the past. It cannot be explored, observed, or located. The various artifacts on Martin seem to appear suddenly, naturally, but it won't trigger the universe's own rejection. The emergence of every divine tool is a shortcut to burst out a powerful force. As the creation god of the universe, it stands to reason that he will feel it. But the reality is cruel, as before there is no way to know. Is it really forged by him? In a way that we can't detect. At present, this is indeed the case. Only this can explain it. In addition, I really don't believe there is any way to make the artifacts of the different universe work perfectly on the universe ruled by our universe gods." Death said solemnly. Numerous ancient beings fell silent, each looking at the fierce battlefield with complex expressions, and the coercion erupting in the center of the battlefield made them, the cosmic gods, feel a panic. Too powerful. Thanos is strong and understandable. As long as he is alive, the destiny will lean towards him, plus the infinite sword in his hand. But that Martin. Cronus looked complicated. As the cosmic entity, the god of time, he can feel Martin's strength is steadily rising, and the part of the power it represents is also rising sharply. It seems that he is not far from where he is. Will he see the rise of a new cosmic god with his own eyes? Isn't this rising too fast? Rumble. Another wave broke out that made some weak universe gods uneasy, annihilating countless planets. Martin is suppressing Thanos. The star sword that dazzled the gods every time it was swiped, the blue light burst out, as if it had soaked the rules of the universe into a beautiful azure blue. With a loud noise that rang through the universe, the two long swords frequently collided, shattering countless matter and time and space. Thanos gasped hard, his eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't care about his injuries at all and hurriedly lowered his head to look at his infinite sword. "You lose." Martin spread his hands slowly, he was stunned. Thanos was blasted back one after another, a lot of blood spewed out of his mouth, and his internal organs began to crack, but the infinite power quickly recovered his injury. Unfortunately, Martin's injury was much faster than the recovery speed. Boom, the muscles behind Martin's divine armor had already bulged at this moment, bursting into the blue veins. In the explosion of terror power, he once again blasted Thanos and quickly chased after him. Boom. No, no, it's impossible. My infinite sword is the most powerful artifact in this universe. How could it be you? Guild to beg the readers to subscribe, the grades have dropped very sharply. The fragments of the infinite sword, at the moment strong energy is surging, lying quietly in Martin's palm. In the final blow, Martin smashed Thanos into a planet with a sword, and in a bang, the entire planet began to explode. Are you looking for this? There was a loud noise, accompanied by fragments of the long sword that broke apart. Cracks have appeared on this infinite long sword, as if it would shatter at any time. What's more terrifying is that the part that was violently hacked by Martin just now was clearly cracked. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Martin stood in the starry sky with an indifferent face, staring coldly at the destruction of a planet. An embarrassed figure rushed out from the aftermath of the planet's explosion, with a gray head and a muddy face. The scars were densely covered all over, and bones were deeply visible. Blood was constantly spouting from Thanos' mouth. What was even more frightening was that Martin had cut off at the moment at the position below his waist and was wiped out into countless atoms in the sword light of the opponent. Life is passing, and once again, Thanos personally felt his own death, and what he felt more deeply than before was the collapse of the destiny of the universe. Faintly, he seemed to understand something. It feels bad. Thanos gave a bitter smile. You didn't need to feel this bad feeling again. You could sleep forever, but you just want to be a dog to death. Martin walked step by step and came to the dying Thanos expressionless. At the moment, he raised his hand with a sword and chopped off Thanos' hands, split his fingers one by one and cut off the rest. The sword was taken. At this time, the infinite sword completely fell into Martin's hands. It was really a good trophy, rare in the world. In the comics, this sword shattered into countless pieces. Any one piece made Silver Shadow Man black and become a dark 25 surfer every second, and it can make Galactus, who is hungry and crazy, completely filling his stomach. The infinite power contained in the infinite sword is an important puzzle of the entire infinite power definitely. The infinite power involved in the 6 ordinary gems. The 3 infinite gems, which are unique in all multi-universe, are on the contrary. It was simply not something that the infinite long sword could touch. Now this sword is owned by Martin and Cybertron. Quiet to die, Thanos, your life is a glorious tragedy. You died twice without even having a tombstone. Martin quietly looked at the universe overlord in front of him. No, it was more like a dog who had lost hope. You have noticed it, the destiny that returned to me from you is collapsing. This is their purpose, they only need to strip the destiny from you. Thanos spouted a mouthful of blood, carrying a lot of internal organ fragments, and whispered in the last moment of his life. It was Martin's strange look that responded to him. You are mistaken again, Thanos. I have never taken the destiny thing in my heart. The position I have now is seized by a constant aggression using countless enemies. The blood and the corpse were paved. What does it have to do with the destiny? That kind of boring trick is also worthy of juxtaposition with my great achievements. Martin sneered and immediately took a deep look at Thanos. The star sword moved and slashed at Thanos' head. The blue light flashed. A head rose into the sky. In the universe, Thanos, a descendant of the Eternal Titans, finally dropped his curtain, although the consequences of this another killing were extremely serious and he was shattered by the repeated pull of destiny. But Martin didn't care at all. Waves of powerful divine power surged over, a pair of gazes brewing all kinds of treacherous emotions, at the moment across the distant time and space. At the moment all fell on Martin with a deep jealousy and greed. Snapped. Martin stepped on the body of Thanos, held his head up, sneered at the starlight and laughed softly. Is this your goal? Or is it your ultimate goal of death will be infinitely long? The sword was given to Thanos. It would be best if he could kill me in one fell swoop. If not, at least he could trigger my destiny and then you will cut off the destiny. A good plan and also a ridiculous plan. When will the dignified cosmic gods use this stupid way to treat a newly emerging existence? Martin sneered again and again, seeming to inadvertently lift the star sword and easily carried it on his shoulders. The terrifying power that was enough to cut the universe radiated out one after another, hitting precisely where the prying eyes were. Before long, a series of frightened and angry voices sounded. Martin, you are so rude. You have no destiny, and you are no longer the darling of this universe. You, level godfather, dare to offend me waiting for the gods. You are looking for deaths. One after another, there were gloomy or unpleasant voices. But Martin just stood tall in the cosmic starry sky with a sneer on his face, surrounded by the remains of stars in the sky, like endless mountains traversing in the universe. So as long as you become a cosmic god, you can stand on the same level as you idiots. Will this make you high-level idiots shut up? Martin simply inserted the star sword directly into the chest of the dead Thanos, and looked up at the sky. The sneer on his face at the moment was even more sarcasm. What really disturbs these gods is that in Martin, there is a specification that breaks boundaries is rising. This lower boundary is strongly torn apart by the surging force, and it seems that there is a feeling of a powerful existence being gestated in the entire universe. No, don't you? It's impossible. How could you be promoted to the universe god so quickly? How long has it taken from your awakening ability to standing side by side with me? Don't forget this guy has time gem, maybe he has spent countless years in the corner of time. All the gods were watching, even those who had no hatred with Martin at all, and there were no negative opinions. At the moment, they were also moved and looked at this scene in astonishment. The fire source in Martin's body, at this moment, all kinds of power are madly gushing out, and Martin's power that has reached the limit of level God Father suddenly pushes upward again. Boom, boom, boom. Vaguely, the loud noise that only resounds at the rule level is constantly roaring. This is heralding the birth of the existence of level single universe, an existence that can stand side by side with the entire universe with its own power. Snapped in the next second, accompanied by an explosion, Martin has crossed the barriers like the sky, and the whole body is surging with a powerful force that surpasses the previous. The life level ushered in a huge amount of leap, and he has truly become a god. Level single universe. Keep abreast of the ancient gods. Martin drew up the star sword on the side and used the level single universe to control the star sword. It was enough to explode the power of this sword. At the moment, the gods of the universe were shaken by the horrible sword light, and they were faintly aware of it. It's a terrible sense of crisis. This guy Martin already possesses the ability of god slaughter. For a while all beings were silent, after a long time, boring. An impatient voice sounded. The huge amounts of planet devourer finally couldn't stand this stupid confrontation. He was hungry and he was completely disinterested in who killed whom or who became a god. He just wants to eat. And specialize in eating all kinds of life planets. Someone like Martin Thanos, go to hell, it's boring. Soon, many high-level existences in the entire universe knew, and a brand new cosmic god emerged. It is the Lord of Cybertron, the murderous Martin. Really, death has abolished so much effort. I don't hesitate to pull out the hapless Thanos and use it again. At best, he can only tear off Martin's destiny. Didn't he expect Martin to no longer need his destiny? Many beings were talking in low voices, whispering, those gazes overlooking the universe, at the moment with a little weirdness. It's ironic. What are you going to do? Eternal quietly looked at the figure beside him. Death was silent for a long time and said lightly, doing nothing. He has become a cosmic god alongside me. Although he is not an entity of this universe, he is indeed equal to me in terms of specifications. In that case, then, that's it. You want to stop here, but obviously Martin will not give up. He will retaliate, especially against you. Only you have the ability to revive Thanos. He knows you did it. Eternally indifferent, Death snorted and the whole figure began to hide, obviously not wanting to speak. Eternal also fell silent for a while, turned his head, looked at Martin again and said with emotion, really a terrifying guy, from a mortal to a noble cosmic god. All beings can feel the breath from Martin. The powerful power of the level single universe, like a heavy stone, weighs on the hearts of all beings, making them feel heavy. Brand new gods, brutal nature, what kind of changes should such Martin bring to this universe? Don't know, no one or God can know. Cybertron. Martin returned with the Infinity Sword and Infinity Gauntlet. As for Thanos' corpse, he directly abandoned it in the depths of the endless universe. It was a corpse, and it was really not worth his time to waste. The inhabitants of the entire planet fell into a frenzy at this moment, looking at Martin respectfully one after another, looking at the great god in their minds. The Creator has become the noble cosmic god. The whole planet is caught in a huge amount of carnival. As expected to be my master, he has become a top god in such a short time. Letter 3005. Kratos, who was in the arena of Karen, looked up at the sky at the moment, looking at Martin's stalwart figure with a look of excitement, so that the blood-colored lines on his body were slowly creeping. Sure enough, when the Olympus fell, he decided to surrender in pursuit of power and war, which was an extremely correct choice. After returning to the residence, the first thing Martin did was to invite Megatron. Martin inserted the broken Infinity Sword on the surface, and at the same time he gave the golden Infinity Gauntlet to Megatron and said lightly, I have given you these two things. In this way, you will have an infinite three-piece set. In the near future, you will be able to step into the level single universe in one fell swoop, and the gap in front of you will no longer exist. As soon as Megatron approached, the numerous jewel fragments on the surface of the body began to glow irresistibly at the moment, and the infinite swords looming on the same fractured infinitely roared each other. I see, I will definitely not let you down, and I will definitely be promoted to level single universe before the guy Optimus Prime. Megatron chuckled in a low voice, first put on the Infinity Gauntlet and then grabbed the hilt of the sword. In an instant, gloves, gems, and long swords were coherent, suddenly bursting out of the same frequency, and in their mutual contact they all carried each other up sharply, and the momentum that pushed Megatron's whole body suddenly skyrocketed. So strong. Megatron's face was moved, and the infinite three-piece suit was matched together. Even if it was defective, it could still have this terrible effect. Megatron at this moment clearly felt that he could slaughter the gods. Very well, this is really the best thing for you. From now on, you also have your own weapons. Don't let me down. Martin had a faint smile on his face and waved his hand. He didn't need something like the infinite long sword. With the star sword in his hand, Martin had no shortage of weapons on the offensive side. Megatron bent slightly towards Martin and left with his broken sword and gloves. Only Martin himself, at the moment, after taking a deep breath, his complexion was solemn, and he came to the sink for the first time to wash his hands carefully. His unfocused eyes seemed to be carrying out a sacred mission. System, draw a lottery, Martin said solemnly. Dip, congratulations to the host for reaching the level universe, and we will reward the god of the universe with a lucky draw. Countless light curtains flashed past, and every image was a good thing. Martin's eyes were hot. All kinds of artifacts, holy relics, and all kinds of legendary shapeshifting King Kong. He even saw the 13 apostles appear above. In the end, the pointer slowly stopped and finally pointed to some hammer-like weapon. This is, Martin's eyes narrowed. Dip tilde congratulations to the host for winning one of the top 10 artifacts, the Hammer of Tianjio. It's actually the Hammer of Tianjio. Open the artifacts. Martin shook his face, showing a look of joy. The Hammer of Tianjio, one of the 10 artifacts of the Cybertron civilization, is a weapon used by one of the 13 apostles S.H.I.E.L.D. Tianjio. It contains countless formulas and information, and has the ability to forge raw materials into extreme weapons. Ability. That's right, even an ordinary person who knows nothing about forging can smash a powerful weapon on the spot by picking up the Hammer of Tianjio and smashing it at a pile of scrap iron. At this time, just when Martin was admiring his artifact, Martin smiled satisfied. What? But we haven't studied that thing thoroughly until now, so we started it. Joe? Follow the order, Phil Coulson. The Red Skull is the one who made this world ruined and desperate, not the symbionts. The huge war triggered by the Red Skull resulted in a terrible disaster. Countless forces were involved. Even Atlantis and Kunlun Mountain participated in the war, and the entire planet was broken. It's a dog's brain. After all, that is. The Hammer of Tianjio is so unreasonable. As long as you smash the raw materials indiscriminately, a powerful weapon will inevitably be born. The Dragon of Symbiont, Fury looked majestic and said solemnly, when necessary, I don't hesitate to awaken that terrifying monster directly, and I want to end the evil of Red Skull. As for how strong this forged weapon can be, it depends on the limitations of raw materials. As the S.H.I.E.L.D. high-level agent, Phil Coulson knows the weirdness and incomprehensibility of that guy too well. Can't wait any longer, start the top-secret plan. Fury took a deep breath and said solemnly, Earth. Please subscribe, the results are declining, please give me a hand. Double this is the 4th artifact I have, and it's the auxiliary artifact I need most. Phil Coulson's eyelids jumped wildly, his mouth opened, and finally he sighed deeply and chose to execute the command. The Dragon of Symbiont. It was discovered by accident in Scandinavia in Northern Europe by S.H.I.E.L.D. decades ago. This is a black dragon frozen by endless ice, and it is also the source of all symbiosis on Earth. The last time we touched this guy was during the Vietnam War. Phil Coulson walked in the dark basement of Scandinavia, and waves of cold came, causing Phil Coulson to wrap his body tightly. The deeper you go, the more you can feel the terrible chill. The process of dealing with this black dragon is not so wonderful, it is because this dragon is so weird. Sir, this is an extremely risky decision. Although the black symbiote extracted from this dragon can make ordinary people have Superman-like strength in an instant, it is simply uncontrollable. The tragic consequences of the Vietnam War, until now we have not found a solution. A scientific researcher is closely behind Phil Coulson, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. He spent half of his life in this secret base, and spent half of his life studying the black dragon, knowing the danger too well. This is the chief's order, we only need to follow it. Moreover, we will arrange some fighters with firm will to carry the symbiote. There will be no big problems in a short time. Phil Coulson looked solemn and kept looking down at the information in his hand, repeatedly deliberating and thinking. During the Vietnam War, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already begun to make super soldiers, and the discovery of the Black Dragon made them ecstatic. Although they didn't figure out what the origin of this dragon came from and why it was frozen in Northern Europe, it's nothing important. The point is that part of the black matter they extracted from this dragon possesses the ability to possess and greatly strengthen the body. Super speed, super strength, super defense, super self-healing. And the possessed soldier can skillfully throw out black matter to fly over the walls, making him the perfect super soldier. Considering the huge size of the black dragon, the energy is constantly producing these mysterious black matter that resembles life. It is a treasure of wholesale super soldiers. This black substance, which is suspected of being alive, was named a symbiote by them. Throughout the Vietnam War battlefield, the symbiote soldiers showed a terrifying war ability. Everyone thinks this is the glorious beginning, but they don't know that this is the gate of hell. Phil Coulson looked at the virtual screen in front of him with solemn expression. The picture was extremely blurry. It was a scene of out-of-control symbiont soldiers slaughtering others wildly. The symbiote soldiers have all lost control, becoming brainless, violent, bloodthirsty, disorderly, alive lunatics. Everything is like a nightmare. So even now, half a century later, you haven't figured out the reason for their loss of control. Just frozen these soldiers for decades. Phil Coulson's face is ugly. Yes, sir, we don't know the principle at all. The researchers looked guilty. We speculate that the symbiote is originally something between life and non-life, similar to a virus, and it contains a peculiar effect that directly distorts human genes and spirit. Phil Coulson didn't say a word. After reaching the deepest part of the base, he took a deep breath and lifted his foot into the huge, heavily guarded basement. The first thing that came into view was a stubborn dragon tens of meters in height that was frozen in the ice, with a terrifying face roaring up to the sky, as if at war with a terrifying enemy. Go ahead, we need more powerful fighters to fight against the evil Red Skull. This world must not fall into the hands of Hydra. Phil Coulson was also shocked by the power of this dragon. After a long time, he said in a deep voice. Numerous scientific researchers immediately began to act, carefully drilling the slender instrument through the thick ice layer. And after carefully extracting a little material from the dragon, it immediately retracted. This process, CFBD, was repeated continuously, and the black masses, the substances, were put in different transparent containers by them. Phil Coulson noticed that some of the black matter gradually started to wriggle after being free from the ice. No wonder this thing is similar to a virus between living things and non-living things. Phil Coulson observed the whole process and saw with his own eyes a large number of soldiers being possessed by these symbionts, turning them into super soldiers. Soon, a symbiote army was born, and many soldiers stood quietly in place, waiting for orders. Very well, your task is to kill the Red Skull, whatever the cost. Phil Coulson spoke in a deep voice, and directly ordered these soldiers to start action immediately. The vigorous figure moved quickly, and the speed and physical stamina reached an exaggerated level. It's no wonder that the chief has never forgotten this dragon. If there is no sequelae of mental rage, it is indeed the most perfect biological weapon. It is countless times more reliable than Hulk serum and X-weapon. Now let these symbiote soldiers go to war with the Red Skull Sentinel and the controlled superhero. They will not feel distressed as much as they die, because more and more powerful symbiont soldiers will be born. Martin looked at Optimus Prime standing in front of him with a look of surprise. The body is trapped in a symbiotic planet deep in the universe. But everyone did not notice that this frequent extraction process was constantly stimulating the sleeping black dragon. The moment they left, the immutable dragon's eyes opened a subtle gap, looking at everything with vicious eyes. In the faint, there is a breath of terror quietly breeding, but it disappears in an instant. As the supreme god of the symbiote family, he has a terrifying record of killing a cosmic god group with one blow. He has fought fiercely with various gods in the past billions of years, and his inner humiliation is like an erupting volcano. Same brewing. Please subscribe. The results are declining. Please, readers, for your support. It seems that this dragon is observing everything indifferently through the perspective of every symbiote soldier. Was the ruthless character of the god of symbiote awakened so early? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The symbiote body currently in use is still undergoing these human experiments. In the dark, he even perceived the fluctuation of the Sword of the Dead and immediately became more angry in his heart and began to summon this artifact that he had built by himself. Minar, I will definitely to Guang this planet to celebrate my awakening. Phil Coulson took a deep look at the dragon last and then left in a hurry. Well, the sword of the necromancer is restless and is going to shuttle in the direction of the earth. Damn Asgard frozen me here, concocted by these stupid humans. The soul is trapped in the earth. This dragon's heart was filled with extremely vicious thoughts. Cybertron, this sword, I remember it was taken from Asgard. Optimus Prime said in a deep voice. At the moment, Optimus Prime's mechanical palm exploded with a terrifying force capable of squeezing a planet, and he was holding a strange long sword that exuded death and tyranny. In front of Optimus Prime of level Godfather, the aura erupting from this sword is powerful but not enough to see. Unless, now, the god of Symbiont stands in front of him and performs Roar Summon. This sword fell into Hela's hands. I discovered this sword by accident when I destroyed Asgard and built Cybertron on its ruins. Martin lay comfortably on the chair, glanced at the restless necromancer sword casually, and spoke lightly. There was a little deep thought in his eyes. The Sword of the Undead, in terms of sword weapons, it is also the best artifact in Marvel, forged by the god of symbiosis, Nar. Be careful, Optimus Prime, the owner of this sword, is a ruthless character. A few billion years ago, he killed a cosmic god group with a single sword. Martin urged. Nar awakened so early, but fortunately, anyway, it was just a poor creature whose soul and body were forced to separate. With Martin's current level single universe's powerful strength, it was enough to slaughter Nar. However, what interests Martin even more is the symbiote planet. There are endless symbiotes on it. If it can be captured and controlled, it would be a good blessing to the low-level soldiers of Cybertron, lest it be because the strength was too weak and was quickly killed on the battlefield. So do you want to let go of the Sword of the Dead? Optimus Prime whispered. No, you don't need to let it go. Nar will take the initiative. At that time, find a way to kill him and occupy the symbiote planet. Martin smiled faintly. Earth, the horrible war called World War III, has completely spread across the world. All countries and organizations have been involved in this unprecedented war, and everyone is fighting with red eyes and blood. In order to face the army of Red Skull, all the ancient powers simply exhausted their cards, and powerful existences exuding ancient aura appeared one after another, appearing in front of the world. Kunlun Mountains. A huge amounts of Shenlong swiftly shuttled, bursting out a powerful gas from its mouth, covering a large amount of Sentinel in an instant. Shu Lao, these robots have super self-healing ability, which contains the ability of the guy named Logan. It's hard to kill. Duke Lei was bathed in endless thunder. This is the chi that he has cultivated for hundreds of years, accumulated and transformed by hard life. It is not a real thunder, but it is more terrifying than thunder. Boom, boom, boom. With one punch, Lei Gong knocked a metallized sentinel into the air and even cursed it in his mouth. He was beaten and beaten by this, and ability robots, which were all kinds of and switched at will, were annoying enough. These ghosts are not too threatening to us, they are just a little troublesome, but for others they are a nightmare. The Jade Emperor also roared again and again, almost as strong as Thunder Lord, turning into hurricanes, blasting countless robots and Hydra soldiers. In the ocean, numerous whirlpools appeared. Accompanied by a terrifying tsunami that rose to the sky and fell, a famous undersea man rushed out of the sea, and the army of Atlantis finally began to appear in front of the world, confronting the army of Red Skull. Aquaman Namor is naked, showing his strong muscles, with powerful magic power surging. Holding the Aquaman trident, he controls the world's oceans, setting off waves and constantly drawing enemies into the depths of the sea. Ororo, be sober, don't be controlled by the Red Skull anymore. Namor was bathed in endless sea water and torrential rain under lightning and thunder. There were countless waves surging around him. Opposite him was Storm Ororo, whose mind had been controlled by the Red Skull. One person controls the ocean and the other controls the weather. The two have been fighting for a long time. Namor refused to kill. Because Ororo is his girlfriend. Yes, Ororo of X-Men is a couple with Aquaman Namor. Damn Red Skull, Charles is also an idiot, so he was so easily poached his brain by Red Skull and harmed the whole world. Seeing that there was no response at all, and the lover who wanted to kill himself, Namor was even more angry. The whole world is caught in huge amounts of turmoil. Various weird biological weapons are raging around the world, and Hydra's crazy human experiment products are thrown out and slaughtered frantically. Find flowers. It's crazy. As if the end of the world. But soon, the decline of the war changed, because S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly dropped a large number of symbiote soldiers to various key battlefields. Natasha Romanoff's eyelids trembled, but he did not open his eyes. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "This is the strangest place, everything is normal. You know, these symbioses have formed a powerful distortion to the human spirit and genes. Strength, it stands to reason that the group of soldiers who were the first to enter the battlefield should have gone crazy long ago. But the results of repeated inspections turned out to be all normal. It is active. Contains no metal and mechanical structure, which is equivalent to immunity to Magneto's magnetic control and Martin's activation, and can maintain the host's vitality at a super high level. As long as it is not bombarded into slag, even the internal organs are gone, it won't take long to recover. These things are the top secret plan of S.H.I.E.L.D. I wanted to get some symbiote to study the special battle suit, but you guys refused to give it to me. How long will these guys lose control? Tony asked in a low voice. These fierce and almost perfect undead fighters are active all over the world, attacking the Red Skull army forcefully, so that the United Party finally breathed a sigh of relief. Please subscribe, every reader. The results have fallen sharply, so please support me. Factory. Tony stared at the symbiote attached to the soldier, his eyes gradually becoming hot. This is the perfect material in his mind. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Well, apart from the huge consumption of all kinds of meat, which is dozens of times the appetite of ordinary people, this kind of small defect is nothing at all. Everything is normal. Tony furrowed his brows, and his powerful wisdom made him instantly realize that there was a problem. It didn't make sense that the soldiers from decades ago ended up miserably, but now the soldiers are all normal. As time went by, the war on the Earth became more and more fierce, and there were wars and ruins everywhere. Red Skull has always been serious about conquering the world. These symbiote soldiers are too difficult and weird. Red Skull frowned at the captured symbiote soldier in front of him. After cruel experiments, it was confirmed that the symbiote is something like flames and fear. Noise. His steps to rule the world were blocked by these ghosts, but when he used his spiritual power to control these symbiote soldiers, something strange happened. In the dark, an unknown and terrifying gaze forcibly cut off his mind control, as if behind these symbiosis there is a terrifying existence watching the progress of the situation indifferently, and it will violently rise at any time. There really is a problem. S.H.I.E.L.D is also panicked and dare to put these serious ills on the battlefield in batches. They will regret it. Red Skull sneered again and again. What is standing behind the symbiote? The ancient god? Sorry, Red Skull doesn't care about this. After being trapped by Soul Gem for more than 70 years, he has obtained endless information, and his understanding of various gods far exceeds that of ordinary people. Even the great multi-universe god, he glanced from a distance, and Sithorn's horror was deeply reflected in his heart. The guy behind the symbiote, no matter how stalwart, is it possible that he is stronger than so many cosmic gods? Fearing the head and tail, piercing the sky is also a heavenly father. Come here, burn this symbiote to death. Red Skull said indifferently. At this time, the squirming symbiote suddenly stopped moving and a vague voice came out. Schmidt, I can help you rule this planet. All the Hydra soldiers took action and drew their guns at the symbiote immediately, just in case. Red Skull's face was always indifferent, and he waved his hand, and immediately there was a flame spurting out, burning the symbiote completely. Sir, shall we not negotiate with the guy who controls the symbiote? Mrs. Viper whispered. No, what I want is to rule the world and then rebuild it according to my will, not destroy the world. Red Skull left a word indifferently, turned around and left here. Madame Viper thoughtfully. It didn't take long. A terrifying roar suddenly resounded throughout the earth. In Scandinavia, in northern Europe, in that underground base, many scientific researchers and soldiers stared dumbfounded at the black dragon that had suddenly awakened, with deep fear on their faces. The endless ice layer definitely shattered, and the black dragon violently shattered ice. The terrifying coercion exuded made everyone present feel the fear from their hearts. No, those symbiote soldiers. A scientific researcher yelled, and in the next second, a symbiote soldier rushed over and stretched out a mouth on the spot, biting off the researcher's head in one bite. In this space, all the symbiote soldiers got out of control, became extremely violent, and began to slaughter everyone frantically. The black dragon glanced even more, the ancient divine words uttered from his mouth. Pieces of black matter fell from his body, turned into symbiosis, and quickly rushed towards a human being who was fleeing or rebelling. Humanities. The black dragon, No or Nar, at the moment looked at these Earth humans indifferently in a very bad mood. Awful. He just possessed his soul on this symbiote dragon intending to conquer the Earth but was attacked by Asgard and was defeated tragically. Even primitive species like humans can point fingers at me. Nar was in a bad mood, and a series of mighty powers erupted, destroying the base in an instant, and then directly passed through the ground and flew in the sky. The soul power that broke out alone overwhelmed the entire Earth. 1,000 years ago, my invasion of this planet was stopped by Asgard. Now no one can stop me anymore. Nar let out a creepy laugh, and through the symbiote army, he learned the news of Asgard's demise. In an instant, all the symbiote legions all over the world went out of control. They ran away and began to slaughter all living creatures indiscriminately. At the same time, the source of the constantly black matter fell off the dragon and turned into symbionts, rushing towards more people or animals. Nar began to invade this planet frantically. Soon, countless cities fell and were slaughtered by endless symbiotes. Even if the army used flames and noise in batches, it was difficult to stop the terrifying but all-pervasive symbiote army. This is the horror of Nar, and it is also the reason why he arbitrarily attached to a symbiote dragon, rushed to the World Tree and threatened to rule the Earth, one of the 3 realms of Midgard. One man becomes an army. Nar's soul is attached to dragon, looking down all this indifferently. Suddenly, he raised his head slightly and sent countless army of symbiotes to the moon, and he wanted to spread the symbiotes throughout the solar system. On the moon, a tall figure wearing black armor was looking up at the symbiotes who roared, expressionless. The leader of the alien race, the King Black Bat, the king of level Godfather, silently watched the army coming to the moon, slowly opened his mouth and uttered a word. Die. At this time, a cold voice suddenly came. Forget it, focus on the Earth first and turn the whole planet into a brand new symbiotic planet. Nar looked at everything indifferently and looked at the people and animals wailing and screaming during the war with a cruel smile. That guy actually holds the power of sound waves. The whole Earth is wailing. A random sound obliterated tens of thousands of symbiosis and solved the formidable enemy that countless superhero couldn't solve. Don't ask why sound waves can propagate in a vacuum. This is the ability of the Black Bat King. The stalwart figure wearing the Supreme God armor at the moment tore a space tunnel directly reached the solar system. One syllable saved the moon. Nar suddenly sneered in a low voice and glanced at the moon. If he had a complete period, he would be able to stab him to death with just one hand, like the Black Bat King who barely stepped into the father. The Black Bat King looked at the Earth, hesitated for a moment and finally did not act, just sheltering the moon. I beg you readers to subscribe. The results have fallen, please support me, but not now. His favorite thing is to conquer and kill. In the past billions of years, he has fought fierce battles with various gods and has won many battles. Back then, when the Inhumans were on Earth, they were not less persecuted, otherwise they would not have migrated to the moon. In an instant, the terrifying sound wave burst out, and only a word was spoken. The terrifying sound wave was transmitted in an instant, shaking the countless symbionts in space and howling and even dying on the spot. He controls the symbiote dragon, and his strength to break through the sky is a weak-level Godfather, and he is completely defeated by the guy in front of him who uses sound waves as a weapon. I'm afraid you won't have a chance in your life. Sooner or later, I will kill all the gods and pull this world into the abyss in my body. No one can stop me. I am the supreme god of this universe. Nar looked at the sky full of stars and laughed terribly. Voice only. Natasha Romanoff closed her eyes to rest and didn't bother to respond to him. Tony returned to the base with a tired face. His armor was already in tatters and his energy was exhausted. At the moment, he complained about Natasha Romanoff. Or the symbiote, as some scientists have guessed, there is wisdom in the faint. In order to fight against these violent and endless number of symbiote army, the Red Skull army and the Coalition army, at the moment, they all tacitly switched their muzzles and began to resist these brutal symbiont creatures. As Red Skull said, he is a tyrant, cruel and tyrannical and ambitious to rule the world, but if all human beings are killed or the whole Earth explodes, he still rules. Fart. Damn dirty creature, how dare to be so rampant on my planet. The Red Skull directly controlled all the warriors and Sentinel and began to encircle the symbiote, even giving up the superhero that he hated. However, the number of symbiosis is too much, and in the frenzied devouring, as long as enough energy is stored, new symbiosis will be reproduced immediately, and then other creatures will be possessed. As long as it is alive and has flesh and blood, it will be possessed or swallowed by the symbiote. The whole Earth is in a mess, and countless people have already fallen into despair. The more the enemy fights, the more they kill, the stronger. How can they fight? Countless wars burned and despair. Countless army of symbiotes spread to any corner of the 25th world like a plague. How could this happen? Why did these ghosts suddenly become like this? Phil Coulson was also completely dumbfounded, with deep confusion and pain on his face. He released these monsters with one hand. He watched the intelligence from all over the world and closed his eyes in pain. It's over. Judging from the current situation of the war, it's over. It's only a matter of time before the whole world is swallowed by these endless army of symbioses. It would be great if the Earth had its own gods. Phil Coulson thought of Ancient One, thought of Martin. If there are these indifferent or cruel guys, I am afraid that from the beginning, the Black Dragon will not be so unscrupulous, right? Snapped on this invisible helicarrier, a symbiote suddenly appeared on the glass, squirming through the glass. Everyone was silent, looking at the black creature silently, and there was a feeling of abruptly letting go, as if they had been waiting for this moment. Everyone knows that exposure is only a matter of time. Unexpectedly, the Earth will end in this way. Phil Coulson looked outside with a bitter expression. They personally opened Pandora's box in order to destroy a monster. They released a real monster. At this moment, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in your life. An extremely cold voice suddenly appeared. This voice was not deliberately amplified, but it spread all over the world in an instant. What's more terrifying is that there is a terrifying aura that is enough to extinguish the fixed star flame at will, and it envelopes the world in an instant. It is also not deliberate. The comer just appears very flat, and the entire solar system is spontaneously plunged into this heavy depression. The symbiote army who was slaughtering wildly seemed to have noticed some terrifying natural enemy. This voice is, Phil Coulson was startled, his eyes widened, revealing disbelief. It's Martin, that guy actually came back and more powerful. Fury stood on the console with his back to everyone, his voice calm, but no one knew the huge waves in his heart. In the end, is this guy who hates many forces to deter powerful enemies. No, I'm afraid that Martin came to the Earth this time not to save the world at all, but because the Black Dragon made him very interested. The Earth originally lives and lives whether humans exist or not. Martin really doesn't care about it. This is the truth. Fury figured it out in an instant and sighed deeply. It's really ironic. Did the guys they wanted to kill or drive away in the past come just out of interest and save them? Sir, Phil Coulson whispered. Fury didn't look back. Issuing the war mobilization order, our opportunity has come, and at the same time we will inform everyone of the return of our gods. Phil Coulson was silent for a moment, then turned to execute. In outer space, the focus of all eyes lies. The two figures confronted each other at close range, and the whole body exuded a terrifying coercion. A trace of it leaked at random caused a slight tremor of the entire Earth. Nar looked at the human in front of him, his gaze condensed, and he felt a vague sense of oppression from inside the opponent. How is this possible? Your specifications actually surpassed Heavenly Father, can be compared with the universe god. During my sleep for thousands of years, did you actually give birth to a brand new universe god? Nar's ugly dragon face was full of consternation. In a mere 1,000 years, how can a new level single universe be born in this universe? 1,000 years is enough. Even if the destiny of every age, the love of the universe, and the retreat of the gods, it is impossible to become a god in just 1,000 years. Besides this guy in front of me, you are from Earth, well, Martin. Nar quickly learned Martin's information through countless symbiotes and was immediately stunned. He controlled the symbiote dragon back a few distances and was uncertain. The self-confidence that has stabilized for billions of years is also at this moment, was shaken. A human being has only risen 10 years before becoming the god of the universe all the way. Have the times changed, or am Nar getting confused? It seems that those stupid old dogs have miscalculated, and they have made you a cosmic god equivalent to them in just 10 years. Haha. Nar let out a creepy low laugh and said, I remember that the son of destiny in this era should be the last eternal titan. That guy named Thanos, but he didn't expect that the last person who became the god of the universe was an earthling. Martin looked indifferent, his eyes moved, falling on this dragon, and immediately said indifferently, Stop talking nonsense, Nar, I know you. Your name has spread throughout the universe for billions of years. It's really an honor to let a brand new god remember me. Nar's voice revealed the yin and yang strangeness. Even in the face of the existence of a level single universe, he still not panicked. What is Martin, this new god? Nar has been fighting with various gods on and off for billions of years. So, young Earth god, do you want to protect this planet that I fancy? You want to be an enemy of me, the god of symbiosis, Nar? Nar gave a weird smile. Martin also smiled. No, you are wrong, Nar. I am not interested in the Earth. Before Nar nodded in satisfaction, Martin spoke slowly. I'm here specifically for you. I'm here to kill you. Kill me? Nar sneered. Martin no longer spoke, but directly exposed his sharp fangs and punched the symbiote dragon in front of him. With the terrifying volume of the level single universe, comparable to the specifications of a universe by oneself, even if it was just a seemingly ordinary punch, a terrifying space rift was struck in the space in a sudden, and the punch hit Nayu. Nar let out a roar of rage, and the entire huge body shrank suddenly. Waves of abyssal power surged, condensed to a point, and at the same time his body quickly retreated, trying to dissolve Martin's terrifying punch as much as possible. Unfortunately, it's useless. Snapped, there was a loud noise, the planet trembled, and the fixed star was restless as if the sky broke and the earth cracked. I saw countless black matter splashing out. A hollow was suddenly blasted out of this black dragon's huge body. This body structure was directly affected by Martin, destroyed into microscopic particles with one blow. This is the horror of the level single universe, and this is still the case when Martin did not use the Star Sword. Nar's face was completely gloomy, and he glanced at Martin with dread, showing solemnity. You'd better pray that you can stay so strong forever. Otherwise, when I return in full body, I will be the first to kill you. Believe me, you are just a new level single universe like you. I am in I don't know how many killed in the past billions of years. As long as all the ancient existences in this universe, Nar has more or less fought with them. Nar is such a crazy guy. If he is not too arrogant, he directly possessed the symbiote dragon with his soul. I ran to the earth without being attacked by Asgard and fell asleep for 1,000 years. Martin sneered. Nar, facing me, you don't want to return to your heyday in your life. I won't give you this opportunity. Your soul is trapped here. What about your body? As far as I know, your body has long been imprisoned by countless rebellious symbiotes. Right, letter 3005. Nar made a halt and uttered a low roar, and immediately sprayed a black mist at Martin, but Martin ignored it, and even took a step forward and forcibly ran through the black mist. Those black clouds are countless small symbiosis, which can be directly blocked by the supreme divine armor after covering Martin's body, and they are destroyed in an instant. Why do you know me so much? Nar looked gloomy. This is his greatest secret and a great shame. His body was placed on the symbiote planet, guarded by countless symbionts, but as he was trapped on the Earth, the countless symbionts on the symbiont planet immediately launched a judgment, and his body was attached and imprisoned in layers, and tried to swallow it. This is something that happened in the last 1,000 years, and only he himself knows the whole universe. But why is this new god named Martin so clear? I said, I'm here to kill you. I definitely want to know more about you. Nar, in front of me, your soul has nowhere to escape. Become a ridiculous toy in my palm. Martin sneered, shot one after another, and attacked several times. It was like subverting the entire galaxy, and it easily defeated Nar. With the tremor of countless stars and the fear and tremor of many civilizations, Martin smashed his whole body, entered into Nar's dragon drive shell. Hiss. Stretch out his hands and tear it lightly. The symbiote dragon was torn in half by Martin on the spot. At the same time, powerful fluctuations were growing, and these remnants were destroyed in the twinkling of light. A scream faintly sounded, found your soul. Martin sneered again and grabbed the fleeing bright ball of light. Get out, get out. Nar's roar came from his soul. But it was still useless. Martin had already grabbed it. In an instant, through the powerful scanning system of the Supreme God armor, Martin had a little understanding of Nar's soul. The abyss, this is the peculiar time and space that exists in your soul, Martin said indifferently. All symbiosis were created by Nar, and what is interesting is that the god of symbiosis was originally not a symbiosis. Symbiote is a creature that Nar created by combining his own special power from the abyss in his body. Damn it, damn it. If I am perfect, if I have the sword of the necromancer, I can kill you with just one sword. Nar roared, and there was a deep horror. He didn't expect that this newly promoted cosmic god, with such vicious and precise methods, caught his noble soul in one fell swoop. His soul is not inferior to those cosmic gods to some extent. He should have escaped as a soul all the way back to the symbiote planet and regain his body. But, double from now on, Nar, everything about you belongs to me. Whether it's the symbiosis or the abyssal world, it's all mine. Martin slowly gathered his palms, firmly grasped the soul exuding horrible waves, and gathered its living space little by little. You want to take everything from me because of your waste. Nar roared in a gloomy roar, and waves of soul erupted, but they were all suppressed by Martin in the first place. With the supreme god armor in his body, Nar, there is no chance at all. And more terrible things happened immediately. Nar felt an indescribable terrifying force and saw a black cube phantom in Martin's body. In the depth and silence, there was a source of constantly terrifying vitality and spiritual force, like an endless Wang Yang. Generally inexhaustible, be a part of me, Nar. Martin spoke indifferently. Suddenly volts. The fire source immediately stretched out a large number of chains. These chains have the soul and characteristics that bind all forms of life and spirit modified. It is more like a combination of two powers. The power is endless. Nar, bang bang bang. What's more cruel is that these countless chains are not binding, but directly like a sharp blade first penetrate Nar's soul body and then crazily entangled. The pain and despair in this can be imagined, and nothing is more terrifying and restraining than this. Nar screamed in pain, cursed, and tried his best to resist, but he was constantly pierced and entangled by more chains. Soon his soul was like a mummy, entangled with countless chains. What kind of power is this? Even I can. Before Nar had time to say everything, in the end, there was no more chance to speak up. His entire soul was dragged into Martin's body, and it was impossible and forever to make a sound. Nar was swallowed alive in full view. Such a terrifying evil god who slaughtered the entire Earth to nowhere was so fragile when faced with Martin, it only took a few seconds to end the battle, and he was swallowed by Martin. Countless people saw with their own eyes that a large number of chains protruding from Martin's body pulled Nar in. This is Martin's strength. Where did he go? Fury looked at the images from many satellites and took a deep breath, feeling mixed. There is nothing in this world. It is even more depressing to see that the guy who thinks he is the enemy has climbed all the way to an unreachable level. Then, clean up the mess, mobilize all the troops, and continue to destroy the Red Skull. If you don't kill the war criminal leader Red Skull, this war will never end. Fury closed his eyes and thought for a while, then decisively ordered. A crisis of extinction was solved so easily and casually in Martin's hands. Martin at the moment stood in space, indifferently overlooking the azure planet with smoke with expressionless expression. Compared to the Earth, Nar was obviously more valuable, and he was indeed here for Nar. Where is this? There will only be more disasters in the future. Martin laughed in a low voice, took a deep look at the Earth one last time, and then turned around and was about to leave. The eyes that moved inadvertently stared at the being on the moon, Black Bat King. This is the first time Martin has seriously looked at this superhero known as the second most powerful superhero in the galaxy in the comics. He just glanced casually, then walked directly into the space tunnel and left here. It seems that everything is restored to Pingjin. The Black Bat King stood there, always looking forward in silence. A terrible guy, isn't it? A guy with a big head and a small body, but the overall figure looks like a giant, quietly appeared beside the Black Bat King and said in a deep voice, "The frog chart is here." He and the Black Bat King live on the back of the moon and the other on the front of the moon, knowing each other but not paying attention to each other. I have been paying attention to him, and every time I see him, it seems to be watching a miracle. Nothing in this world is more beautiful than recording this kind of thing. Hey, how did you go? Frog yelled at the back of the Black Bat King, who left silently. CFBD Cybertron. Preparing for war, we now have a brand new goal, and all the legions are waiting for my orders. The first time Martin returned, he gave the order. The whole planet began to agitate again, and countless soldiers ran away, stocking up energy and ammunition, eagerly waiting for a new war. The majesty of the great dragon will surely spread throughout the universe. Niederhog, who had been suffocated for a long time but dared not move, even roared up to the sky at the moment, and the sky, flying violently, let out a violent roar from time to time. Martin, on the other hand, returned to his residence and immediately plunged into his body with his own will. Nar, give me everything you have. Martin's icy voice slowly spread, and the huge will and the source of the fire were connected to each other indiscriminately, a little bit, tearing Nar's thinking apart. Even if it is an extremely ancient and terrifying existence like Nar, he can only make painful screams at this moment, but has no power to fight back. He can only feel that everything about him is insight by Martin. He didn't even have the ability to resist and commit suicide. Everything was brutally penetrated by the fire source, forcibly locked. Martin, you be ****D, I am the immortal Nar, the immortal evil god. Sooner or later I will get out of trouble, I will kill you, and I will kill everything about you. Nar's voice was stern and the soul body couldn't move at all. Nar, don't you understand that when you were imprisoned here by me, there is no future? You will end up worse than the two of them. Martin sneered. Phoenix and the Eternal Fire watched this scene in silence, and Nar will only be more miserable than the fate of the two of them. Let me see, where is your planet? Where is your body? You know, this universe is huge, and ghosts know the specific location of a planet. Martin kept dissecting Nar's thoughts. This was an extremely cruel process, much more brutal and bloody than vivisection and so on. Every time he acted, he directly shredded Nar's self. But from the beginning to the end, Martin's movements were extremely precise, without any hesitation, as if what he tore apart in one hand was not an ancient noble god, but some kind of inferior species. It's this look again. Phoenix Force is also entangled with a lot of chains, but fortunately these are not as cruelly suppressed as in the past. To be more precise, Martin does not care about its rebellion anymore. Phoenix Force stared at Martin with fear. The focus of the other person seemed to tear apart the defective gaze in one hand. It was not unfamiliar at all. At the beginning, when Martin faced Sithorn, his eyes looked at the noble multi-universe god Sithorn, and it was no different from now. It seems that in Martin's eyes, no matter what level of horror exists, they are no different from pigs and dogs to be slaughtered. They are all used to kill, there is no essential difference. This inadvertent cold blood and indifference was what really made Phoenix feel a shiver. Your memories of billions of years are so boring and monotonous. Martin picks and chooses against Nar's soul, constantly stripping away segments of memory, and 99% of them are scenes of battles with various gods. In the end, Martin captured the spiritual link of Nar's mastery of all symbiosis, forcibly stripped it, and successfully learned of a symbiosis planet named Kunter. Countless symbiosis is the body that imprisoned Kunter in Nar. I am the immortal Nar, even the gods can't kill me. I will be resurrected soon, and you will usher in my crazy revenge. Nar finally let out a roar, and his soul began to collapse, and the peculiar time-space named Abyss, brewing in it, was about to dissipate at this moment. Unfortunately, Martin started faster, locking all of Nar's soul fragments and will, and even grabbing the Abyss together. I won't make the mistakes the gods made back then, so go to death with peace of mind, Nar. Everything you leave behind will belong to me, and I will make good use of your symbiote legion. Martin sneered in a low voice, and in the next second, in Nar's horrified gaze, he completely crushed and digested the last trace of Nar's soul fragments. Open the space bridge, target the symbiote planet Kuntal, and all legions will set off immediately. This will be an unprecedented hunting feast. Martin has always thought about things like opening up with a very rigorous and solemn attitude. It's very simple because looking at the entire Marvel system, carefully studying the growth trajectory of each celebrity or god, in the end, there are only two skewed words in the whole story. Open hang. In the whole Marvel, there are not a few main characters who are really honest and step-by-step hard work. From start to finish, there are all kinds of opening and closing, unreasonable opening and closing. Martin himself is a person who likes to open the hanger, can open the hanger to become stronger. He will never practice as hard as a second fool. Lay the foundation. Constantly accumulate your own strength and leapfrog challenges, accumulate more and more. Sorry, that doesn't make sense. This is Marvel, a world that pays attention to opening up. In this infinitely diverse world, honest people have no future. They rely on all kinds of plugins. The stronger the plugins, the mythical story of leaping from a mortal to a high god only happens in an instant. Martin stood on a 10,000-meter high building, facing Roar's howling wind. His clothes rustled. He looked down and saw that countless armies were gathering frantically, and under the leadership of various Legion commanders, they rushed to the space bridge around the world. The coordinates of the Kuntal star, Martin has already entered into the space bridge, and the rest is just fighting and plundering. As for how to improve the combat power of his shapeshifting King Kong, Martin is also thinking about it. Either after he becomes a multi-level universe god, he forcibly twists all rules, and his clan sublimates the shapeshifting King Kong group. But unfortunately, he is far from the multi-level level. The level of universe is still far away, then he can only use other methods to open up his subordinates. The Cybertron army is invincible. With a violent roar, Megatron stared with scarlet eyes and led the army into the space bridge first, followed by a few extremely excited monsters. Army from all walks of life began to swarm into it. Invincible, it's too far away. Martin shook his head. Shapeshifting King Kong, with the exception of the special non-combatant soldiers like Chaos, other individuals are basically born with second-level combat power. Anyone who throws them out on the Earth is a superhero that can be beaten. It stands to reason that the starting point is a second-level race with its own powerful body and learning ability. Looking at the whole universe, it is a top species. After all, even the national qualities of the three interstellar empires have been dumped dozens of blocks by the shapeshifting King Kong. But it depends on who you compare. If Martin spends his entire life at ease to be a universe god, comfortable, without excessive ambitions and desires, the current starting strength of shapeshifting King Kong is definitely sufficient. But Martin is a man who wants to rush to the infinite multi-universe. He has been promoted to level single universe. The next goal is definitely the entire multi-universe. The strength of his ethnic group is obviously not enough. Looking at the endless multi-universe, your strength is simply not enough. If you grow too slowly, I can only abandon you. Martin looked at the countless fanatical shapeshifting King Kong, his face calm. It's not that he was so cruel that he deliberately took a knife to his own people, but because if these shapeshifting diamonds were unable to make leapfrog progress, Martin would be left behind. Not only was it not a help, but it was a burden and a weakness, most of shapeshifting. King Kong will be violently retaliated by increasingly terrifying enemies. At this moment, Martin thought of the terrifying ethnic group. Beyond the Protoss, that is, the first family of Marvel. This ethnic group, the most trash and lowest class people, are all capable of starting level single universe. Some outstanding individuals do not need to deliberately learn and practice, but only need to grow into adulthood without heart and lungs and have a multi-level universe. Strength. The high-level cadres of the three ethnic groups can kill almighty universe level's life court in seconds. This time it is the main body, although this attack means a sneak attack. The terrifying primitive transcendence was simply called a juvenile by this arrogant race. Become stronger as soon as possible. Conquering the symbiote planet, plundering and enslaving all the symbionts is the first step in opening up. Transcending the Protoss, such a species born above countless universes, should be my commander, the ultimate goal of shapeshifting King Kong. Martin slowly got up and opened his arms in the face of Roar's howling wind. The face that was gradually starting to laugh was full of prestige and ambition. At this moment, all the fires of shapeshifting King Kong seemed to have jumped. At this moment, as if they had sensed something, they raised their heads and looked at Martin, who was bathing in the gust of wind. For a time, countless soldiers went crazy, shouting roar loudly, becoming extremely crazy. Niederhogg even flew up directly, first sprayed out a majestic flame of divine power against the sky, and then nodded at Martin with an arrogant expression and spoke. Lord of Cybertron, I, the great world-destroying dragon, invite you to join the invasion of the planet named Kunter. Find flowers. Niederhogg pretended to be reserved, strong enough to break the tail of a planet. At the moment was shaking it uncomfortably. Its eyes flashed constantly at the moment and kept secretly looking at Martin. It can't understand Martin's current state. It seems that Martin at this moment seems to have suddenly added something that it can't see through, and it has become more daunting. Endhog was immediately excited, and immediately roared loudly, and the entire Cybertronian star trembled, so much so that Ultron directly issued a wanted warning against it. This crazy war lunatic never cared about who the enemy was. He only cared about whether there was an enemy, how many, and whether it was enough for him to take the army to hack. Autobot attack. Niederhogger directly carried Martin and rushed into the space bridge. This magic dragon seems to be more and more adapted to life on Cybertron. Next second, Martin flew directly to Niederhogg's head and said lightly, "Then, let's go to destroy that planet and plunder all the valuable things there. All the rebels kill." The most active performer was Kratos, the god of war. This Olympian was carrying two Ulu-made axes with a terrifying grin on his face and followed the army to kill the one who had never heard of it. Weird planet. Please subscribe more readers to help mention the declining results. Please. Factory. On the Kuntasha star, where countless symbiotes climbed and squirmed each other, they were suddenly surrounded by countless army. Wanda looked up, her face was weird, her eyes flashed red, and she flew directly into the space vortex ahead. Banner looked left and right. In the end, he chose to stay in Cybertron. He was really not interested in war, although in his mind, Hulk desperately encouraged him to go to war. Although Cybertron has the support of the Magic Ball, even the battle of the level single universe cannot destroy the planet, but if the Magic Ball is activated for no reason, it will consume a lot of unnecessary energy. Optimus Prime raised his great sword high, and in a crash, Bifrost descended, teleporting him and the army behind him instantly. The various strange symbiosis on the planet at the moment looked at the powerful enemy in the space in confusion and immediately began to wriggle one by one, turning into a variety of hideous monsters, making threatening calls into space. The symbiotes began to fall into a violent rage, changing into all sorts of weird and vicious and unfixed forms one by one, and one after another issued harsh warnings to the shapeshifting King Kong army in space. Are these symbiotes? Yes, I will pick the strongest one. Kratos looked down and immediately showed a satisfied look. At first glance, the number of symbiotes stacked on top of each other showed bellicose and madness. Not to mention strength, just that kind of momentum is enough. This is very appetizing for Kratos. He has to choose a symbiote and even the craziest, strongest, and most extreme one. Gradually, the entire symbiote planet began to agitate, and even the symbiotes that were backlogged in the innermost part of the planet knew that a powerful invader was coming. In general, the symbionts have low IQs, but those who can be attached to Kuntal are the most brutal guys. They have only one purpose, which is to imprison Nar's body. Nar made them and they spread all over the Milky Way back then. They were doing things to exterminate life everywhere. What's worse, Nar never treated them as normal creatures and subordinates but just talked about them. The bottom line is used as a tool. Therefore, after the arrogant Nar was planted to the earth in a daze, he lost the spiritual link with all symbiotes. The symbionts who were restored to freedom immediately rebelled and went to cover and bury Nar's body one after another and stuffed it directly into this one. The core of the symbiote planet, Kuntal, the body of that idiot Nar, was buried here. With the appearance of a space vortex, Martin has stood in outer space, observing the planet indifferently. Even if he deliberately suppressed his own pressure, the terrifying vitality of level single universe still made all the sensitive symbionts quiet down and shrank as if they had noticed their natural enemies. I can feel that Nar's body is inside the planet. Forget it. Martin shook his head, turned to look at the legions under his command, and said lightly, "This is a feast that I carefully prepared for you. These symbiotes have the functions of assimilating genes and enhancing immediate combat power. They are the most perfect auxiliary combat battle suit, but whether you can own them or what level of symbiosis you can have, I can't decide, it depends on you. Well then, good luck to you, my soldiers." After speaking, Martin left. After a moment of silence, Kratos roared first and rushed to the entire planet regardless of his two axes, hiss. Numerous symbiotes also began to roar, changing into various ferocious species and rushing towards Kratos frantically. In an instant, all the Cybertron army began to move, one by one with grim complexions, madly rushing towards the entire Cunter, and at the same time began to use all kinds of weapons to wash the ground with firepower. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the skyrocketing explosion covered everything, and the planet that had been isolated from the world for too long was angered by this cruel posture. You guys, we haven't offended you. A powerful symbiote let out a stern roar, and was extremely painful to be stimulated by the fire light that exploded frequently. With a bang, Kratos jumped to the powerful symbiote and grabbed it with a grin. It doesn't matter that you don't offend, the point is that I like you. The symbiote was irritated, and immediately turned into a 100-meter behemoth, tearing Kratos with one claw. Kratos grinned and waved his great axe. The chaotic powers of his body would conflict with each other only if they were used only a little bit, but they could explode like a nuclear bomb. The power of that burst could happen all the time, which gave Kratos the power limit far beyond the current capacity. The more he hits, the crazier he is, the heavier the load Kratos suffers, and the body and soul begin to crack little by little. This is the battle mode of this god of war, frantically launching a self-harming kill, completely disregarding his own life, as long as he can hack the enemy to death. Hiss, there was a loud noise. Kratos hacked the symbiote to death, and destroyed the symbiote who was approaching him, crazily entangling him and intending to penetrate his divine power field, and then touch and assimilate his genes. Go away, your weak things don't deserve to be called my companions. Kratos shouted sharply, destroying the countless symbiosis entwined around him, but he rushed into the body of the giant beast in front of him. You wanna die? The powerful symbiote sneered and began to rap Kratos, intending to possess and manipulate this crazy god. Possession is a success, manipulable but failed. Kratos and it erupted in a fierce tug-of-war, and the two sides roared again and again. Similar things erupted across the entire planet of the symbiote. After countless shapeshifting diamonds covered a wave of firepower, they simply rushed into the symbiote, starting to open fire and searching for a symbiote that would satisfy them. This is a feast. If you look down from a high altitude, countless shapeshifting diamonds at the moment are densely climbing on the surface of interest, being crazily entangled by the semi-liquid symbiosis like the black wave. And even more peculiar symbiosis monsters appear from time to time, and then be the nearby shapeshifting King Kong set fire to annihilate. Possession and control, active possession and anti-control. This kind of difficult tug-of-war is everywhere. Some succeeded, some failed, but no matter what, this is a special hunting feast. The role of hunter and prey is never fixed. Although the symbiotes struggled hard, they had no choice but to face the shapeshifting King Kong and the powerful enemies such as Kratos and Niederhogg. Their strength was simply not enough. The Kuntal star fell at an astonishing speed, and it clearly occupies an absolute number advantage. At any rate, it is also a planet made up of countless symbiotes. The number of races can be imagined, but the enemies they face are even more rogue. Support it if you can, call someone if you can't hold it. It's useless to call people, just set fire and make noises, shattering all forms of symbiosis. It is simply unreasonable. Soon, a famous soldier who found a suitable symbiote and successfully turned it into his own battle suit and companions, rampaged through the entire symbiote ocean, constantly pulling out some shapeshifting diamonds that were so weak that they were about to lose themselves. Where did these bastards come from? How can they be so clear to us? A symbiote who covered the shapeshifting King Kong and seized control of the body cursed loudly. Unfortunately, this was useless. It was quickly sniped, and after one operation it was torn off and beaten half to death. The symbiotes isolated from the world suffered an unprecedented calamity. What's more frightening is that these robots did not seem to let go of their plans. The glass cover began to catch them frantically. The symbiotes were wailing in grief and angrily everywhere. The entire Kuntal was caught in huge amounts of wailing, and there were extremely fierce battles everywhere, and the flames spread. As time went by, the entire Kuntal star began to gradually become smaller, and a large number of symbiotes were killed or plundered. A group of shape-shifting kings began to go back and forth, continuously capturing more symbiotes and bringing them back to Cybertron. Gradually, when the countless symbiosis bodies dwindled sharply and could no longer cover the core of the Earth, Nar's huge body was finally revealed. Hiss, Martin is here. Is this Nar's body? As long as I thoroughly study this ghost thing, the entire symbiote clan will become my subsidiary race. Martin looked calm and stretched out his hand directly to the huge body in front of him. In an instant, a strange wave breeds. This is the ability that Martin has mastered after tearing up and digesting Nar's soul with the source of fire. In an instant, all the symbiotes trembled suddenly, whether they were surrendering or resisting, at the moment they all looked at Martin. In Martin, they felt the terrible fluctuation of 25. That was the existence that had disappeared for 1,000 years and that they feared the most, the evil god Nar. Damn it, this is Nar's unique mental fluctuation. Why does this guy actually master this mental link? A famous symbiote was agitated and let out a stern roar. This sound did not resemble the warning and roar just now, but there was a deep fear. There should be a big problem in Nar. Otherwise, it would not be possible to suddenly break the spiritual link that enslaved us 1,000 years ago. Slowly in Nar's body on the terrifying head from the mouth, ears, and eyes, black liquid flowed out. As soon as this symbiosis appeared, the only symbiosis around immediately let after driving a long distance. It seemed to be extremely fearful. This is the king of the entire symbiote planet. My name is Quentin, the owner of this planet. This symbiote occupying Nar's body slowly got up and looked straight at Martin. The gaze that covered Nar's face clearly revealed with a jealousy and cold-blooded. Martin sneered, Master of Quintal. I think he was the first to rebel against Nar 1,000 years ago. That's right, tell me why you have Nar's spiritual link. That guy is an immortal evil god and won't be killed by anyone. Quentin asked lowly, the reason why Nar didn't die is because he didn't meet me who could really kill him. Martin looked indifferent, don't talk nonsense. Either the clan submits to me and won my new subsidiary race or he died. Quentin was silent for a while and said in a deep voice, yes. Martin said lightly, my loyal servant, then hand over Nar's body first. Apart from Nar's body, anything else is fine. My symbiote family is willing to use it for you. Then you go to die. Martin sneered. After analyzing the spiritual link of the enslaving symbiote family that Nar possessed, at the moment suddenly broke out. In an instant, all symbiotes felt the fear that had dominated them for billions of years. This is the spiritual link that their creator, the crazy and tyrannical evil god Nar, can master. Countless symbiotes wailed, especially the symbiotes clustered around Quentin, which can be called the elites of the entire symbiote clan. At the moment, they began to burst and were wiped out by Martin. Quentin let out a miserable scream and immediately manipulated Nar's corpse to pounce on Martin. Although there is no soul, Nar's body is also terrifying enough to fall into the hands of the symbiote leader, who can perfectly control and sublimate life forms. Although the strength that bursts out is not as good as Nar's peak period, it is also very impressive. Unfortunately, Quentin faced Martin. Your greed and ignorance have blinded your mind that is not so good-o, almost forgot you have no brain at all. Martin sneered. In an instant, the only remaining Kuntal core was smashed by Martin with a punch. Even Quentin, who was trying to stop Martin, was hit halfway by Martin. Hiss. The harsh humming sounded, and Quentin repaired the defective body of Nar almost instantly. Martin raised his eyebrows and finally faced the leader of the symbiote. Apart from anything else, he could repair the depleted body of Nar in an instant. This ability is indeed amazing. Then, I'm missing a pet, it's you. At the next moment, Martin appeared in front of Quentin, struck both hands, and in a crash, the mighty force of the space suddenly pressed up and completely defeated Nar's body. At the same time, Martin's eyes fell on desperately trying to kill the corpse. Quentin pieced together. The enslavement of the spiritual link has risen to the extreme at this moment. Quentin let out a scream, begging. Enough, the great lord of Cybertron, Quentin is willing to surrender and accept all your orders. Martin promised. Martin laughed, and before the confused Quentin could react, a glimmer of cold flashed in his eyes. In a sudden, a huge will came, as if a world was crushed down and the eternal and immortal spirit covered the past, matched with the source of fire. Linked with the spirit began to forcefully erase Quentin's will. In an instant, the countless restless symbiotes all calmed down, accepting the words from the spiritual link and accepting this cruel new reality. Very well, Quentin, from now on, your brand new name is Quentin. Martin sneered, completely erased his original will, and then created a brand new individual. Daily ask for a wave of subscriptions. Subscription is the life of a book. Please support me, every reader. I am not interested in your secrets at all. Go to hell. I will replace you with a new will that absolutely obeys me. After a while. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The brand new Quentin immediately conveyed a will with respect from the heart. I am willing to serve you, the great creator, who replaced Nar's symbiotic god. The ancient existences of the entire universe have heard of your name more or less, and your real name has been engraved into the rules of the universe at the moment of becoming a god, and has become a part of the world framework. From now on, the entire symbiote clan will be a new subsidiary race under my command. You will dedicate your loyalty and life to me, and I promise to give you fair treatment and a glorious future. The only consolation is that it seems that the new owner does not treat them like a pig or dog like Nar. No. You can't do this. I am the leader of the symbiote family. I know many secrets. You can't kill me, Quentin screamed. You know me. Martin nodded in satisfaction. Quentin respectfully stretched out a large number of tentacles and placed Nar's repaired body in front of Martin, and the phantom head also bends, expressing surrender. Symbiote, a peculiar species, has great potential. In a certain parallel universe, these symbiosis simply swept the entire universe, possessed all mortals and gods, and just turned a normal universe into a symbiosis universe. Martin is very interested in symbiosis. At this moment, the entire planet was caught in a grand carnival. The warriors who had returned full of rewards returned with their own captured symbiotes, and some guys even brought several symbioses with them. This kind of creatures are very interesting. Although they don't have life characteristics in the conventional sense, they have terrible potential in terms of non-life characteristics. This should be a compensation for sacrificing the evolution of the life side to the non-life side. As soon as the ambulance got a symbiote, it immediately started various inspections, and the results surprised him extremely. Symbiote, to a certain extent, is a high-level virus, which can be called the perfect end of the virus's continuous evolution. Parasitic on the host can adapt to the host's special genes in a very short time, and then greatly tap the genetic potential, greatly enhance the host's physical function, and greatly increase the vitality, even if it is fatal, as long as the symbiote is not dead. As long as the energy enough, you can instantly recover the fatal injury. If this ability is used well, a good companion relationship can be formed. It's no wonder that the creator did not hesitate to launch a war to conquer and annex this race. This kind of ability is so exciting. The ambulance gazed at the symbiont in his hand and exclaimed, "Damn, don't look at me with that look. It makes me feel sick. Be careful. I gouge your eyes and replace them with new ones." This symbiote has a bad temper, cursing, and it blends in with his words. In the body of an ambulance, the ambulance can clearly feel that there is something in his body, and he can communicate with each other. After Martin has the spiritual link, he directly has the right to control all symbiosis, which makes all symbiosis have to accept their fate and try their best to contact the aboriginals of Cybertron. Although I am reluctant in my heart, but for now, not bad. Martin stood on a 10,000-meter high building and looked down at everything. He could clearly feel the state of every symbiote. Similarly, with the help of the source of fire, he could clearly understand the state of every shapeshifting King Kong. The contact between the two, although it is inevitable that there will be friction, it is generally not bad. But there are even larger numbers of symbiotes. There is no host at all. There are too many of them, just think about it. A planet composed of countless symbiotes. No core, no magma, no rocks. Layer by layer, all are symbiosis of various kinds. The number of this scale can be imagined. Then, just build a satellite just like the moon and the earth build a planet composed of symbiotic bodies. Letter 3005. Martin raised his head and glanced up, quickly calculated various complex data, and then directly issued orders to all symbiotes without a host. Next moment. The horrible suction spread. Martin sent all these symbiosis to outer space, and in a sudden, a group of black matter gathered from small to large from scratch, little by little, and flew towards a certain core. Whoosh. An ear-piercing roar came out, and all the symbiosis immediately shook. Looking in horror, they saw Martin throw a sword of the necromancer. The first batch of symbiosis was born out of the sword of the dead. Billions of years ago, the cosmic gods wandered around the universe and conducted biological experiments on various planets. As a result, the sleeping Nar was awakened. Among Nar rage, he easily pulled out a twist from his shadow. His sword-like weapon, a sword, killed a celestial group. After that, Nar began to exercise this weapon repeatedly. Amidst the noise of flames and beatings, the sword of necromancer was born. This is the fundamental reason why the symbiotes feared the flames and noise. And now, Martin directly threw the sword of the dead, using this symbiote's life source weapon as the star core of the new satellite. Countless symbiotes fell into enthusiasm, rushing to the sword of the dead, obsessively enjoying the ancient breath. Soon, a symbiote planet orbiting Cybertron star appeared in space. All residents who want to have a symbiote must go to the satellite to personally select it. Only if you have personally contacted it will you know whether you two are in harmony. Martin's words spread all over the world. All the residents looked up at the sky, looking at the black symbiotic planet that looked like a black hole. Similarly, countless symbiotes are also looking down at Cybertron, and both sides are silent. For a long time in the future, they will find each other's companions. Martin, who had left, began to study Nar's body. After observing for a while, he patted it directly and blasted the ancient and powerful body to pieces. There is no research value anymore. Double Nar, the most precious soul, was acquired by me, the symbiote family was annexed by me, and the abyssal world was controlled by me, and all his values disappeared. Tape. There is always someone who asks for tape. The devastation is devastating. 1 billion people worldwide have lost their lives, and the various animals slaughtered are countless. The infinitely multiplying army of symbionts has caused terrible destruction. This guy put his hands on his crotch. The whole Cybertronian is discussing the symbiote intensively. Walking on the street, you can see residents with the symbiote from time to time, or the symbiote temporarily took over the control of the body and began to stay here at will. The planet wandered on the Empire State Building in New York. At the moment of the Earth, the new race combination will inevitably explode the power that shakes the entire universe, and everyone firmly believes in this. An existence that has been rampant in the universe for billions of years and has fought with all the gods, once perished, dead like insignificant dust in the universe. Huh, what are you talking about? You can't stand me, so you want to go. Oh, does my strength make you so painful? But don't even think about it. A man carrying 2 carbon sodium steel knives on his back was muttering to himself at the moment, looking crazy, saying all kinds of unexplained words. The whole world is clearing away the monsters that may exist. Even Hydra doesn't have the mind to continue fighting the world war. It is trying to clean up the mess. It is ironic that the global situation has stabilized in this way. You know, I can always hear some strange sounds. They all love me. There is no doubt that Nar is definitely not the last god to die in Martin's hands. This is just the beginning. Please subscribe, every reader. Give me more support. It depends on the readers where this book can go. The black battle suit he was wearing suddenly squirmed. This is clearly a battle suit transformed from a symbiotic body. Martin shook his head. The venom is going crazy. Is really going to be driven crazy. As a poor symbiote who was expelled from the Kuntal star many years ago and had to wander in the universe, it went around and came to Earth not long ago, lying on a small planet. At that moment, it was ecstatic and felt that he had finally gotten rid of bad luck. It would choose the strongest individual on this backward planet to possess it, give birth to more offspring, and then possess more people, and finally rule the planet. But this ambition was ended by a man the moment it climbed out of the crater. This nicknamed Deadpool, a B*****D named Wade, a neurotic with an abnormal brain, put an end to Master Venom's ambition. Get out. Get out of here, Wade, if you want to choose a scum from this world that I want to kill most. It's definitely not Quentin but you. Venom struggled desperately, planning to leave Deadpool, and ran away quickly. But Deadpool was clutching his crotch and refused to let go. What made Venom collapse even more was that it found that it possessed its best possession control and interfered with the host's thinking. Both of its racial abilities actually failed in Deadpool. Deadpool just won't let it go. It can withstand its manipulation physically, thinking. Well, Venom dared to swear to the evil god Nar, it's so special that it has never seen a life body with such a confused thinking in its entire life. The brains full of weird thoughts often have no reason, they're jumping and weirdness, they can't even keep up with the Venom, and they are finally affected by Deadpool. Venom felt that he had also become mad, which should be regarded as focused and innocent cognition, gradually becoming dark, murderous, bloodthirsty, and twisted. After confirming that the B******D named Deadpool couldn't kill him no matter how he killed, Master Venom made a decision. Escape. Run away quickly. If you don't run away, it will become Deadpool second, a utterly neurotic and idiot. Ha cutie, what are you planning this time? Do you still stab my *** with carbon sodium steel? Deadpool pressed the Venom tightly. Go away and want to lie to Lao Tzu. Your carbon sodium steel knife can only suppress your self-healing factor, but it can't kill you at all. Venom scolded. It tried hundreds of ways to kill Deadpool, all of which failed. Deadpool is affectionate. Oh, now the world has just been swept over by your fellows, you are now out, and once you are discovered, you will definitely be chased by the world, are you serious? The Venom suddenly stopped moving and fell silent. After a while it asked, the human who swallowed Nar, are you sure it is no longer the Earth? Definitely, that man has taken his men to travel the universe long ago, and he doesn't look at the Earth at all. Venom breathed a sigh of relief. As the only symbiosis with self-will on Earth, Venom is also perceiving the battle that broke out in space, and the result is even more frightening. The supreme demon in its heart, the evil god Nal, is actually called Martin. Humans swallowed in one breath. Venom will never forget the horror scene where the sticking-out chain drags Nar's soul away. In fact, if it hadn't been for witnessing the end of the evil god Nal, the source of fear and strength, Venom would not run away in such a hurry. It is really that its host, Deadpool, was too crazy. When Martin and Nal went to war, the B asterisk 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 D was actually sharpening his knife, threatening that he would rush up and chop Martin as soon as Martin fell to the ground. The reason is that in the past few years, there was a big power in the black market offering Martin's head. Deadpool has always been obsessed with this huge commission and has been thinking about it all day, intending to chop Martin's head in exchange for the reward. Shocked Venom yelled at him, and the thought of fleeing was stronger than ever. Wade, dog thief, neurotic, that is the existence of the god who swallowed the immortal symbiote. At this time, a vigorous figure climbed up the building. Deadpool and Venom turned their heads to look. This guy is not tall and looks underage. He wears a spider coat made of poor quality rags loose. Man, your clothes are terrible. Deadpool shook his head and said with emotion. Really? I think it's pretty good, I did it myself. No, it's not the time to talk about this. The point is cough cough, what are you doing here, stealing or robbery, righteous spider? People know Spider-Man, you will be arrested and brought to justice. Trainee Peter Parker, who had been practicing for a few months, confronted Deadpool and two guys who seemed destined to have similar smells just met. I don't care who you are, the point is you are here at the right time. Deadpool took a heavy shot, CFBD, on Spider-Man's shoulder and immediately began to tear at his battle suit. Under Spider-Man's stunned gaze, the strange man in black actually tore off the black substance. Your battle suit tastes too bad, try me. As a hero, a good battle suit is a plus. Before Spider-Man could react, Deadpool slapped the venom on him. In an instant, the venom that had escaped from the sea of bitterness was extremely excited and frantically entangled the newcomer in front of him. What is this, symbiote? Isn't this kind of ghost dead? After that dragon is killed, all symbiotes are dead. Why do you have one here, you villain? Spider-Man was terrified and tore it desperately, but his powerful force tore off a piece, and the other body parts of the venom immediately entangled. Don't be afraid, little thing, I'm very gentle, I will treat you well. Venom was so excited that he was talking. Eat shit, Wade, I don't want to touch you in this life. In an instant, his already terrifying bodily functions once again ushered in a terrible increase. Cell activity, self-healing ability, neural reflexes, etc., all rose by an order of magnitude. Spider-Man was stunned, and after holding back for a long time, he tentatively asked, "Hey, this is Peter Parker. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running with a snap. Please subscribe and support every reader. That's my car, it's called Bumblebee. Venom, you will be surprised. Can you stay by my side requires Bumblebee's consent." Deadpool fell directly into the flesh, and then stood up after self-healing casually and ran away with two knives, causing countless screams. Why don't you? You are obviously very excited. So Spider-Man also jumped down, flipped through several buildings, and rushed to a small alley. The feeling that the essence of life had been sublimated in a moment shocked Spider-Man. This symbiote is different from the other guys. It's unique. Believe me, your two partners will be a very pleasant experience. Deadpool muttered, patted Spider-Man on the shoulder again, and then he jumped directly from the hundreds of meters high building. Spider-Man yelled, trying to tear off the venom several times, but he was really reluctant. And after being possessed, he would have a mental communication with the venom, and his spider telepathy did not have a sense of crisis. That is to say, this symbiote is really not malicious to him. No, this won't work. Venom's chaotic thinking, influenced by Deadpool, immediately began to gain the upper hand, and began to encourage Spider-Man to do something exciting. Nice to meet you, Peter Parker. You can call me Roar Venom. How about we do something exciting? Well, you're still a high school student. Well, I know a nightclub where girls like you best. It's not broken yet. Damn it, it's not a heartbeat. Don't talk nonsense, it's nervous. Anyway, I want to go back to dinner, and I don't trust you at all. When Spider-Man reacted, he had already put on a symbiotic battle suit. The characteristics of the venom made Peter Parker's heart beat. No one doesn't like this feeling of sublimating the essence of life. Moreover, he doesn't even have to make web shooters, and venom itself can act as a cobweb, climbing and jumping between buildings at will. Peter rolled over beautifully and jumped into a small alley. Hey, Bumblebee, I brought you a new Tilda friend. Peter called Roar to a yellow beetle. Peter, your friend is really peculiar, a car. Ha ha ha, Venom sneered badly bitterly. Click. With the sound of shapeshifting, Venom instantly shut up, staring at the scene with wide-eyed eyes. A 6-meter-high yellow robot had already completed shapeshifting in a flash. The first thing it did was to pull out a powerful gun and aim it at Peter. The electronic eyes kept shrinking, scanning all the information quickly. You damn thing, get out of Peter's body. Your gods and your planet have been defeated by Cybertron. Don't you, a lone symbiote, want to be like your companion? The Hornet frightened, and at the same time the weapon began to accumulate energy. Calm down. Don't shoot. Venom and Peter roared at the same time. Bumblebee moved for a while, showing surprise. Peter hurriedly said, "This guy is not bad, he didn't hurt me. My spider telepathy didn't warn me either. Don't equate me with the group of people of the same race. I am sick of them. If I hadn't been persecuted by them, I wouldn't have escaped Cuntle." The venom was directly separated from Peter's head and became a part of it. A similar head screamed with open blood basin. Bumblebee hesitated and finally chose to trust Peter. How amazing spider telepathy is, he knows. This is a life instinct that surpasses his many powerful thinking systems. Symbiote, if you have any sinister thoughts, I advise you to leave better. Otherwise you will experience despair that is more terrible than death. Bumblebee threatened, "I said I'm different from the other guys, and what did you say? Cuntle was defeated by you." Definitely, the entire symbiote family is now a subsidiary race of the creator. In other words, you should also belong to all the living entities of our Cybertron. You Black House. The Hornet roared loudly, and the startled Venom jumped, and it was a little lost. Cuntle, such a powerful Cuntle, countless fierce symbionts. Were they defeated like this? Peter quickly took off the battle suit. He really liked this handsome and domineering black battle suit. Venom hummed two lows and immediately transformed into a human form, following Peter into the Bumblebee beetle. "I'm going to see Gwen, we have made an appointment." Peter sat in the co-pilot and said quickly. In the driver's seat, a virtual human figure was immediately molded. "No way, Peter cannot drive as an adult and will be arrested." Venom lay on the seat and whispered, "Peter, are you going to meet your woman like this? I think you have no bed experience, no gorgeous clothes, and even the car you drive is an outdated beetle." "Oh, it's over. If I were Gwen, I would never even look at you, you know. When I followed the B******D Wade, the two of us also took a taxi every day." It seemed to be irritated by the words forced by the Venom. The Hornet suddenly accelerated to the entrance of the small alley, scanned the passing vehicles in a flash, and then changed its appearance abruptly. Turned into a Chevrolet Camaro. "My God, this is the best supercar in the world." "Bumblebee, great job," Peter yelled, stunned. There is no man who doesn't like super running. Even if he is not interested in super speed, he will never refuse the improvement of identity and self-esteem brought by super running. That is a symbol of money ability. In an instant, Peter's stubborn temperament changed a little and he straightened his chest. Hey, that's right, this is the car that a man should have. Listen to me, Peter, when you see that Gwen, you just sit in the driver's seat and pull the brakes while drifting. Down the glass, the Venom was shattered. What did you do with that weird guy before? Yes, but at that time we drove a taxi, and then we were slapped by a hot girl calling us fishing line. Venom said. Peter sneered and Bumblebee sneered. In other words, as the creature created by you, why can you stay in New York City? Your base camp should be in Africa, Venom asked. Find flowers. Because Bumblebee is my friend. 10 years ago on Broadway, His Excellency Martin drove a beetle and easily defeated 2 monsters and saved our family's lives. Peter said seriously. He will never forget that night when Hulk and 2 terrifying monsters were fighting on the street. He and Uncle Ben and Aunt May were swept in. When he was about to be killed, he was rescued by a shape-shifting King Kong. Get them off. After this, he accidentally met Bumblebee, and the two became very close friends. Generally, when there is no mission, the Hornet will turn into a beetle and leisurely drive into New York City to find Peter. In this regard, the local official did know this, but chose to ignore it. Shape-shifting King Kong, he couldn't afford it at all. Just when the weird combination of Peter, Venom, and Bumblebee was going on their big adventure. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What did you find? Shengbo didn't bother to pay attention to them, just carefully studied all the information about the dive. But no matter how he checked it, there was nothing to find, which made Shengbo a little confused. After several years of endless digging, Hercules finally reached a position close to the core of the Earth. The Universe God Group, please subscribe more, Factory. The 6 parts of Hercules began to quarrel with each other again. Really, it's about to dig the core of the Earth. I didn't expect them to complete an order that was given at random at the beginning. Earth base, Martin squinted his eyes to the direction of the Earth. Sonic murmured a word, went straight back to the base, and then sent a message to the distant Cybertron through a unique transmission channel. Notify the Creator, our mission has been completed, and all that is left is to wait for the Mother Planet's order. At the core of the Earth, what is there anyway? Surely nothing will be discovered. Hercules hasn't noticed, nor is Sonic. But what about his lines? He didn't know why Martin gave him this weird task. Upon receiving the news, the sound waves rushed over and took the guards to investigate carefully. No, Hercules doesn't believe it. At the moment, the observer's frog picture, who was making daily records on the moon, suddenly stopped. He was keenly aware of the distinctive breath. This disgusting breath is clearly. Frog suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the earth, got up, his face became a little serious, and a trace of hostility was revealed in his eyes. The Universe God Group. He actually felt the breath of the Universe Celestial Group from the earth close at hand. How is this possible? Since they defeated the gods 1,000 years ago, it stands to reason that they wouldn't come back to the earth in such a short time. And this power of the gods actually leaked from the inside of the earth. Frog kept searching all his past memories and records to confirm that there were no omissions. But where did this god on earth come from? When dealing with the cosmic gods, the observers have always observed with a serious and malicious rigorous attitude. Because, as the oldest and powerful race in the multi-universe, the strong position of the Observer clan was ended by the cosmic gods a long time ago. The Celestial Group, the hatred of our leader, the One, has never dissipated, and I will always stare at you. Frogtu stared at the Earth indifferently. At that time, the multi-universe had not yet fully formed, and everything was in chaos and nothingness. A great existence named First Sky created a group of servants named Dark Sky God Group to relieve their boredom. This group of dark celestial gods, all covered in darkness, later imitating their own appearance, trying to create new celestial gods. Eternal also joined this experiment, and after a huge cost, he imitated the appearance of the dark gods and created a group of colorful color gods groups. Then, the war broke out. Eternal led the gods and the color celestial group to jointly attack and kill the First Sky and the Dark Sky God group. The tragic war lasted for a long time. The final result was that the Dark Sky God group was extinct by the Color Sky God group, and the First Sky God group was wiped out. The gods besieged. Eternity, one of the 5 great gods today, is that in this battle, after killing the first eternal first firmament, he succeeded in gaining the throne, seizing supreme authority in one fell swoop and becoming the second eternal. After the death of the first firmament, the corpse began to fall apart, turning into infinite replication and multiplication. Multi-universe. This is the original origin of all multi-universe. The pain and despair you inflicted on us has never ended. Frog recalled the past that made the powerful observer family completely decline, and a strong sense of hatred emerged from that calm and indifferent heart. The birth of multi-universe was never the end of war and ambition, but the beginning of a more cruelty. As the winner, the colorful gods group began to rampage in the multi-universe unscrupulously, conducting various biological experiments frantically. Not only that, they also developed mass-produced models, and then continuously produced more and more different models. The gods of the world are sent to the various universes to do things. This overbearing and godless behavior completely angered the observers. The ideas and cognitions of both parties are two absolute extremes, and there is absolutely no possibility of compromise. The color gods group requires strong intervention and observation of life. Qualified species will be retained, and failed species will be extinct. In observation, the G family pays attention to letting the flow go, observing without desire, and refuses to interfere with the living body. The two multi-universe dominance groups, after frequent terrible conflicts broke out, simply fought and broke out a war that swept the multi-universe. Originally, the Observer clan still had the upper hand, but because the color celestial gods were constantly making countless mass-produced models of celestial gods, they were madly thrown into the battlefield. With this terrifying quantity and reasonable quality, the two clans, the gap is smoothed out little by little. In the final battle, the leader of the Observer clan, was hit by the energy accumulated by the colored gods for a long time and buried the one directly, which led to the defeat of the Observers. To this day, there are a large number of mass-produced gods active in every universe, conducting experiments everywhere, while the Observers are very low-key, just silently recording, and never look at major events of various levels. As far as the Observers are participating, everything is because of that battle. The Observers were hidden, but it never meant that they had forgotten. Frog began to keep a diary viciously, gritted his teeth, and wanted to record the changes on the Earth. No way, he can only do this now, and for other things he is not an opponent of the celestial group. The gods who produce no quantity alone can drown them in absolute quantity. After all, after exhausting the entire multi-universe, which ethnic group can face this almost endless sea of machines? Hey, these shape-shifting diamonds are actually digging for the gods. It was after a long lapse of time that he directly descended on the Earth. The terrifying coercion covered the entire planet, and hundreds of millions of lives shivered in the shadow of Martin. Martin glanced at Cert and said lightly, The Earth's core, what is falling asleep on Earth makes me, the flame god, feel uneasy. Martin took a deep look at the center of the Earth and immediately jumped directly in, turning into a stream of light and entering the center of the Earth. Next, let me take a look at the famous model final adjudicator in this cosmic god group. Similarly, it is also the source of life on Earth. Martin stood in front of the huge amounts of pothole, his gaze spanned a long distance, and he looked directly at the center of the Earth thoughtfully. Martin went all the way and smashed the barrier in front of him with a punch. In the end, he directly saw a slightly decayed and old, cosmic celestial team. The group of cosmic gods is of great research value to me. Frog had been observing in outer space for a while, and if he was thinking, he immediately felt something terrible, and he was awakening a little bit at the core of the Earth. With a snap of a finger, all darkness has become bright. This is just a simple application of the rules of the universe. Around, many shape-shifting diamonds are crowding Martin. This is also the reason why I left you on the Earth. Once this ghost wakes up, only you can block him for a while. In the next second, Frog saw a terrifying figure coming. Martin is here. S.H.I.E.L.D also awakened from his deep sleep and even pulled out the Twilight Sword, standing upright with solemn expression on his face. Well anyway, S.H.I.E.L.D's the eternal fire is in Martin's hands. It doesn't matter if it is dead, it will be resurrected soon. Martin looked at this big guy who was several hundred meters long, showing a look of wonder. The ancient mechanical gods, even if they have been dead for billions of years, still carry a kind of shocking power. And the ancient desolate aura slowly spreads out, stimulating all outsiders. This moment when Martin stepped directly into the core of the Earth. In an instant, countless strange sounds were emitted, and each strange creature about half a human height seemed to have been awakened from a long sleep, a little bit awakened and began to agitate. Cosmic locust. Martin glanced at this strange creature at random. The expression on his face became more and more weird, and his smile seemed a little meaningful. Throughout the history of the entire universe deity group, even if the extinct dark deity group is included, you will be surprised to find that even though the universe deity group has also encountered terrifying enemies, such as the observer family, for example, the iron was created. The aspirant civilization of the strongest battle armor god killer battle armor that man has helmed. But no matter how powerful and terrifying the enemy is, it is not as special as the cosmic locust. The cosmic locust is a creature capable of parasitizing and controlling the existence of the cosmic celestial group. Obviously, it is an extremely weak flying insect, but it can parasitize and control the mechanical god of level single universe. 25. This god who died on the Earth is a mass-produced model of the final adjudication lord, in terms of model number. Although for the multi-universe gods, a mass-produced model of the god is not worth much at all. But if you consider that the final verdict against the universe god is actually controlled by such a weak bug, this is very interesting. Hiss. There was a sharp scream which contained a strong desire for destruction, and if you carefully analyzed it, you would find that this scream had a strange vibration frequency of the will to decompose. It's just useless for Martin. A cosmic locust rushed towards Martin, screaming harshly. Snapped. Martin squeezed it and the locust exploded on the spot, disgusting green liquid flowing out of the cracked body. Is this the original substance that brewed life on Earth? Martin glanced at the green body fluid from the locust. As we all know, the origin of life on Earth in Marvel is very peculiar, and indeed the earliest single cell was born from the sea. But few people can figure out where the earliest single cell came from. It's from here. The final verdict in front of him was parasitized by cosmic locusts. His thinking was confused, and he ran wildly in the universe and finally fell to the Earth. When the mad god was dying of life, he vomited out a mouthful of vomit, both with its own life code and a mixture of cosmic locust body tissues. Yes, life on Earth was born from the vomit that the Lord finally vomited. It's disgusting, but this is just the truth. More cosmic locusts have awakened, and the horror calls one after another finally formed a chorus and possessed the horrible penetrating power. After resounding through the core of the Earth, they gradually penetrated the stratum and conveyed vaguely to the surface. Some sensitive people noticed something was wrong for the first time, but they really couldn't tell what was wrong. Many of them just showed irritability but couldn't really hear the voices of the locusts. Stephen heard it. There is something screaming in the heart of the Earth, so that all the magicians of the three holy places are on guard. We may be in trouble. The supreme magician ordered. Over time, this cry caused global chaos. A large number of birds died, and many species began to become violent, and these were just the most insignificant power of the cosmic locusts. In the core of the Earth, Martin stared blankly at the bugs that had awakened from billions of years of sleep. The terrible vibrations had no effect on his hair. I am very interested in you creatures, but unfortunately, since you can parasitize and control the gods, they are also natural enemies to many of my subordinates. I know you understand I, the Lord of Cybertron, sent to you annihilation. Martin finally showed his hideous sharp teeth, and he was surging with powerful energy waves. Even if he deliberately converged, it caused the entire Earth to shake. The cosmic locusts were killed by Martin's energy wave, and the many eggs that had not hatched were all destroyed. The remaining cosmic locusts did not dare to make their heads again, but their cries became even worse. This is a language that only gods can understand. Every note has a lot of meaning. Even if it is heard by ordinary life, it cannot be interpreted. In the end, the adjudicator seemed to be alive, and even the powerful coercion from the shop floor was slowly rising at this moment. Martin smiled. This smile is so cruel. You really made a mistake. I mean, when I kill you all, you will be extinct from the entire universe, and even the entire multi-universe. There will be no more who would say that humans are the offspring of insects. But I'm very interested in you, and don't always say that I am the descendant of you bugs. Martin dug his ears. And the energy field of the level single universe spread, suppressing the remaining cosmic locusts. The breath is a bit disordered. Humans, descendants of our clan, leave here now. We are not interested in your flesh and blood. Daily request for subscription. The grades have fallen, so I beg for support. In the end, the light bulb on the main body flickered continuously, and the ancient and obscure language was slowly emitted. So die, humble bugs, you've blocked my way, you should be born, annihilated by me. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Martin commented on this, and he became more and more interested in these cosmic locusts. On the broken body, the bulb-shaped parts all over the body began to light up, which was a sign of energy operation and body recovery. Gradually, two huge amounts of arms supported a huge body hundreds of meters high, and the many light bulbs on that battle helmet also lit up at the moment. Sure enough, it's going to be extinct. It was originally so fragile, but it was able to manipulate mechanical corpses to such an extent. It really has amazing potential and is born with strong restraint ability to mechanical life, such a potential, targeted, and objective race. Our ethnic group is the origin of life on Earth. The genes of all life entities on the Earth carry one part of the billions of genes of our ethnic group. We have first, and then you. Good. But in the next moment, the final judge, who had been dead for a long time and even decayed his body, started too. Moved after influx of a large number of cosmic locusts. In the end, the Lord spoke out. They rushed into the wreckage of the dead gods, and soon, the entire core of the Earth suddenly cleared and the wreckage everywhere. The fierce battle broke out, and this is also the real enemy of the level single universe that Martin has faced since he was promoted to level single universe. Not counting Nar, he was slaughtered by Martin before he was fully restored. Obviously, it has been decayed for so long, but still has such a powerful combat power. It is worthy of being the final judge. No, it should be said that it is worthy of being a cosmic locust. Martin's face showed indifference. He raised his head and took a deep look at the big guy hundreds of meters high, and then moved his hands. The fire seed source erupted for the first time, and a powerful activating force spread directly to the final judge. This is the breath of a cosmic god. Martin, a lunatic, is either in war or on the road to war. Phoenix couldn't help letting out a grumble. Over the years, it has been imprisoned by Martin here. Watching Martin fight a powerful enemy with his own eyes, it can be regarded as a better understanding of Martin's nature. This is a domineering and cruel guy. And now this guy actually went to war directly with the ancient gods of the universe gods group. Boom, 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 there were terrible crackling sounds. Martin used the power of the fire seed source. The moment he touched the cosmic god group, he immediately began to dominate possession and plunder, eroding this long-dead god and destroying it. Everything becomes its own. This weird change caught the attention of the cosmic locusts for the first time. They screamed one after another. Countless locusts began to do their best to control the final judge, frantically counterattacking Martin. A wave of tyrannical divine light is emitted, which is the force that directly shakes the rule of the universe. After billions of years of time erosion, at this moment, under the control of the cosmic locusts, terrible power is still erupting. Martin put on the supreme divine armor for the first time and blasted the divine light away on the spot. Human, you're looking for death. You insist on being an enemy of our clan. Not only will you die, but your entire clan will die. A sharp cry sounded, but with a vague panic. They realized the terrible Martin, the proper level single universe, juxtaposed with the many cosmic gods who hold the authority of the universe as the universe entity. And this strength alone is no longer the ultimate judge of their control over corruption. What is even more frightening is that they have sensed the loss of control of the final judge. With the horror ability that overrides the powerful corrosion and manipulation of machinery by their clan, at this moment, it has crossed the universe rule and is forcibly seizing the control of the final judge. After several more confrontations, Martin just stood in place, constantly defeating the final judge's attack, watching indifferently. And at the same time, he was constantly learning all the information of this god through the fire source. Life form, weapon system, analysis of energy transmission device, decoding the code of lives. Countless data crazily flooded into Martin's mind. The various mysteries of the cosmic god group at the moment were all learned by Martin, until the power of the fire source was about to reach the core of the god system. It's time to stop. I only need to activate the celestial group. If I really dig out all the mysteries of the celestial group, I'm afraid the eternal body will jump out and attack me in the next moment. Martin shook his head. When he slowly raised his head, the countless cosmic locusts are madly and fanatically controlling this god, trying to kill Martin in one fell swoop before losing his combat power. But the next second, the final ruling master suddenly stopped moving, and the light in that body slowly disappeared. What happened? The cosmic locusts were dumbfounded and a little at a loss. This is the first time they encountered this situation. Someone actually took away the mechanical gods they controlled. Did this human really do it? How dare he? It's your destiny to be annihilated by me, but also your honor, Martin said indifferently. In an instant, as soon as the voice fell, the final judge suddenly got up and started walking towards Martin step by step, as if he were a loyal guard. Only a terrifying sound erupted from the subject of the final ruling. This is the cosmic locusts desperately manipulating various body parts and fighting against Martin's controlling power. This behavior alone caused the cosmic locusts scattered throughout the gods to die in large areas, and the fragile locusts were crushed by the forcibly moving gods. What is more terrifying than death is obviously that they have lost their most powerful weapon. This feeling is the greatest fear. The cosmic locusts who have been hunting the universe for countless years in the universe have felt the shock and unwillingness from their hearts. No, why does this happen? Our cosmic locusts are born in accordance with the rules of the universe, devour the planet, absorb all energy, and finally discovered the great edible value of the cosmic god group. But I didn't expect. Who are you? Who are you? Why do you have a more powerful ability that controls the mechanical gods than us? This is simply impossible. The sharp voices one after another filled with endless fear. W will regret it. When I waited for the awakening moment, the gods in the depths of the universe had already noticed that they would not allow us to wake up, let alone leave us to leave the earth. And you awakened us. The culprit will definitely be cleansed by the universe celestial group. In controlling the mechanical gods, they lost in a mess. A deity screamed lowly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Rumble, Martin waved his hand and directly wiped out the last cosmic locusts. Although only temporarily, these cosmic locusts, similar to the cosmic germs to some extent, are difficult to kill permanently, even the cosmic gods do. Less than it's good I know what you guys said. Somewhere in the depths of the universe, the last voice sounded, warning Martin, full of hatred and unwillingness. No matter who awakens the cosmic locust, he must die. Never let the cosmic locust leave the earth. However, Martin still started. He awakened these creatures, then exterminated them, and got the final verdict with the corpses of cosmic locusts all over his body. At the same time, while Martin continued to wipe out these locusts, with constant roars, the dilapidated final verdict stood silently in front of Martin, a huge body of 600 meters high, with a sense of invisible oppression. Now he is Martin's toy. Obviously, the cosmic locusts are completely defeated. Martin's face was indifferent and his heart moved. In the end, it was judged that there was a flash of light on the Lord's body. In the turbulent eruption, he began to violently sweep all the cosmic locusts where the divine light spread and the screams continued. The figure of an ancient god appeared, and they turned their heads to look at the earth one after another, revealing killing intent in their icy and rugged eyes. The cosmic locusts, a group that makes the cosmic gods feel headache and helpless. In the early years, they suffered a great loss from the cosmic locusts. Terrifying multiplication ability, unsolvable corrosion ability, weird mental interference, and assimilation ability. Cha-Cha was on the key node of the Universe Celestial Group. In order to solve the threat of cosmic locusts, we deliberately arranged these ghosts on the Earth. Earth life has antibodies to cosmic locusts and will not be infected and assimilated. But who is it that actually awakened these damn bugs? Action absolutely can't let these bugs that once ravaged the entire universe leave the Earth. Numerous gods gathered, a stalwart figure exuding endless divine light. Full of majesty and nobility, they talked, expressing anger and dissatisfaction with unknown existence. No one knows the terrible locusts of the universe better than them. Soon, a series of magnificent figures immediately rushed to the direction of the Earth, and the stalwart figure traversed a sacred trajectory in the cosmic starry sky. The ancient gods are dispatched. In an instant, countless existences were aware, and Huo Ran looked up, his face solemn. The universe celestial team is out again. Which planet is going to be audited this time? Some people have a headache for fear of being caught by these terrifying and domineering gods. It would be too desperate. HMPH, the cosmic gods. They are also the creators of our scrolls, but it doesn't matter. We have passed their review. Don't pay attention to everything. Eliminating the carry people is the first priority. King Skrull issued an order to order the scrolls in the entire universe not to interfere with the actions of the cosmic god group, and it was only right to concentrate all of their power on the carries. Many ancient beings are also silently paying attention to these mechanical gods. No one will stop these big guys. These gods are too powerful. Although the strengths are different, the weakest is the energy index of the level Godfather. Roar roared among the many huge figures, accompanied by the divine light of the sky, and arrived on the earth in a sudden. 5 horrible figures stood on the earth, holding various weapons, looking down on this one indifferently, which they regarded as being the planet of the cage. The greatest value of the Earth is to trap the cosmic locusts. The life on Earth originating from CFBD vomit is born with antibodies against the erosion of cosmic locusts. The entire universe is only so special as life on Earth. The highest order is to search for unknown organisms and review their behavior. A simple and powerful deity spoke in a cold voice. Many gods began to scan the whole Earth. This caused panic throughout the world. Countless humans ran away with a look of panic and confusion. They had no idea what had happened again. Some people have simply collapsed. God, is it another major crisis? Why have there been so many disasters in recent years? Is there a superhero or a super criminal first? People were wailing, especially looking at that huge figure that was so big that they started at 600 meters each. Even if they just stood there, it was like a big mountain stomping on the ground. Every step could cause an earthquake. There was a tremor, countless houses collapsed and rocks fell apart. An apocalyptic scene. Humanity, the new intelligent life after the anomalous and the eternal. The review is bound to unfold, but not now. A god of heaven scans the entire situation of the earth, turning all the scenes into countless streams of information to collect. Numerous superheroes also quickly assembled, bite the bullet, and rushed up, risking contact with these gods. But it seems that these gods are not interested in them. They are just acting spontaneously. Although you don't know who you are, please leave the Earth. Your arrival has caused panic on the entire planet. Whatever you plan to do to the Earth, leave immediately. Otherwise, we will take the necessary measures. The superhero tried to negotiate and tried repeatedly, but they were simply ignored. Fury frowned and looked at these ancient gods. His face was blue, and he hesitated for a while, watching the terror and destruction that had been suffered all over the world in just a few minutes. Was silent for a long time and took a deep breath. Director, some countries have fired nuclear bombs. Phil Coulson was sweating profusely. Fury nodded indifferently, looking into the distance. These extraterrestrial visitors acted unscrupulously on the Earth. There were countless cities destroyed directly and indirectly. The launch of nuclear bombs was an inevitable choice. Boom! A mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and the terrifying gunpowder and shockwave dissipated, revealing the god in the center of the explosion. What made everyone tremble was that this big man seemed to have just been stared at by a mosquito, and the light on his body was still there. The explosion of a nuclear bomb could not arouse his attention at all. Who the hell are these guys? Is it another terrifying god like Martin? In the eyes of many superheroes, Martin is already the most powerful ceiling in the history of the Earth. Even Ancient One is not as powerful as Martin. Suddenly, all the movements of the gods were counted, and they gathered together in an instant, bowed their heads, and in a crash, a terrifying pit was blasted against the ground. Those waves of energy blasted off the entire planet, causing a tremor of despair and wailing, as if to blast through the entire planet. Found it. The unknown lifeform is inside, find him and kill him. Many gods looked at the deep pit, and were about to enter it straight into the Earth's center. At this time, a cold voice came from the center of the Earth. I haven't troubled you yet, but you took the initiative to come to die. In the bang, an aura that was highly similar to the 5 gods suddenly rushed out, and the speed was astonishing. The roar and tremor caused by the mountain collapsed and the ground was cracked. When it turned into a stream of light and rushed to the surface, there was a bang, step on the ground. This is a decadent cosmic god. The final verdict is the master. Many gods condensed their gazes, frantically scanning the state of this companion, but they were a little at a loss as a result. There is no trace of being manipulated by the cosmic locust. There is no breath of life of the cosmic locust. Did the cosmic locusts have evolved again? Boom! From the final verdict, a terrifying energy wave was directly shot out, and a deity was knocked out of the atmosphere in a sudden blow. Rumble. What is more terrifying than the final ruling lord who ran away is that deep in the heart of the earth, there is a powerful pressure rising with a trace of indifference and murder. Looking at the unfamiliar final judge, the five gods were immediately shocked. Without the control of the cosmic locusts, the final verdict is that the Lord is still fighting against them. Finally, Judge the main model be sober. He has been dead for billions of years, and he is being manipulated. In an instant, the five gods immediately thought of the existence of the gods that could control the dead. That is the miraculous new universe god Martin, die. In the end, the adjudicator let out a roar and went to war against the five gods. The dim gods all over his body burst out and destroyed the excessively decayed body even more seriously. But obviously, the final adjudicator didn't care about this at all. The command is to kill all enemies in front of you. He is no longer the final judge, he has become a shape-shifting King Kong. Destroy him. The leader Tianqian said coldly. The five gods started to besiege the final judge from multiple angles. The energy fluctuations of heyday erupted together and all bombarded the final judge. At the same time, one of the gods wielded a heavy hammer and hit the final judge. On the gods. In an instant, a terrible crackling sound was produced, and finally the main body of the adjudicated main body began to crack rapidly, pieces of body parts began to shatter, and countless complex parts shattered everywhere. Roar. In the end, the judge screamed frantically and slammed a fist on the deity in front of him, and then the whole person rushed over in a posture that he wanted to die with the opponent, but he tried his best to attack, but it was only torn from the deity in front of him. One arm. In the end, in the roaring divine light, the final verdict was shattered. A terrible explosion sounded. The magic arrays all over the earth suddenly lit up, and Stephen solemnly activated all the magic arrays to prevent this fragile planet from being exploded by many gods. Cosmic Celestial Group. Why did these guys suddenly come to Earth, and what happened to the decadent celestial god that rushed out of the heart of the Earth? Stephen's face was pale. In the battlefield, the surrounding cities were destroyed by the aftermath of energy and turned into a desert-like emptiness and nothingness. In the end, it was judged that the Lord had been bombarded and broken by five gods, with broken limbs and broken arms everywhere, and the number of broken parts were countless. There was a round of applause. Martin flew out of the pit, looking at the five ancient gods who quickly surrounded him with a weird smile on his mouth. Martin, the crime you committed against the dead gods has seriously crossed the line. The leading deity said in a low voice. Martin looked up and looked at the five ancient gods surging with terrifying power and said lightly, "You dare to surround me and talk to me, you have seriously crossed the line. Do you want to die too?" In an instant, a huge energy field confrontation has begun, and a hurricane of energy has formed and spread out unscrupulously. The six statues are at least the powerful existence of the level God Father at the beginning, comparable to the universe gods. At this moment, confrontation and obscure confrontation are launched on the earth. Even I have already made a plan to do it. The universe celestial group has never been afraid of death. Compared with life and death, fulfilling the mission is our biggest goal. A god opened his mouth, swinging a heavy hammer and slowly pointing to Martin. You have awakened the cosmic locusts with your special ability, not to mention you have turned a noble god into your toy. This is for the entire universe. The great humiliation of the celestial group. Martin just sneered, his eyes were cold and stern. The power of the fire source was slowly surging, and he could corrode and modify these guys in front of him into his shapeshifting diamond at any time. He never cared about the threat of the cosmic god group. The reason is simple, because these guys are really robots, and they act according to the established logic. In the comics, Tony did not do once or twice the transformation of the corpse of the celestial group into the anti-celestial armor. In order to solve the powerful enemy, the superhero directly settled in the corpse of the celestial god who died on the earth, and then manipulated the corpse of the celestial god. There are countless things to kill enemies, such as the great event of the 10 Realms battle. Avengers Alliance is relying on manipulating a corpse of a god to destroy powerful existences such as Malekith and Queen Sind in one fell swoop. Martin, even if you are a new god, you should not cross the line. The five gods whispered, and at the same time they started to face Martin. Martin chuckled. At the moment, the fire source that had been brewing for a long time suddenly burst out, and the five celestial gods were enveloped in an instant by a wave of activating particles. Now that you have done it, let's go directly to the dead, a few gods. It is impossible for Martin to give in, and more importantly, find flowers. You broke my toy, then use your own lives to repay it. Martin sneered again and again, and in those deep eyes, it was clear that he was full of curiosity for these five noble gods. The five cosmic gods, if they could become his five shape-shifting Vajra in one go, it would be very interesting. Roar. The activation energy instantly enveloped these five gods, and they began to assimilate and erode crazily. This is a hegemonic invasion far beyond the cosmic locusts, but the body of the gods assimilated by this activating power instantly became rigid. Boom, I won't give you a chance. The gods roared a little crazy and tried their best to kill Martin. With just this blow, the leading god has realized that 5% of his body and will have been distorted by Martin, and he has interfered with his actions. The leader Tianqian's expression was startled, and a powerful assault hit him immediately behind him, knocking him into the air in an instant. Please subscribe to the readers. The results have been bloody in the past 2 days. Please support. Factory what? He has changed, become a shape-shifting King Kong. The broken arm god at the moment slowly raised his head. The bulbs all over his body flashed with a luster that disturbed the other gods. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. They found horribly that their powerful body and will, under the erosion of this weird force, appeared to be sluggish. What is even more frightening is that everything they had originally is being distorted by this force, and even their will and cognition are beginning to be distorted. Murderous intent is pervading him. He must kill this guy in one fell swoop before his own changes are irreversible. A terrible burst was issued. Good idea, but unfortunately it's too late. Martin smiled faintly. However, Martin suddenly raised his head and looked at them with admiration, as if he was admiring the quality of his toys. What are you doing? The other gods angered. This is your power. You rely on this power to create a race called Shape-Shifting King Kong. The leader deity roared and immediately slammed Martin with one blow. Faintly, they suddenly felt a strange feeling, thinking that they should obey Martin's orders. This person is the supreme creator. The broken arm god did not hesitation to the other four gods, and the timing of the attack was extremely vicious, and there was no sign. It seemed that in a very short period of time, the broken arm god had already become Martin's puppet. Martin, if I were you, I would never offend the strongest and oldest group in this universe. Since your ability was born in this world, it has been full of original sin. The leading god was completely in a state of anger, and there was also an emotion called hatred in his divine words. Wow. With a single blow, the broken arm deity caught a deity in one fell swoop, burst out all of its own power, and then rushed into outer space with the opponent and launched a terrible confrontation. The two comrades in arms who were still joining hands last moment have turned each other into enemies at this moment. Be sober, you are a noble god, don't become Martin's slave. The attacked gods snarled and shot one after another. While resisting Martin's rapid erosion of him, the anxiety in his heart was magnified to the extreme, and he tried his best to resist. With the attack of the broken arm god, the other three gods also muffled their killers at Martin. Several silhouettes instantly turned into terrifying streamers, as if they were endless stars tearing apart the universe, rapidly shuttled through the deep cosmic space, and every confrontation could cause huge amounts of waves. Among other things, the horrible spirit fluctuations, which just broke out, spontaneously carried a transcendent specification. In this terrifying coercion, it was full of the absoluteness of higher life forms to lower life forms. Suppress, the confrontation of several powerful existences attracted the attention of the entire universe. At the same time, it also made this noisy universe suddenly become extremely silent. Many weak existences and civilizations shivered, praying for the end of the war. The Universe Celestial Team, as I estimated, you are qualified to be my shape-shifting King Kong. Although I still can't understand many of you, it is only a matter of time. You are qualified to be my subordinates. Martin's gaze swept away, and a burst of divine light burst out, and he had already defeated the leading god. The star sword that was cut out was even a sword brewing as if to penetrate the cold light of a universe. The gods were chopped and crippled. Become my servant. Martin's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the broken god. His palm directly touched his armor. And in an instant, in the roar of other normal gods, the fire source energy was called terrifying, and it would be broken in an instant. The gods are enveloped. Invade, decipher, assimilate. Soon, the broken movement of the gods suddenly stopped, and the final self-will was wiped out by Martin and replaced with the absolutely loyal shape-shifting diamond will. Damn it. Please help ask the Universe Celestial Group to awaken the first Judgment Master, model, and completely erase Martin. The leading deity roared and was about to send a signal, but the broken deity that inherited everything from the original deity suddenly turned around and knocked down the leading deity's chest with a punch, forcibly interrupting the process of sending the signal. As we all know, there are many models of the Universe Celestial Group, especially the mass-produced models scattered in the multi-universe, which are divided into many types according to ability, characteristics, combat power, and so on. And the first Judgment Main model is the source model of the final Judgment Main model, and it is a rare and powerful mass-produced god. Think too much, you have no chance. Martin sneered in a low voice, raised his hand, and knocked the strongest leader god into the air. The next moment, before the strongest level godfather, who was the weakest and was transformed by Martin, he appeared in an instant, in front of another god. The endless fire source energy exploded and instantly defeated the opponent's resistance. Martin, the leading deity, destroyed the broken arm deity with one blow and roared, "That's too late." The figure suddenly turned around and slammed towards him indifferently. Of the 5 gods, 2 were blown up and 2 were transformed, leaving only the leading gods to resist. "You will regret it. The power of the universe deity group will completely drown your greed," the leading deity said in a low voice. "It's a pity that I don't care about you. I never care about you. As you who are comparable to the universe god, it will take some time to transform into a shape-shifting diamond." Slowly, Martin raised his hand. At the moment, the horrible activated particles climbed directly to an active peak. A black cube rose from Martin's palm, seemingly directly from the flesh and blood. "Grow out of it. This is the source of your strength." The several light bulbs on the head of the leading deity lit up, even if his body had been severely damaged. It hit all the computers at this moment and began to analyze this unheard-of strange cube. Until the last moment of this life, the leading gods were trying to resolve. At the moment, it also finally resolved a name through countless symbols. It was just a name, and the full value of his noble life was only to learn the name of this black cube. This kind of artifact is simply the absolute natural enemy of the Universe Celestial Group, and it is even more terrifying than the Universe Locust. In the end, the leading deity looked at Martin for the last time, looking at the 2 devas standing on the left and right, guarding the supreme Martin like a pillar supporting the universe. This result completely shocked the leading deity. As a noble and long-established deity group with an extremely large database, it was actually unable to interpret any information in this cube. "Now, please go to death and become my servant." Tinder source. The result of the analysis is, there is no result. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Martin's eyes, and in an instant, strange symbols burst out from the source of the fire source, and every symbol had unspeakable, terrifying energy circulating. At the moment suddenly spun, bursting out bright brilliance. In the first time the leading god was shrouded, Martin slowly raised his head and said coldly, "It's useless. This is my natal artifact. I am it. It is me, and this is the first time I have exposed it to the world." "You are honored, noble god. I could actually see it before it was erased by me." The leading god spoke in a deep voice, holding the heavy hammer high and hitting Martin with one blow, trying to take the cube in Martin's hand. Immediately, a terrible light burst out from him. This is the light of self-destruction. With the last reason, he detonated his energy storage system, and with the final sound, accompanied by the terror energy wave of the billowing explosion, it was transmitted to the whole universe. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is really a great irony for an ancient cosmic god who created countless life forms and destroyed countless life forms. This kind of artifact should not be mastered by dangerous guys like you. The size of this cube actually surpassed it, and it was simply not parsable by its existence at this level. There was only one name in this last voice, which was spread throughout the universe at the expense of the life of the supreme god. Tinder source. The name has spread throughout the universe, captured by countless ancient existences and powerful civilizations. Especially when they realized that this was a powerful wave that spread to the entire universe. They realized that it came from the last roar of a level single universe god before the fall, and only this word was contained in it. The whole universe is silent. A god, no, it should be said that several gods are dead in Martin's hands. Fire source. Is this the source of Martin's power? Is this the name of a certain artifact, or the name of a certain energy, or simply the name of a hidden world? Numerous ancient existences moved, frantically searched, and found any cobweb horse traces about the source of fire from all sorts of trivial old records. Unfortunately, even the cosmic gods that have existed since the birth of the universe have not been able to find anything related to the term fire source at this moment. He obviously has no destiny, but he is still the center of the universe, and everything seems to be bowed in front of him. Kronos sighed in a low voice and immediately disappeared into time again. He didn't have any hatred with Martin, so he couldn't participate in it. He just watched the little actions of some guys coldly, especially when he saw these guys trying to find Martin's weaknesses. He wanted to laugh. This battle has come to an end, and a new wave has been produced. That is, I don't know when it will finally brew into the ultimate tsunami. Martin has returned to Cybertron with two celestial groups like guards. Two big men 600 meters high crashed onto Cybertron, causing a lot of shock. "Ah, I am half as tall as I am," the iron-armored dragon shouted loudly. "Cosmic Celestial Team, these guys are a bit interesting, it's worth taking some time to study." Shockwave was constantly looking at these two big guys' heartbeat. This is the Universe God, the top race in the universe. Unfortunately, it seems that these two gods are now his companions. Martin returned to his residence, first poured himself a cup of coffee, then deeply sniffed the aroma, exhaled contentedly, and then he sat comfortably on the chair and began to check the system notifications. System, report the lottery situation. Dip, congratulations to the host for activating the Universe Gods group and obtaining the gene bank and database of the Universe Gods, and a special prize draw is awarded. Special draw. Martin's gaze flashed and he glanced at the flashing light curtain. I have to say that it is really fascinating. As in the past, he always hooks him with various artifacts and powerful shapeshifting diamonds. System, start a special lottery draw. There was a deep expectation on Martin's face. Dip. Congratulations to the host for getting one of the 13 Apostles' Master Titanium. Master Titan, a look of surprise immediately appeared on Martin's face. This was the first shapeshifting King Kong of the 13 Apostles level he got. Every apostle is a symbol of wisdom and power. Master Titanium. 13 Apostles. Character erudite wisdom plus 80%. Height 7 meters. Energy billion. Body healthy. Power level single universe. Famous saying, wisdom is the most powerful. Comment, one of the 13 apostles, for a long time he used his ancient visual receiver to witness everything. As a secret force behind the scenes, it supports the operation of the Council of Elders, selects the leaders of the past generations, and helps maintain the security of Cybertron and the leadership module. Master Titan's favorite thing is to sit in the Iron Castle archives, where the massive knowledge base is contemplating and making secret preparations to deal with the darkest moments facing the entire race. A majestic face, revealing knowledge and wisdom all over his body at this moment, slowly walked out of the light curtain, full of purple, holding an ancient covenant phantom in his hand and holding a powerful shadow in his hand. Capable pen, the powerful power of the level single universe coupled with the vast and endless reserves of knowledge gave Master Titan a very mysterious and noble temperament. Guild beg every reader, please give me a subscription. Just now, what you were holding in your hand, is it one of the 10 great artifacts, Sacred Covenant of unmanned? Martin spoke suddenly, his eyes a little hot. Master Titan smiled heartily, that's a fake. At any rate, it is also the most special one of the 10 artifacts. How could it be directly in my hands? However, the prophetic pen used to record the content on the unmanned covenant is indeed in my hands. At this moment, the wave of the birth of another great existence of level single universe directly affected the entire universe originally, and was noticed by countless gods. Suddenly, bursts of horror sounded one after another. Banner, Master Titan chewed on the name, swept away with his powerful will, and he knew a lot of information about the entire planet. Naturally, he also had the most basic understanding of Banner. Martin feels honored that he now has his own royal historian, Master Titan. A great shapeshifting diamond that integrates wisdom, character, consciousness, and strength has appeared. Master Titan's tight face immediately eased and there was more excitement. He rubbed his fingers and the ghost of the covenant disappeared, but the pen in the other hand still existed, and he whispered, "Seriously, this is the best news I have heard. The treasure house of knowledge is where I should be the great creator. Take the liberty to ask, who did you arrange for the deputy curator?" Master T raised up the pen that he held tightly, which can be said to be his life artifact. And Master T in his previous life was a historian who was specially responsible for writing content on the unmanned covenant. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. So far, it's pretty good. Martin suddenly smiled. He deserves to be Master Titan. He has a straightforward personality. Apart from knowledge and inheritance, everything else can be ignored. Bruce Banner is also a very intelligent guy. You should get together. Martin took a sip of coffee and laughed. Master Titan came to Martin, and after quickly confirming Martin's identity in a billionth of a second, the first sentence he said was to ask Martin about his favorite special building. Actually, I really want to ask if my Iron Castle Archives has been built. The divine instrument of Yuan-Shi Tianzun Covenant is also very special. It is more like a history book, similar to Martin's historical records in his previous life. It is specially used to record the various events of a great civilization. The foundation of countless universes will never fade. Definitely, Master Titan, the most precious and guarded place on the entire planet is the Iron Castle Archives. In fact, I deliberately only arranged a deputy curator to manage it, leaving you with the position of the curator. Only you are the most suitable person to take charge of the Iron Castle Archives. Just when the ancient existences in the entire universe were mostly immersed in the shocking news that a group of cosmic gods was annihilated. But there is an existence who is completely disinterested in these incidents. No matter who kills anyone, it has nothing to do with him. So hungry. The invincible planet devourer perseveres in the cosmic starry sky, looking for delicious high-energy planets, and rushes to take a bite when he finds one, crunchy and crispy. He has repeated this action for more than 10 billion years, and it is foreseeable that it will continue for a long time in the future. What a terrible planet! Hunger is about to make me lose my mind. My servants go, find a delicious planet for me to fill my stomach. Galactus has a low voice. With a repressed madness, he is really going crazy with hunger. The four major Galactus messengers looked up at him. Silver Shadowman, Tyrant, Stardust, and Flame Emperor. Master, the Annihilation Zerg has been searching for your whereabouts. If we leave again, you will be very dangerous. Although the Zerg King is treacherous, his strength is also terrifying. The Silver Shadow Man raised his head and said, his expression indifferent. His body made up of mercury, glowing with radiance at this moment, stepped on the silver skateboard with his feet. The Emperor Yan threw out a flame irritably and said coldly, we might as well join hands to kill the bug first. No, that bug is at the top in the level single universe. The four of us, including the Hungry Masters, have no chance of winning. Stardust turned into countless bits of light, sometimes scattered and sometimes gathered. The tyrant was carrying a mountain axe with an annoyed look, and his tyrannical face showed brutality. Find the high-energy planet as soon as possible, and when the Master's hunger is relieved, we will go back and destroy that race. Then act quickly, I can't wait. When I fill my stomach, I'll strangle the bug by myself. Galactus roared low, his horrible mouth opened, as if it were a black hole. To some extent, this mouth is really a black hole. He has not eaten enough for more than 10 billion years. He is always hungry. Because of hunger, combat power is always in the process of being lost. This is also the root cause of the invincible Galactus, a group of strength waters, and even in many universes, it has become the weather vane of the level universe event. Whenever a level universe event breaks out, Galactus will die first. Sometimes it was slaughtered by other gods, and sometimes it was simply beaten on the ground by a group of superheroes from the Earth. In Marvel, if you don't want to die, Galactus is embarrassed to go out and say that he is a superhero. At this time, listening to Galactus's words to fill his stomach, the four ambassadors turned their heads at the same time. They had given up their hearts a long time ago. For more than 10 billion years, the invincible Galactus is still on the way to eat and find food, which is desperate. There is no way, if you really want to find it, you can only find that planet, letter 3005. Stardust turned into countless particles, suddenly said. The other three messengers looked at her. Which one? Stardust replied, the home planet of the Skrulls. Action now, I'm going to eat there. Galactus set off immediately and headed to the Andromeda Galaxy. Galactus moved quickly toward the home star of the Skrull Empire. His horrendously large body spanned countless galaxies along the way, none of which would interest Galactus. They are terrible ghost planets. At the moment the Skrull people are celebrating, they once again defeated the attack of the mortal enemy carry. The stupid supreme wisdom is just an artificial intelligence in the end. King Skrull toasted to the house full of ministers. At this time, an imperial general rushed in embarrassedly, sweating profusely. Your Majesty, the planet devourer is here. What? So people were shocked and horrified. Galactus, why did he come here? The universe is so huge with so many planets, he just focused on the home planet of our Skrull Empire. His Majesty's face was distorted. As an ancient civilization, the Skrulls are too aware of the meaning of the name Galactus, which symbolizes death and despair. As long as Galactus appears, there must be planets eaten by him. General, it is up to you to negotiate with Galactus. Galactus is a gentle tyrant. As long as we talk carefully, at least we can move the entire planet's population away first. The king reluctantly calmed down. As we all know, when Galactus is devouring a planet, it will always send an envoy to notify it first, so that the natives above can escape as much as possible, and then he will eat. It is a pity that the hapless Skrulls encountered Galactus, who was unprecedentedly hungry and violent. Your Majesty, the general was annihilated by an energy wave ejected by Galactus and turned into cosmic dust. Soon someone rushed in to report. All ministers take the emergency rescue spacecraft and leave here immediately, this mother star. We don't want it. Soon a spacecraft rushed into the deep space of the universe. But the countless populations, industries, and laboratories of this parent star all entered Galactus' belly. Look, what's that? A Skrull pointed in a direction. Many high-level officials gathered around the gloomy king, talking one after another. Your Majesty, this must be done by the Carry people. They attracted the planet Devourer. Otherwise, how could Galactus become so irritable? The special nature of this planet has gradually been noticed by some existences in the universe. The murderous Martin came from Megatron. The cosmic celestial group has come to this planet several times, plus this is the center of the world tree. The king quickly glanced at the star map, pondered over and over, and said in a low voice, "Send a troop to sneak into this planet and determine the feasibility of using this planet as an alternative home star." The king's eyes were complicated. He endured his heartache and quickly thought about his next plan. In the end, he said coldly, "The home planet was destroyed and the entire Skrull Empire lost 1/3 of its power. We need to find a good enough one. The planet is here to rise again." The home planet of the Skrulls was eaten by Galactus, which is why the Skrulls are so afraid of Galactus. I saw that a large number of weird bugs appeared suddenly, and they came across the galaxy in Roar's whistle. The moment they saw Galactus, they rushed fiercely. Galactus, who was always hungry and weak, let out a deafening roar at the moment. They watched Galactus, grabbed the palm-sized mother star, and went up and took a bite. Galactus was too big. To be honest, the Skrulls have been staring at this place a long time ago, and now they just send a team to dormant on Earth in secret. What the king was referring to was the Earth seeking a wave of subscriptions. Yes, it must be so. The Kree are the dirtiest species in the universe. They must have done this kind of despicable thing. The home star exploded, and the Skrull Empire was hit hard, and the essence of the entire civilization was buried in this way. Endless insects are not afraid of death, lying on Galactus and biting, and there are many powerful humanoid insects. While restraining the 4 ambassadors, the rest began to madly pounce on Galactus with powerful energy. The wave hit the surface of Galactus. Galactus hit the street this time. Martin sat on his seat, sipping the freshly ground coffee, and suddenly his expression moved. His huge will spread out quickly, and in an instant he crossed countless galaxies, tracking the sudden explosion of the level single universe. The location of the fierce confrontation. The endless gaze fell directly to the scene where Galactus was imprisoned and dragged away by many insects. The miserable Galactus was covered with scars all over his body, and the endless worms around him turned into a horrible worm wave. Everywhere he passed, all the planets were eaten away. Actually, there are gods who dared to attack Galactus, one of the 5 great creation gods, and they actually succeeded. Some gods look weird, and some thoughts in their hearts are throbbing. Galactus, is it so weak? Even the 5 gods are not invincible. But no one acted, just watched indifferently, watching the planet Devourer, the symbol of invincibility, collapsed under the attack of the Annihilation Zerg. Annihilation Zerg. So that's it. Martin slowly withdrew his gaze and immediately showed a sense of sorrow. This is the great event of interstellar annihilation. Galactus was spotted by the king of the Annihilation Zerg, and he caught it in one fell swoop to serve as a living battery. Fortunately, at least he was able to save his life so that he would not be killed to sacrifice to the heavens. Interstellar annihilation, this is the worm wave disaster that spreads across the entire universe. Countless civilizations will join forces to fight the endless army of Zerg. Martin slowly put down the coffee in his hand and looked into the distance thoughtfully. In the great event of interstellar annihilation, the Annihilation Zerg successfully forced the 3 interstellar empires and the new Star Legion to join forces to counter the threat of this terrifying insect swarm. I am also in the Milky Way, and sooner or later I will be attacked by these Annihilation Zergs. And the Annihilation King is also very powerful, plus all kinds of weird abilities. Martin thought for a while and then smiled. If these bugs dare to provoke him, then just kill them. It is also time to spread the fire of the shapeshifting King Kong towards the entire universe and wash away all the enemies with an endless army of steel. You know, Martin has never been afraid of anyone. Although the entire Cybertronian star now has a population of only 10 million, which seems far from enough, over time, more shapeshifting diamonds will be born from the incubator. What's more, when it's really necessary, the entire universe, all the creations of civilization will all become my shapeshifting King Kong. Martin opened his arms and squinted his eyes towards the entire space, as if to encompass the entire universe. The flames in his eyes almost swallowed the entire universe. The fire source in the body is active, brewing a terrifying force that can turn countless creations in an entire universe into shape-shifting King Kong. And this kind of power can't wait to wreak havoc on everything. Send the world, prepare for war, and annihilate the Zerg out of negative space. This is already the most obvious signal that a cruel war that will affect the entire universe is about to break out. This time, it is an endless Legion war in the true sense. Martin communicated this news to the world directly through Ultron, and emphatically emphasized this unprecedented scale, the vast war of worms against Omnics. It's a horror competition that overwhelms all. In an instant, the entire planet became excited, and all the inhabitants began to boil. Always ensure that their energy reserves are abundant, sharpen their swords, and some shape-shifting diamonds came directly to the symbiont satellite, looking for countless symbionts. To suit his companion, the Vertigo came with this purpose. He had just been realized before he had time to find a symbiote. This number is too much. As soon as the Vertigo fell on the satellite, a large number of symbiotes rushed towards him, and all kinds of quarrels rang through his mind. Choose me. I like in fights. I am better at reproduction. If you choose me as a companion, we will soon be able to pull up an army of symbiosis. What's your name? Don't want to say it. Decepticon warriors will be so shy, you are more like Autobots. A large group of symbiotes clamored CFBD, yelled and verbally abused, and some of them simply started fighting with each other. There is no way, except for the Necromancer's sword, which serves as the core. This entire planet is all symbiotes. If they want to leave the planet and explore the prosperous outside world, they must find a partner according to the rules. But the entire shape-shifting King Kong group has a population of only 10 million, which makes the competition among symbionts more intense. Vertigo was silent for a while, and finally chose the one with a violent temperament, which drove thousands of symbiotes around him into flight in one fell swoop. "Ha, robot, you have a good vision. This area is the best I can fight." This symbiote was extremely excited, and immediately became entangled with Vertigo, quickly covering and blending into it, parsing Vertigo's life code, and Vertigo was also scanning for changes in his physical signs. Both sides are running in. "My name is Scream, remember this name, and I will fight this universe with you. Hurry up, open your data system to me," the symbiote shouted, dizziness. Decepticon Legion General of Air Force. Character: Silence Information Processing plus 10%. Height 6 meters. Vertigo sighed again and again. His old buddy Scorpion was not there, so he planned to find a symbiote to make up for his shortcomings, but he didn't expect to find someone the same as him. Combat Power Level 3. Evaluation. As a general of the Air Force, he shoulders the important task of commanding the Decepticons to prevent and control the fortress, but his lack of security and sense of direction affects his performance on the battlefield. "You have no sense of direction. By coincidence, so am I," the Scream gave out an evil laugh. But other existences and civilizations in the universe, as always, were unaware of the terrifying storm that was about to erupt. The two Lukai got together. Interesting, very interesting, Screaming with bad personality, very interested in this combination. "No, I have memorized your genes, you can't run," screamed and sneered. "On the battlefield, don't hold me back." Famous saying, Decepticons attack. Energy 7 million. "Can I go back?" Vertigo was silent for a while and sighed. With a stunned cold snort, he was dressed in the symbiote armor covering his body and turned directly into a spaceship, returning to Cybertron in a sudden. There are many warriors like him. In the face of a vast battle that is destined to affect the entire universe, all the residents are frantically increasing their strength. It's really unlucky. As time passed, waves of horror erupted in that distant negative space. Annihilation Zerg is an extremely dangerous species. In the comics, the mighty Skrull Empire originally had a population of 30 billion. It was first swallowed by Galactus's starvation and then experienced a terrible annihilation. The population of the entire civilization has dropped to tens of millions, which is almost annihilated. Later, these Screw people also invaded the Earth in a large scale, triggering a secret invasion event. The purpose is to occupy the Earth to rebuild the Screw civilization. From dominating the Andromeda galaxy, sitting on countless planets, but reduced to running to snatch the Earth as a mother star, one can imagine how miserable the Screw people are. The Screw Empire experienced this kind of end after the interstellar annihilation, not to mention other races and civilizations, and countless people were exterminated in one fell swoop. For the annihilation of the Zerg species, which is extremely powerful in terms of quantity and quality, Martin seemed a little excited. The war between the insect tide and the Omnic and the battle between the two natural disasters is destined to be the most luxurious feast left in the history of the universe. As an important supporting role of this feast, the Annihilation Zerg from the negative space has already begun to act. The originally silent and closed negative space suddenly erupted with a terrifying roar after Galactus was captured. Complex instruments bound Galactus and began to draw huge energy from Galactus crazily to produce more and more powerful of bugs. It's time. Negative space is collapsing. We need more living space. Annihilation King Enerus sat on the throne and gave orders to the endless swarms of insects that spread throughout the negative space. Gradually, worms began to rush out of the negative space in groups and spread to the entire universe. Although these numbers are nothing to look at the entire universe, they have indeed spread to the entire universe. What the hell is this? Some cosmic civilizations have discovered this kind of strange creatures scattered in the vacuum of the universe. Although they were surprised, they disappeared without any serious consideration. But over time, more and more bugs. Even in the Milky Way, there are ugly green bugs floating over, with 8 compound eyes and terrible appearance. At the moment, they landed on a remote and primitive planet. Before long, a large number of bloody insect swarms flew out of this planet and spread to more planets. This is the horror of the annihilation of the Zerg race. The speed of reproduction and the speed of evolution to adapt to various environments is extremely terrifying. Finally, a group of insects floated around the world tree, and with a scream from the leader, they were about to pounce on the 3 realms of the upper court in excitement. A biting cold light struck, and many insects turned into powder on the spot. The spread of these insects is really rapid, and the active area has been covered to the world tree so quickly. Martin's figure appeared outside the world tree, slowly retracting his gaze. These lowly bugs could not resist his random look. More kinds of bugs buzzed over boundlessly, making harsh screams. Some of them were even proficient in the power of the mind. At this moment, they directly interfered with Martin's spirit and planned to enslave Martin. The world tree looks like this. The war will start at any time. I'm afraid the 3 empires should have noticed by this time. Then, Cybertron will not be silent again. Martin looked at these different shapes and appearances, and ability was a variety of bugs. If he was thinking, he moved in his heart, and the next moment a terrible coercion burst out, turning into huge amounts of vast waves, each heavy. And the extremely lethal energy beam suddenly and accurately blasted to a famous insect, killing these ugly insects on the spot. Such a powerful life form eating you will definitely make me stronger. Get out of me, I will kill him. A powerful worm of the level sub-godfather brandished a knife-like tentacle and greedily rushed towards Martin, but was bombarded by a wave of energy that Martin ejected. At the beginning of a massacre, Martin slaughtered the worms. After returning to Cybertron, he directly issued a war mobilization order, ordering all the residents to start arranging lines of defense at all levels, so that the damn bugs must not be rushed. To the nearby area, has the war begun? Very good, what I desire most is war. Megatron's eyes flashed with a terrifying fierce light. After getting the infinite longsword, it took him a long time to repair it with shockwave. The horrible combination of infinite gems plus infinity gauntlet plus infinity longsword, at the moment, it was all assembled. Megatron is alone. Megatron can't wait to kill him. He has a very strong hunch that as long as he goes through another tragic war, he will be able to break the sky and become the great existence of level single universe in one fell swoop. This war will be directed by Master Titan. Don't act without authorization. Optimus Prime reminded him in a deep voice. HMPH, I trust Master Titan's leadership very much, Megatron laughed in a low voice. Master Titan, one of the 13 apostles, has a terrifying wisdom like an abyss hard to estimate and possesses a super ability of organization and command. With Master Titan as the supreme commander, no one is unconvinced. Find flowers. Orders were issued, and Master Titan quickly mobilized troops from the entire planet and began to deploy them in various regions, especially in the vast area outside the World Tree. Teams moved swiftly at this moment. Boom, the Cybertron Legion, which is garrisoning this planet, has left endless Zerg corpses in space after many bloodbaths of firepower. What makes people helpless is that too many bugs have broken through the firepower net. Reached the surface of the planet. It seems that the rhythm of the war has entered the area where these bugs are best close hand-to-hand combat. Fortress King Kong finally began to reveal the real horror. A deafening roar sounded. This is the majestic roar from a living base. In an instant, millions of terrifying cannons protruded from the entire base, directly aimed at the endless swarms of insects that landed on the surface of the planet. The one who plagiarized me has been sealed, alas. I told him not to plagiarize 2 days ago, but he didn't listen and ended up writing for a few days. Every day I ask you, the readers, to subscribe and support to help cheer up the declining results of this book. Not to restore to the level of the day before yesterday, just hope that you don't fall too much. Thank you, everyone. Factory, more and more insects began to attack the major planets in groups, which completely shocked the entire universe. Many forces began to take action to eliminate these disgusting insects, but they soon realized to their horror that they were no longer their opponents. On a certain planet in the Milky Way, a terrifying explosion occurred, killing tens of thousands of insects on the spot. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The artillery fire, brighter than the sky full of stars, began to spray out the breath of death. A powerful star destroyer was deployed and fired. With a single blow, it could defeat countless insect swarms. On the contrary, there was a power that shocked the insect swarm. Roar. Before long, the war broke out. And even more astonishing than this dense firepower was the endless stream of annihilation insects that seemed inexhaustible to kill. But soon, these excited and screaming bugs were surprised to find that things were not as smooth as they thought. These enemies, who rely on technological power to destroy many of their troops, are not as fragile as they thought after close combat. The overwhelming variety of insects has already filled all areas within sight. Countless insects are swarming from all directions. They are greedily chasing all energy. The hordes of insects broke through the firepower net and descended on the surface of the planet without fear of death, one by one roaring cheerfully. They don't care how many of the same kind die. They are more concerned about whether they can destroy the enemy and eat everything about the enemy. Kill these robots. Humph, although robots are far less delicious than those flesh and blood creatures, but they barely make do. I like the unique life energy of their species. The insects tore through the dense artillery fire like a meteor, with powerful energy fluctuations all over their body, and came to the surface of the planet with a bang, looked down, and stared at the countless shapeshifting King Kong. Whoosh, an energy cannon struck, blasting the overlooked bug into slag. There are too many of these ghosts. Don't place an order. Repeat, don't place an order. Be sure to fight as a team. Ultron, immediately issue an order to remind all warriors and pay attention to collecting various insect races. Data. The Vertigo, who was appointed by Master Titan as the supreme commander of this desolate planet, roared loudly at the moment, sitting behind him, but was still found and attacked by bugs rushing in from the outer sky. This planet has been surrounded by an endless sea of worms. Vertigo's face was cold, and he raised his hand to assemble a hand cannon to wipe out the swarms of insects, but he suddenly changed his expression, and the black attachments on his body rushed out at a faster speed, directly engulfing dozens of them. A bug was eaten on the spot. Leave this to me, I will never have enough to eat. Hey, you should save more energy. The entire Cybertronian regular army is only 10 million. Each of you is responsible for important tasks. It's a little bit to save a little, and I don't want to see you killed. The symbiote named Screaming, at the moment with a sarcasm-revealing arrogant voice, mocking dizziness. Screaming really didn't want his partner to die here. Although, looking at the current battles across the planet, the 30,000 troops stationed here are at an absolute disadvantage, and sooner or later they will be overwhelmed by the outrageous number of insect swarms. It depends on how long it can support. A swarm of insect swarms broke through the firepower net and landed crashingly. Ultron, report the entire situation of 74 bases around the world in real time, and my thinking organ can handle it. Vertigo still looked reticent, but those indifferent eyes had already revealed everything. In his previous life, he was the highest commander of the air defense fortress of the Decepticon Legion and the most trusted general in the Air Force. The vehicle form is the stun of the helicopter, and my favorite war mode is to fight positional warfare. Moreover, relying on a planet with a war assist system, Ultron, to help and control a large number of automatic weapons, the war is launched in a ground-to-air manner. Although it seems to be in a suppressed situation, the Dizzy Heart is extremely confident. If you win, you can't win. With a mere 30,000 troops, is it possible that you have to go to outer space and rip apart the billions of insect swarms that started? But pure defense, ground-to-air, this is the area where Vertigo is best. In an instant, all kinds of information from the global bases flooded into Vertigo's mind. Countless streams of information flashed by. Vertigo began to quickly arrange and issue various orders. Bright light emerged from the numerous muzzles of the major bases, and countless energy giants launched bombardments. launching endless coverage bombardments on the large numbers of insect swarms that landed. Every beam of light hits, every loud noise that shakes a continent can always take away thousands of insects. Those Zerg corpses that died in battle have also become battlefield tonics for other insects, and they were eaten smoothly during the charge. A large number of insect swarms approached. While using various abilities, mental abilities, energy shooting, radiation coverage, etc., the landing insect swarms began to besiege the major bases. The 23rd base wants to increase its energy output. You are facing too many enemies. A total of 20 million insect soldiers are advancing toward you. There is a level sub-god father bug that can control the space. The whole army pay attention. Ultron will make a mark. A shape-shifting King Kong stepped on the heavy metal gate and lay directly on the wall inside the base. The heavy and mighty body was already full of various weapons. A harsh buzzing sounded, and a strong insect soldier bit through a gate of the base, and the strong pliers tore a gap in the thick metal door on the spot. Hiss, it screamed triumphantly. Boom. The shape-shifting King Kong, which was already ready, was bombarded with a single shot. Come on, I really thought Base 23 was so easy to be captured. He cursed with a vigorous posture, holding a gun in one hand, spontaneously extending the muzzle on his back, holding a multifunction shield in the other hand, and immediately attacked the bugs that swarmed in from the gap. At the same time, he was also receiving information from Ultron and quickly gained a superficial understanding of most of the Zerg in front of him. The Annihilation Zerg race database has been established. Tactical aided analysis started. Attack angle, movement speed, type characteristics. Ultron faithfully performed its duties. Die. A dexterous annihilation insect quietly lurked, rushed out of the corpse, and pounced on the soldier in one fell swoop. In the next instant, the shape-shifting King Kong avoided the vital point with a strange movement, fighting the cost of damage to the body. Killed the opponent with a sword. War command. With countless energy lights lit up, this soldier has completely ignored energy saving. The war headquarters has arrived. All soldiers take preserving themselves as the first priority. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. However, there are too many opponents and they are of different types. Some bugs have super defensive super ability, which greatly weakens the lethality of the shapeshifting diamonds. If it were replaced by human beings head-to-head with so many insects, it would quickly become exhausted. The heavy steps sounded, a war fortress covering an area of several thousand square meters, at the moment unexpectedly. It moved with rumbling like a huge mountain range rushing wildly. Damn it. The endurance of the shape-shifting King Kong is outrageous. All the shape-shifting King Kong's spirits were shocked, and the base where the vertigo was located arrived. Doesn't this mean rumble? A large number of defense mechanisms inside the base are also activated under the control of Ultron, with the swiftly arriving shape-shifting King Kong fighters bombarding the influx of insects. GUI beg readers to subscribe more, help stabilize the wave of recent severe declines. Entrance number 5 requests support from the mobile unit. He immediately issued a signal for help and immediately fought bloody battles with these insects. The body structure of the shape-shifting King Kong was born for combat, and every shape-shifting King Kong is a powerful warrior. With a roar, a powerful insect chopped up more than a dozen shape-shifting diamonds with a sickle, leaving only the parts everywhere. The other fighters were extremely angry and were about to go up desperately, but received the order to retreat. The terrifying fortress King Kong has already rushed to their precarious base at this moment.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.